Testing, testing. All right, here we go. Hold on. Testing, testing. I've actually not done an audio test on this. All my settings just restored to the default. I think I'm too loud. I think I'm peaking. Test, test. How do I sound, chat? Hopefully not killing anybody with headphones. Oh, hold on. Let me change one thing. There we go. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's been a while since I've done this on the main channel. I've been doing secret streams on my side channel, which is now going to be a stream archive channel. Audio's fine? Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. Kalen Anonymous. Hello, Griffin. Always a pleasure. Put you back in blue on this one. As always, for the bots, kill him. Victoria, nice to see you. Wilsdomus Pixie, you sound familiar. But yeah, if you are new to this is something I've been trying out for a little bit. This is a bit of a two-part memoriam. I hope you have your water because streams like this tend to get very salty. Because what we're going to do here is this is going to be, like we're saying right here, we're chatting. But what we're going to be doing is we are here, gathered here today, to first reflect on the positive notes of a pretty much dead series. I've done this before for Breath of Fire, Parasite Eve, Drakengard, and the Chrono series. And what we do is we simply just take a nice stroll down memory lane. We watch all the recaps for the certain series, a series that's basically dead, a game that, a series that's not coming back, is not getting a sequel. Not that, anything's possible. We have Star Ocean that came out of nowhere. We have Valkyrie Profile that came out of nowhere. So sometimes things we think are dead are dead. But let's be for real. Danganronpa, all the main guys left. Yes, there have been other killing games, but the series Danganronpa is pretty much dead, and the original creator said he didn't want to do anything past V3, so it's a dead series. Rest in peace, F and chat. And so we're going to remember that. We're going to watch it. I'm going to talk over a little bit if you don't mind. And I also am here to remind myself about it because we're going to get into the second part. This is the part that a lot of people are going to perhaps want to dip out on if your heart is oh so sensitive, because we're going to do what I like to do, which is force people to think very critically about series they love. Take off those rose-colored glasses, just smash them on the floor. We don't need that. We're going to be talking and comparing these games, all of them, to each other, because nothing robs joy more than comparison. And we're going to see, based upon a couple of different categories, how do each of these games stack up and who does what better than the other. And then we're going to total up the points. I'm going to add my own little weighted bias at the end. And we're going to see how these games rate in relation to each other. And sometimes these discussions go in very weird directions, but that's where I want some of you guys to help as well, because I like to see the other perspectives of other people. Sometimes I may overlook something or have a perspective that I haven't seen, but it's fun. It's a conversation. It's mostly going to be me, but it's mostly conversation. But yeah, we're going to be watching the Danganronpa vids back to back. I wonder, this is actually one that I didn't necessarily want to do at first. Okay, let me rephrase that. I wanted to do this one first because Danganronpa is, ironically so, a series that has brought me probably the most amount of fatigue, pain, and despair. Danganronpa was the first recap I ever did on the request of somebody else. To be more precise, it was a commission. Somebody literally emailed me saying, "Hey, do you take commissions?" And I was just so new. This was 7 years ago, by the way. I did Danganronpa 1. And I was like, I guess. I don't know. I just wanted to make recaps because I wanted to make recaps for a couple of series. Just Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, and Resident Evil. And that was it. That's all I wanted to do. I didn't want to make more. I didn't want to do any other series. But he was like, hey, I got this much amount of money for this. I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds persuasive. I'll do that. And so uh, I did Danganronpa, a game that I've never even heard of. It did come out for the Vita just recently because I made this back in 2015, and the game came out relatively new in the US on the Vita, but I A didn't own a Vita, and B didn't own the game on the Vita. So I acquired a fan sub online on PC and did it that way. That's why Danganronpa has a lot of translations because it's from a fan translation that differ from the official release. So if you watch this now, when Danganronpa has been released so many times, you can get it so easily now. It's available across pretty much every major platform. I think pretty much every platform has access to Danganronpa right now in one way or another. And right now it's so accessible and really popular. Still, it's still popular. I can't even quite say it's fully dead because the fan base for this group has kept it alive through a lot of fan projects and independent game releases and things like that. So even though it's officially pretty much gone, I feel it's very much alive in the hearts of the fan base. So it's it ended up becoming what I eventually, to this day, on some days, some games, regret more than others, which is I started taking requests. I started taking requests from people, and it's led to a very interesting journey. A journey that has unfortunately dominated my life and become the thief of so much sleep, work-life balance, and many nights of horrible, wrecked sleep schedules, missed appointments, fan battles, and unique interactions online with groups of people that I may or may not ever want to have met, and some that I did. It's not all bad. But I can say, I can thoroughly point the finger to Danganronpa for setting me on that path. There is a timeline where I did not take Danganronpa and I did not go ahead and make any other videos. I just made those three series and I disappeared from the internet. So there's that. Oh, there's a gotcha game for Danganronpa? Of course there is. There's a gotcha game for everything. Why am I not surprised? But yeah, that's my very quick intro story to Danganronpa, my personal relationship with it. I've only played each game once, and I played them all for the purpose of recap. Technically, I did a weird experiment, and with Danganronpa Zero, I did that as well, which was basically a glorified book report, because it's not even a visual novel. A visual novel has at least some gameplay elements. Danganronpa Zero is a straight up light novel. It's a straight up light novel that I did a book report on. And so, yeah. Oh, Danganronpa S, the new one on Switch. Isn't that just like basically just a what if funsies little it's like the side games on the base games where you just kind of like just have all the characters from everything, just have fun, chill out, and just play games and raise your relationship skills. Is that all it is? Pretty sure it's not like an official thing. Because I bought it on the Switch actually. I just bought it for posterity. I'm like, okay, I think it's just a side game. Either way, we're not covering Danganronpa S because I'm pretty sure it's just a non-canon side fun game. But what is canon in Danganronpa, you know? But yeah. So, like I said, it's been said before. Uh, is Mario Party Danganronpa characters? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Hopefully, get to unlock all the swimsuits. But anyway, first half of this is just going to be us chilling out, watching all the recaps, and then we're going to get down dirty and mean with these comparisons. No need for feelings, no need for fandom. We're gonna go ahead and just be as like coldly analytical as possible. It's gonna be great. And thank you all of you for joining. Decided to bring this over to the main channel after practicing with it. So if you do want to watch the other times that we did this with those other series, the other Memoriam series, which sounds worse than it is, then go ahead and in the description you can see the OBM Plays Live archive. That's where you can find the other watch-alongs. And we're gonna do more of these too. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. Don't get too pissed off and run away. Feel free to talk all the way, by the way. So, thank you. hope to see for Zero Escape, you will see that sooner rather than later because Zero Escape, I'm going to be on vacation this upcoming week, so I'm not going to be doing any streams. But when I come back, Zero Escape is the other series that I think is the only other series that I have left that's actually done. Like it's a dead series. Or dead seems a bit cruel, but it's a completed series. Like all the games that could be covered for it are covered. They're not making any more. And so we can go ahead and actually just reflect on it. So Zero Escape is the one that's next. And that'll be coming in a couple of weeks. Benjamin, don't know if I can be that coldly analytical. That's okay. I'm here to facilitate that discussion. I will take that burden for you. It's okay. I will cut deep. A couple weeks ago, I had to cut my beloved Chrono Trigger. I figured that if I can dissect Chrono Trigger as cold-heartedly as possible, I can cut anything. So we're gonna go and keep in mind when we watch these recaps, I like to set aside 5 basic pillars that when you think of Danganronpa specifically, what do you think of? What are 5 aspects that are shared across all of the games? In this case, we're only talking about the 4 games: 1, 2, Ultra Despair Girls, and V3. We're only talking about those 4 games. But what are 4 or 5 things that are common across all 4 of those games that make them feel and evoke the sense of this makes a Danganronpa game? And then those are the points with which we can we can speak to. And I'm going to tell you right now, the first video, the first couple, God, they were made so long ago. I can't stand looking at my old stuff. But here we go. We'll start.
Released by Spike Chunsoft in the year 2010 on the PlayStation
God,
Portable,
my mic is
director
so
Tatsuya
potato.
Marutani and producer
Which it was
Yoshimura
by then.
Terasawa worked together to bring writer
Let me see if
Kazutaka
the audio
Konaka's
balance is
story to
okay.
life. The murder mystery
I'm
visual
talking
novel
over
is set
myself.
apart with a vibrant pop art style
This was
with
also
torture
during the
horror
day when
elements
I didn't know
inspired by
how
movies
to
like Saw and Cube, and
I didn't know how to
psychological
balance
horror inspired
audio.
by
So if you're like,
Ghibli.
man,
For gameplay,
it sounds like
the game
he's
alternates
trying to
between
talk
2D
over the
gameplays,
music.
daily
It's
life,
true.
and
I had
life.
absolutely no idea
During
what I was
daily
doing
life, the
then.
game is
I
mostly
have a
composed of
very little
exploration,
idea of what I'm still
conversations
doing
with
now.
characters, and
So
scripted story beats.
the audio
During
balance
daily
was
life, the
absolute
game shifts to a much
garbage in
more
those eras.
comprehensive
I
investigation,
literally didn't know.
logic puzzles and minigames,
If
and
it gives
more
you any
trial
hope
context.
for anybody who wants to
The name
ever
of the
get
game
into
itself,
creating
Dungeon,
YouTube
meaning
videos,
bullet,
I
and
want to
Rampa,
let you know that in the
are
first
central
couple of
themes of
years
the
I was making
style of
video,
literally shooting
I
down
did
opposing
everything
arguments,
in
contradictions,
one
and
cut
testimonies,
because I
with
didn't know
or
how to
without
cut
evidence.
audio.
The
So
story
I
arc is
recorded
much more curious,
everything
so
in
let's
10
dive into
minutes, no
rehabilitation.
breaks. Mistakes
The
were
game
in, I
begins
just
with
did
Hokuto
what I could.
Ramune, or Hokuto
So
Academy,
if
a
I can
school
do
for
it,
the best of
anybody
the
can do
best,
it.
in which no one gets in except for the exceptional students deemed the ultimate in their field. These fields aren't purely academic either, with the ultimate
There's not an
title being
echo,
granted
is
in
there?
recognized
No,
fields
okay,
such
looks
as
good.
model, idol, athlete, and even delinquent, among others. Ironically, our protagonist, the unremarkably average Makoto, has
Yeah,
been
I know.
invited to
It
the
sounds
field
like me
solely
and a
by the elite
Sukan
and
yelling over
ultimately
the
lucky
music. That's
enough
really
to
how
be
bad it was.
one from random
Please,
selection
anybody
of
entering to
average
make
students.
YouTube, please learn to balance audio.
However,
Learn
as he
from my
steps into
mistakes.
campus for his first day at this prestigious high school, he blacks out. Waking up, he finds himself in a strange classroom where the windows have been bolted down and security cameras set up everywhere. He finds he's been locked in.
You have to remember, this was 2010, by the way.
To start school today as well. Makoto introduces himself to the
This
other
series
ultimate
is over a
students,
decade
Fumi
old.
the otaku,
This
Hiro
series
the
is
all-star
retro. If
athlete,
you want to feel
Sen
really
the
old,
model,
this is
Hooker the
considered
novelist,
retro
Ryotaka
now.
the
You're an old
prefect,
person if you
Mondo
played
the outlaw,
Danganronpa when it first
Jugo
came
the
out.
supermodel,
Hate to break it to you.
Yoko, who seems to be a mystery, Chihiro the programmer, Aoi the swimmer, Sakura the fighter, Byakuya the prodigal
Wesley, this is the
scion,
first recap video
Sugiura
you
the shaman,
watched?
and
Oh
Celestia
well,
the
thank you.
gambler. As they try to assess the situation, a silhouette of a bear appears on a nearby TV and ushers them into the gymnasium.
It's
There,
nice to
hit
know
by a
that even
strange
back then,
asymmetrically remote-controlled
I
bear
never
by the
spoke
name
too
of
fast,
Akuma,
everyone else
who
just
lays
thought too
claim to
slow.
all the
Good to know
students
that was
there as the new
consistent.
headmaster.
That still hasn't
He
changed.
explains their new circumstances, by which, because they are such
One thing I
valuable
do want to
members of
compliment, this is not
society,
in
being
the
locked
ratings
here
part at
risks
all. This
their
is
own lives for
completely
safety.
subjective.
Unexpectedly,
But I
he also
really
finds that
love
this
the music
arrangement is
of
to be for the rest
Danganronpa.
of their lives. However, their isolation need not be permanent, as he teases
They got
that
these
his
jazz
way
beats, they got
permitted
these
to leave
pop
the
beats,
school.
they got these
In
swing
order to
beats.
graduate and
The
leave
music
the
was
academy
so
alive,
on point.
he must kill someone else.
I really enjoyed. I like how they just
In the
got
shock and
into it
protest,
too.
Mondo
That was
grabs
one thing that I always
Monokuma
liked
in
about the
outrage. In
pacing
response,
of
Monokuma explodes,
Danganronpa, because when it
leaving
first came
Fumi
out, it
heading
was
back on her way
immediately,
just in
you
time.
know, it was
Another
immediately
Monokuma
compared
arrives to
to
replace
Ace
the first,
Attorney.
affirming his
Everyone's like,
superior
oh, it's like a
ambition and
deadlier
ability to push anyone
anime
to
version
attention.
of Ace Attorney, even though Ace Attorney's
Proceeding,
pretty
he
anime.
hands all of them their
And that's true for some of it, but that's really not really representative because, yeah, there's the trial part, but you still have the whole other part where you're basically in the school life part. You're going around, you're doing what they call the dating sim, and even back then, dating sim was like a weird term, or at least it was to me. Um, because like, what exactly is dating sim game? You know, that really wasn't that common or mainstream. Even now, I think it's pretty niche. But even now, I'm not exactly too sure what they mean by dating sim. I think what they usually seem to mean is you can talk to a bunch of people, and there's a measurable relationship bar with those people, and as you increase it, they change their mood, their dialogue, and sometimes even give you perks. But somehow all that gets lumped into the term dating sim. I feel it's a very inappropriate term because I think that sort of social factor needs to have a new label tied to it.
She realizes that her status as an idol will be compromised if she stays here too long, and is willing to do anything to maintain her dream. However, a few days pass and everyone is getting along uneasily, much to Monokuma's boredom.
See, you just turned 38? Well then high five, keep it going, man.
And passes out movies for them to watch and expresses the only thing he wants from them is simple despair. On Makoto's DVD, it shows him his loving family, and then a horrible scene of his
But
house.
Ace Attorney is another series that I want to get into recap. This actually was practice in my mind for eventually doing Ace Attorney. I always wanted to do Ace Attorney, but I never thought of I never knew of like how I would do that because it didn't follow a traditional format, you know, a very straightforward sort of plot line like you do on traditional RPGs or action games. This, I think, was really good. What I loved about Danganronpa that they said in developer interviews is they placed the most amount of effort in the game on the beginning, which I think is great. And it's not that it's front-loaded to like some games where like everything good is in the first like bit of the game and then just kind of steadily gets more stale as it goes on. No, with Danganronpa, they set the tone, they set the pace, they set the characters, and they set the overall motif, which is basically lies and deception, right off the beginning. And if you've ever watched like killing game movies, which I have, you know, I like a lot of the more popular killing game movies. Like besides, I think one of my favorite one is probably actually. It's funny that nowadays, like, what is it, Squid Game, which I still haven't seen, came back in popularity. And I remember when seeing that, I was like, oh, this killing game is so like cool and trendy. I'm like, oh my god, it's 2010 again, and killing games are back in. What I liked in Danganronpa is they set up the misdirects already, like with Junko, quote unquote. You know, you have the girl right here who basically is they kind of, you know, show her that she is going to be maybe a major character or a romantic interest. Somebody's going to stick around, you know. And then she dies. Bam! Right there. First victim for the first case. And they set up that kind of trend where they set up the main character to be kind of framed. They do that in all of them, which is kind of cool. And then, of course, a favorite of the fan base, which I always thought was kind of a unique spin that makes it very much like Danganronpa, is these very elaborate, very over-the-top, you know, executions, where they're just, it's so ridiculous, and at the same time kind of terrible, that at that point completes a cycle. Like, this chapter is basically complete the cycle where you introduce the characters, you give a little bit of social time, because you can't just kill off a character nobody cares about. That's not good. What you gotta do is you have to give them a little bit of time with the characters, you know, give people time to learn a little bit more about them, you know, drink in a little bit of their personality, you know, learn more about what makes them tick, what you like, what you dislike, where they stand. And then when you start, you know, developing those biases, that's where you start killing them off. And they don't do it just once, they do it twice. First you get the victim, and you really hope that the person you like isn't a victim. And then you have the trial, where somebody else is the person who killed it, and you have to point the finger and get them dead. And that itself is another bit of emotional damage that I think Danganronpa is so well written that way. And then you have to do it all over again. You go back to playing nice with everybody, and then you gotta, you know, see somebody or a couple people die, and then you gotta point and get somebody else dead. And you really hope at some point, and you can't avoid it. There's something likable about most of the cast. You don't have to like the entire cast, but there's something likable about most of the cast. And you're going to basically feel a little bit if somebody dies for whatever reason, or you're the reason why they die.
witness set off a wave of envy in the mentally weak but physically strong Mondo. He snapped and killed Chihiro in his moment of weakness, and Monokuma scoffs that none of them know what real strength is.
What's also
At
an
his
important
execution,
part
he's
of these
electrocuted while
games
riding inside of a
is
motorcycle
the
death
concept
cage
of the
to the point where
mastermind,
he was
because you can't have a
liquefied and
good
turned into
death
fire.
game without having a very
Afterwards, when asked
compelling
why he
host.
endangered all
The
of them by
mastermind is
tampering
an
with the
important
crime,
part.
Miyake
And
is
besides the
actually
person who
witnessed the
plays the
crime, making
mastermind,
the entire mystery
the
over
host of it,
before any final
the
decision.
Monokuma and Monokuma
He intended to
family
bring
and
Toko forward and
derivatives,
reveal the
that's an
actual
important
weapon
part
at
of
the
it
last
too. I
second,
really do
and
think
Makoto
that
actually solved both mysteries
the
anyway.
personality
With
type,
this,
even though it's
Stacy
so
now knows
common
who to watch
across
out for
so
when
many
he
death
decides
games
to
to
be
have
brave,
that
as
sort
he
of
has every intention of winning
taunting,
this game.
figurehead,
To the remaining 10
that
students,
that
Monokuma
role
seems to
has
have
to be
who
fulfilled,
confirms
wouldn't you
her
say?
connection
I
to
think it's a
mystery
very
16th
important
student,
part.
whom he
Doesn't
intends to
matter if
use as
it's,
a trump card later. The next day,
like
as
the
more
puppet from the
investigation of the
Saw
school continues,
movies,
they find
or
a
it's
photo of three
Monokuma,
victims so far
like you
in a
need to
casual
have that
setting
sort
not
of
necessarily
figurehead
within the
that's there,
school.
that sort of
This seems rather strange since
interface
those
with
three didn't
you, the
seem to actually know
audience,
each other before
and the
this incident.
mastermind, and
Later,
the
they find a school
the
laptop Chihiro left
menagerie of
with an
victims.
AI he created called Alter Ego that he left running to break the heavily decrypted files concerning the school on this laptop. Later,
Would I consider doing a
invites
recap
them
of
to the gym
Blaze
again,
Blue?
this time
See,
offering $10
I would have to know a
million
lot
in
more
the
about
personal
Blaze Blue.
graduates. While no one initially seems
I've only played a
persuaded by the
couple of
software,
Blaze
they
Blue
find
games.
someone has stolen the secret
Enough to
inside,
know that like
possibly
other
a
series, like they
invisible
do
woman.
have
And later,
overarching
someone dressed up
plot
like Giant
lines
Robo
and
costumes
character
going
stories
around
that carry
robbing
on, and
people
there
with the rest
is
of
an
the
overall sort of
Ringers.
timeline and plot of
Celeste is
events.
the first bludgeoned with a small mallet, and
But
Hifumi
that,
Kiyotaka killed with a significant
I'm not
murder
there
weapon.
yet. I'm not there yet.
However,
I
upon
might practice. I need to
investigation, it seems
practice
Hifumi
with
was
that
actually
type of
just barely
narrative
holding on to
design,
life, and
because
might
that
have
type
got
of
the
narrative
killer's
design
names to
is
be
kind of
Yasuhiro,
unique to
who
fighting
happens to be
games.
found stuck in the robot costume. As the trial ensues, their
I
investigation
like in
discrepancies
each one of
between the
these
dead body
mounting
and when
cases,
they were killed
the
was
overall
discovered
motif of
reveals a deeper
Danganronpa
plot.
is always
They
deception and
unravel that
lies.
Hifumi made a deal with
And it's not
two
just
villains
deception
to
and
kill
lies of the
Kiyotaka,
mastermind
and
to
they
the
would
victims.
cooperate so
Deception and lies, like
Yasuhiro
this
could
was a
go home.
really good case. I
During
like
this,
that.
they made the
Where
costume,
they try
drug
to fake
Yasuhiro,
out the
and
time
off
of
to the
death,
side.
fake out the victims,
Then
and
they
then
attacked
it
the poor
turns out
Kiyotaka
that
with a massive
there was a
mallet
real
and
victim and a
hit
real
as well.
time that conflated all
Then
of
they
it.
started
I
constructing
really
a
thought that
serial
was
crime
well
in which
done.
progressively larger
Every
numbers
single
were used to
instance,
attack
there
the
was a
students,
new
with
type where
Hifumi
like
faking
what
his
you
own
see is
injuries.
not what you're
As the
getting.
rest of the group was chasing the red herring
Each of the
trail,
cases were
Hifumi then
pretty
faked his
damn
own
well
death
done
at
in
the same
Danganronpa 1.
time as the group was being led
I
to
also love
discover
the art
Kiyotaka's
style,
body.
and I love this,
After
the part
using
where
his
like
own
they're
murder,
explaining the case. I
as the
love
group
that
was
unique
investigating
art style as
Kiyotaka's
well,
body in preparation
where
for
it's very
trial,
comic
Hifumi
booky, very
snuck out,
exaggerated,
thus
thick
distracting
lines,
everyone again to search for
exaggerated
Risano's corpse.
faces.
Meanwhile, he was actually relocating Kiyotaka's body once more to further confuse
You
the
know, the
investigation.
onomatopoeia.
And that was when his partner chose to betray him and murder him for real. With
I thought that was
this,
such a
the
cool
rope
way
crime
of
would actually be masked as the
exposition.
first crime the group
One
was
of the
still
things I'm the
solving,
biggest critic of in
complicated by
exposition
Hifumi's
is I
twisted
hate
body.
flat, boring
By the time the
exposition.
group found him,
One of the
he had
worst
only
things I
strength to
hate
reveal
in
that
any
he
game.
had actually
It's
died,
so boring.
thus
It's so
triggering the next
normal.
trial
You
for this
don't even
murder.
blink twice when
As
it
it turns
happens.
out, this double
But the
blind,
most normal way
double-crossing,
is
double
when
murder
two
was
characters or a
concocted
group of
solely by the
characters
ultimate
all
gambler,
just stare
Celeste.
at the one
It turns
person who's
out it was by
talking
the
or
real name,
explaining
Takeo
or
Yasuhiro,
vomiting exposition on the floor, and everyone
Hifumi
just
actually
stares at
correctly
them.
pointing out
There's
her
no
own.
reactions.
As for
There's
Makoto,
no
he
engagement.
really
There's
did
no
want the plot to
interactions,
tempo,
reactions.
her
People aren't
journey
doing
to
normal
the
things.
castle
That's not how you
surrounded by
carry on
gorgeous
normal
maidservants.
conversations in real
As her
life.
execution,
Nobody
it
talks like
begins as a
this,
Versailles-style
you know?
witch-burning, but at the
But I
last
love
second
when
of
we
her
have
being
things
burned
like this
alive,
where
the speeding fire truck
it's a
careened
much
in
more
and made it to
vibrant,
head-on.
I want to
To
say
spare the
dynamic
aftermath,
form
we
of
check to see that
conversation
Alter Ego is close to cracking the
where we're
software
experiencing the
door,
story,
and
we're hearing an
Kyoto helps
explanation, but
Makoto
we're not just
discover
getting a
hidden room
flat
within
wall of
Hippo's
text or
stone,
somebody just
warning them not to
having a
leave this
huge
place.
text box that we have
After
to
getting
go
attacked
through.
by a
That would be the
mysterious
norm.
assailant, Makoto then sees Sakura fighting with Monokuma in defiance of some sort of agreement with the bear, though the bear reminds her that he still holds the hostages
Sakura
in his
being a
hand.
unit.
As the survivor count drops to 7, Makoto questions if Sakura is the real mole among them, and during additional exploration, he finds yet another strange picture of a pleasant scene with deceased victims in it. In addition, Alter Ego has finished
Still
its
loving
correction
this music,
job,
by the way. The
revealing
music
this
in this
academy
in this game is so
intentionally
good.
structured like this in response to a mysterious disaster that occurred a year ago.
Rogue Galaxy
The
recap,
next day,
absolutely.
Monokuma
Rogue
gathers them
Galaxy
all
has
together,
absolutely
this time
been
not
on
necessarily
the
to provide a murder
on the
incentive,
docket
but
for
to
quite a
publicly
while.
announce that his planted mole
I
is
do have
in
to
fact
say though
Sakura.
that
In
I've
fact, Sakura
tried
confirms this to be
recently, you
true,
may have
and her
noticed, but
mission
I've
was to kill
tried
one of them.
testing
However,
my
she has
limits.
every
I
intention of
want to
finding the puppet
expand my
master.
ability from
In
doing like
addition, the alter
twice
ego
a month
program now wants to
recaps. By the
connect to the
way,
school's
back
network
when
and try to
Danganronpa
find
first
a way
came
out.
out and I was doing
Despite
it,
the
I'm
very
still
strong
sort
reasoning,
of doing
they're
this
not
as a
lucky per
hobby,
se.
but
Makoto and
much
Kyoto
more serious. I would
vanishes,
like
but are
to,
soon found by
get
Aoi,
to the
who hurries
dream
them
and
to
do
help
this full
Sakura,
time.
who was sealed
But
inside the
back
replica.
then, I was
Looking strangely
doing.
slumped over, their fears are confirmed when
I want to say I
Sakura is
was in
indeed
grad
dead.
school at
When
the
conducting
time.
forensics, they find a few
I
external
think I was
wounds, but
finishing up
mostly a large amount of
grad
blood vomited
school,
out by her, and this
something
indeed
like
is a
that.
locked room
No,
murder.
no.
The next trial investigation ensues,
Yeah,
with
no,
more
I was
clues to
already out by
uncover.
then.
But Byakuya, Toko, and
This
Yasuhiro
was
all
when I
having
was working
received
full time
invitations from Sakura to meet in the rec room, and all
at
three deny going.
a supervisor
After
job. That's
questioning
right. That's right. I
everyone,
remember this.
especially those
So
three,
at this
the events
point, I
begin to fall
think
into
this was
place.
during the era
Sakura
when
invited
you
all
would get
three to
one
meet with her in
recap,
the
like
rec
pretty
room.
much
Toko arrived before everyone else,
maybe
but was
once
nervous
every
as
other
he hid in
month,
the locker in the
like
room.
once every three
Sakura
months
then
even. Like
arrived,
that was my
followed by
posting schedule.
Yasuhiro,
I would
who
post like
mistakenly
5 times a
thought she was
year.
going to kill him. He grabbed a nearby bottle off the wall and smashed her on the head with it
I
and
was
set to
work
work planning
focused
the
again
red
on
herring
doing
to
like the
pin his
Final
supposed murder
Fantasies.
on
Like
Toko.
Danganronpa I considered
However,
a
Toko
distraction.
saw all of this
But
and
what kept
knew
me
he
going with
might get him,
Danganronpa
so
after
she
the
left the
initial game
locker
is that I
after
liked this
Yasuhiro
first
left
game.
and hid
I
the
was
clue
like,
he
I kind of
forged.
want to see more of
As it
this. Oh,
turns
they have
out,
other,
Sakura was only
like when
days
Danganronpa
below,
2, for
and
example,
when
came
she
out
woke
later
up, she
to the
startled
States
Toko
because it
with
was
fainting.
already out in Japan.
However, her
But it
serial
took
killer
like
persona
five,
was
six
over,
years to
and like
come to the
Yasuhiro,
States.
grabbed another bottle and smashed
When
Sakura
it
on the
eventually
head with it.
came over, I was like, oh,
Like
dude, I'm ready.
Yasuhiro,
Like,
she
let's
thought
have
she
more
killed
of this.
Sakura
I'm
and left
down.
before
So
realizing
I
she
became a
also
fan
only hazed her.
actually.
Sakura came to once more, came to a
And
decision, sealed herself in the
going
rec
back
room
to
herself,
today,
and
I
with the
tried
poison
doing the
she
thing where I
herself
wanted
obtained
to
from
see
the
if I
school
can put
lab,
out,
drank it to
in
commit
some way,
suicide.
shape, or form,
Later, when everyone discovered the body,
4
Aoi
videos
saw
a
the
week.
poison bottle and switched it with the
And I
protein powder
found that
she had
while it
suspicion
is
to herself
possible,
and
it
saved
is
face with
so
Sakura, her friend.
draining and I burn
When it came
myself
to
out.
revealing the killer, it is indeed
I
Sakura who
can't
killed
keep
herself.
up that pace,
The reason Aoi
realistically.
tried to
I
sabotage
can't,
the
it's just
trial and get
beyond
everyone
me.
killed
So what
by
I'm doing
convincing
is I'm now gonna
everyone
go
is
down to
because she
like
saw the despair of
3.
Sakura's suicide
Roughly
mission
every 10
out
days
and
is like my
realized Sakura was
schedule.
trying to
Don't
make amends and
put
help
that in
everyone,
stone,
except at the fault of
because you know I've
causing
never
division among
committed to
friends by
a
being
schedule.
evil,
Like
as
they
well as
come out when they
refusing to
come out.
partake in his death
But
game
I
any
do
longer.
my best with each
Aoi
one.
felt the group stalked
But
all
every
over
10
Sakura's
days
trust,
is
and they
roughly
should
it.
all have to suffer the same fatal punishment like she did. However, this was another of Monokuma's tricks, as he forged that suicide letter to
I
rob
love how there's
Aoi.
so many tricks. All the
Instead,
characters
the real
trying to
suicide
trick
note
each
comes
other,
out,
trying to get
in which
one
Sakura
over on each
explains
other
Monokuma
by the
held
time that they're
entire
also trying to
dojo
get one
hostage
over
since day
in
one,
terms of
and
lying and
ordered her to
deceiving to
agree
get
to be
away with the
involved.
murder,
At
or in
first, she
this
was ordered to
case,
start the
the
death game with
closed
the first
room
murder,
murder
but
is
since
actually
Sayaka
just a
started the murders,
suicide.
Sakura was on standby.
A
Over
way to
time,
break
Sakura
the
became a
game.
friend to the others and could not
Very
stand
clever.
by
I
as
like it
mental
when we
stress
have
was taking a toll on them
these
and
murder
conflict
mysteries
was
and they're
constant.
so very
She
cleverly done.
sacrificed herself to not only
You
end the
really
strife
can't
about
look
the
at
bull
them
business,
at base
but
value. I
also
really
free
love
her
that.
clan and remind everyone they're all precious friends. Still, despite Makoto and Kyoko figuring out everything again, Monokuma still wants to punish someone, so he shocks them all by demolishing a laptop with alter ego on it, proving he was actually wise onto their scheme all along. Afterwards, it also
It's just
comes
a
out that
dramatic way of
Monokuma has done
smashing that
something to all
laptop.
of their bodies,
And you
but
kind
leaves
of,
it at
and that's the
that.
thing too that's very
That night,
prevalent in
Kyoko wakes up
Danganronpa
Makoto in the
is
middle
the
of the
dark
night to
comedy.
investigate the data processing
Like,
room
yeah,
of the
there's a lot of
school. They're
seriousness
interrupted by
here,
Monokuma
and they
and
do
her
talk
tree,
about
but
world
before going
events
to
in a very
bed, she reveals
macabre
to
way, and
Makoto that there is
the
a
whole
hidden
theme of
sentient student,
despair,
Kokoro
the dramatic
Kurosawa,
element
the
of
ultimate
despair,
and that they should
but
beware of her.
and then
The
hope
next
versus
day, as they
despair.
explore
At the
previously
core
missing rooms,
fundamental
they
part of
find
it,
one
it's
that looks to
about
be an old and
lies.
deliberately untouched crime
It's
scene in
about
the
lies
aftermath of a massacre.
and how
They
people will
surmise
take
that
it,
this
cope
must be
with
the
it,
victim's
deal with it.
malfunction that caused the school to be shut down. In
There's actually a
addition,
lot of
they
very
note a pickaxe in
insightful
the
stuff.
garden
Crazy
happened to find the
Diamond.
same phrase "Crazy Diamond" carved into it. The same phrase is on the back of the biker Mondo's jacket for some reason, and a survival knife that they agreed to leave in Makoto's safekeeping. The next day, Kyoko reveals to Makoto that Sakura left
See,
them one
people,
last gift before killing
when they
herself.
first saw it, I was like, is that a
It was breaking
JoJo
a lock
reference?
onto the previously
And at the
inaccessible
time that I
headmaster's
wrote
office.
this,
Taking
no.
advantage of the night they distracted
I just
Matsuri
included it
with
because I
their
thought it was
visit
kind
to
of a
the data
funny
processing
thing.
room, Kyoko actually
You know, that they
secretly
put
stole
Crazy
the
Diamond
key
here.
that Monokuma
I
had
didn't
found.
even, like,
Kyoko then goes
read or
undercover
watch
for the next few
JoJo at
days
this
to keep
time.
Monokuma
That actually
from
came
finding her,
later.
causing everyone
I'm
to
very
know
much
what
caught
became
up on
of her,
JoJo
or
now,
how she
and
has managed to
so
stay
I'm
under
going to
the radar.
retcon and say
Later
that
that
it's
night,
not,
Makoto
but it
startled
would
when he
have
found a
been.
masked person standing
Because
right next to
absolutely
his
something I would
survival
throw
knife
in there. I
hand,
love
and the
JoJo.
next morning, it turns out the rest of the group was up all night dismantling an inert
So
Monokuma they found.
absolutely
As they
consider it
dissect
a
the mechanical
JoJo
mirror, they find
reference.
it
Because it
incredibly
totally
advanced,
is.
but
Let's be
still
for real.
remote-controlled, so it's possible the puppet master controlling him is unable to do so currently for some reason. Sensing a lapse in security, Byakuya
And
urges
through
them to
each
take
of these,
defensive and infiltrate the headmaster's
what I love
office
that they
now.
do is that
They think to use the pickaxe they
sure,
found earlier to pry open the door, but as soon as they
Makoto
push
is
the button
absolutely
again,
like
Makoto
the
finds
main
his
dude.
masked assailant Meanwhile,
However,
stabbed with a survival knife.
the fact
Tucker
that
moves
he
in to remove the
interacts
mask off
so
the ceiling,
commonly or
opening it.
brushes up
The suddenly, the
personalities
cult
so much against
explodes.
the others, I
After
just
putting
love
out
it.
the
Toko
fire,
just
the
goes
body's
flying
now
from
too
that.
charred
I
to
think that was probably the
recognize.
one time I
Upon
literally laughed
investigation,
out
they
loud
find yet another
in this
mysterious
game. I
key,
was like, oh,
which
that's so
apparently
funny.
leads to the data processing room.
And just nobody
Checking the room
cares.
immediately, they find it's the master surveillance room the puppet master was using to watch all of the
is
security
is
cameras
is the
over
way the
school.
personalities are so well
Furthermore, the
defined and they
DTV
brush up
connected to
against each other.
antenna
That sort of
suggests that they
friction
now have a way to watch the outside
really,
world.
really
However, when they
defines
turn it on, all they
how
see is
well the
themselves on
dialogue is
camera,
done here.
which seems strange. Shocking all of them is
People
Monokuma,
feel
popping
fluid,
in and
people feel
explaining
dynamic,
everything,
the
playing dead in
conversations
order to
feel
give them hope
organic.
again,
It's really well
just
done.
to dash in
And
and
then
find
here's
them
this
in
whole
an
part again where, like,
anti-scare. It reveals
surprise,
the TV
you thought
version
you were in a
of
killing
Future,
game, you
as
were,
every
but you
moment of their
thought you
trials and
were
tribulations
outside,
in
but
this
that's
new
not what we're
escape
talking
campaign are
about.
all being broadcast
Reality
live to an outside
TV,
audience.
which
In fact,
ironically
the
ends up
clips
becoming a
all of the
thing
progress
later.
they thought they were making, including the evasion of this room, has actually been per design all along for the sake of his extreme reality TV. In fact, he's here to hand them the new forensic details for the body they found and declare
The
a new
amount of
trial for
secrets
them all
too was
soon.
kind of cool. There was good game design, even
The
for this
file
just
doesn't
being the way that
identify
it
the victim this
was,
time, so for now they
where
can only
it's a first
investigate what they
person
have.
sort of
The
walking
corpse does seem
around,
to have fake nails on, as well as a
finding
strange tattoo
clues,
of a
talking to
wolf.
people, building
They then
relationships, giving
investigate
gifts, like
Kyoko's
all that
room,
sort of
wherein they find a
inane stuff
student
to the
register
side.
from Makuro Ikusaba, the ultimate mercenary. In addition, they find a key in a room that leads to a locker
I
with
like to
arrows and some
think,
bloody crumpled
and I
paper.
feel kind of bad because in the
Makuro was also
beginning of
part of an
recaps,
elite
I
group
was
called Fenrir,
pretty
an incredibly
okay
powerful group of
with
mercenaries where each member was
fan
very strong and
translations,
talented soldiers.
but
Though,
ironically,
at the
I
time
keep
of his
using that
last
word. I
trial
don't know if
last
I'm
year,
using that word
Kyoko
properly right
makes her
now, but
appearance, shocking everyone.
I think it's
This
funny
also
that
means the corpse is indeed Makuro Ikusaba, and Kyoko is the only
Danganronpa,
reasonable
because I
suspect.
used the fan
In fact,
translated
as the trial
version,
progresses, the
and
circumstances of the
Danganronpa
case
ended up
point
becoming
very
very
heavily towards
popular
Kyoko,
in
even
general,
despite the fact that
I
it comes out
actually
that she
regret
saved
using the
Makoto
fan
from the masked
translated
assailant in
version.
his room.
Some
However, in
people
clearing
like
Kyoko,
that, but I think
Makoto
just
opens
the
holes in his own alibi, meaning he's the only
the
possible
official
suspect.
release is the one people are more
However, he
familiar
points
with,
out this entire trial scene
and
is
so
suspect,
I
as it's with
told
someone they've
myself
never
since
even
then
met
I'm never
before,
going to
making
use
it
fan
seem like a
translated
trap on the
anything
puppet
again.
master.
And so
In
there are a
fact,
lot of other,
Monokuma
games
suspiciously
that we
ends the
never see
trial early and
stateside, but
forces
there
him to
have
look for the
been
culprit before he can pursue them like
purportedly
thought,
really
meaning he
good
has
fan
no choice but to
translations
point to
for,
Makoto.
and I'm not going to use
Monokuma
them.
even
Sorry,
wishes the
hard rule.
punishment on him, sending him
They
down a
fake out of the
conveyor
main
belt
character
towards a
death
dying
right
crusher
here
in the name of detention.
with the
But at the
rigged
last second,
trial.
before he's flattened,
The rigged
the
trial
alter
is
ego
kind of
AI
a
hacks
recurring
the
element
execution
too.
and suspends the crusher, allowing Makoto to be dropped safely away. Monokuma is shocked at the sudden hack,
I
but
love
plans
the
to
sort
change
of
nothing. The next thing he
puppet-like
knows, Makoto wakes up
animation
among
that's
the
done
trash
for
beneath the
these.
school,
Very
and soon
pop-up
Kyoko finds
storybook,
herself
sort of
powerless and
moving
tries to save
along,
him like he saved her during the
like
trial.
on joints. Like I don't know
She
why
reveals her
it's
ability that got into the school is that she's
appealing.
the
I think the
ultimate
use of
detective,
colors and
and her mission
animation
is
here
finding
is
the headmaster of
simplistic
this
but very
academy,
effective.
because he's her father.
I love that the
However,
execution
despite
device in the
what
very
Monokuma
opening of the
claims,
movie was
the
not only
headmaster is
canon
not
and
the
universe,
puppet
like it's
master portrayed in the
relevant,
death game.
but it's just
In
also
fact,
just
the
a
last trial
recurring
went
sort of
far
Easter egg
since
to the
some
side
of
of
the
the story.
students
Like
killed
nobody
Kyoko,
talks about it
so it was all
directly,
to frame
but you,
Kyoko
the
as
player,
revenge for
know
stealing
about it.
Monokuma's key.
I like this
Furthermore,
sort of
while the student
insertion
Makuro
as well.
Ikusaba
It's
was
very
known as the ultimate
almost
despair, she wasn't
Chekhov's
the only
gun.
one, as there
Good.
was two people who were involved in the horrible malfaction that happened over a year ago. As they escape, they decide to confront Monokuma directly, pressuring him with the knowledge that he was breaking his own rules for the sake of revenge,
I
not for the
don't
integrity
like
of the
it,
Death Game show. Kyoko proposes a new
but I
challenge,
do
since
like
the verdict of the
the
last trial didn't
anime
count, and that is to win through
renditions
their
of a lot
hope
of these
versus the
characters. I
Academy's
do not
despair.
like the anime
Monokuma
for
agrees,
Danganronpa
saying
1.
that they
I
can
think the
solve
anime
all
for
the Academy's
Danganronpa 1 is
mysteries,
trash.
then he'll admit defeat
If
and
you
they can
liked it,
leave. Otherwise,
my
they'll all be
condolences, but I think
executed.
you like some trash.
Interestingly, though, this means the
I don't think
Makuro
you're a trash
Ikusaba
person.
murders
I
may
just
still
think
be
you like the
solved,
trash
as
anime
it really was
adaptation.
committed by a student here,
It's okay.
despite the last mistrial.
They're
As
not
they
all
investigate
winners.
the last few areas of the school, they are shocked to find the remains of the last headmaster, Kyoko's father, which morbidly confirms her father is not the puppet master torturing them, and has actually been thinking of Kyoko until his dismal, mysterious end. In truth, his death was actually the death the audience witnesses as a prologue to the entire game. Makoto grabs his master keycard and continues on, finding lockers that haven't been used since the last massacre. He finds among them lockers belonging to Kyoko and Yasuhiro, but it makes little sense why they're here to begin with.
Best
Further
fan
investigating
translated games,
reveals
anything by Ted
Monokuma's
Woosley.
code,
That's harsh.
as well as
I
additional
know
information on
the
Makuro Ikusaba
ever
and Headmaster's
constant
office.
debate
Turns out she has
with
superhuman resistance
fan
and endurance,
translated versus
surviving
official
battlefields from
translated.
scratch,
They're
and
never
dangerous
gonna
enough as
find a middle
soldier to
ground.
keep even the headmaster constantly on guard.
Localization
Given the
teams
physical profile
are.
revealed, it's also possible
There have been
that the
times when
background
they've
may
done
not
their
even
own
be
thing,
Makoro's.
and
This
it
seems
works or
reinforced
it
by the
works
fact that
better.
in the morgue they find later,
But then you're always going to
Makoro
have that
body was
dissatisfaction
preserved
by
instead of
purists
pretend that she
who are
knew
like, it needs to
Monokuma
be
interrupts the
literally
and reveals to them another
interpreted,
photo, this time
which
of the 15
again,
ultimates except for
that's
Makoto,
completely
all
ignoring
happening in
stuff
a
that can be
world-class
lost in
setting, but wearing a
translation,
different
or
school uniform.
the fact
After
that
that,
our
Makoro finds
cultures
the
are
DVD
different
with
in
other
how
students,
we
including
receive
himself,
different
and agreed with
ideas
the
or
headmaster,
words or
agreeing to stay at the
objects or
academy, potentially
things, both
indefinitely, in a sort
tangible
of
and
contract.
intangible.
However,
Like,
Makoto
I
has no
feel
memory of
there's
that
a lot
happening
of
at all.
gray area, and in that
As the
gray
time for the
area
final
is where we're
trial
going to
draws
get
near,
what we
everyone
get.
suddenly distances themselves from Makoto with an air of distrust among
In
them.
other words, you're not going to please
As the trial
everybody, so
begins, they
don't
all
try.
reveal they each have proof all of the others are in alliance against just them, each with their own photo of a school day in which just they are missing. Makoto then catches that these photos may not all be fake, so much so that they all have collective amnesia of not only this idyllic school life, but also their video agreement to stay at the school. Refocusing on the murder, the contradictions of of the Makuro murder are made clear when considering the morgue and its missing body, precisely because
The
there was
thing
a
that's
body
also
used
important, if you've
twice.
never played the
To be
games, if
specific,
you only
the
ever
body they thought belonged to Makuro
please
actually
don't say
belonged
watch
to
the
the
anime,
Junko death,
but if
who
you've
was killed
only
by
ever
Makuro as
like,
the
I don't know,
first victim.
casually
However,
seen
as
it
the
from a
recent
distance
body
or just
really
watched the
was
recap,
Makuro's, that logically
each
leads to
one
me
of these
believing the first
trials,
person
by the
killed
way, are
was actually
very
Makuro,
quick. They're just a
pretending to be
couple of
Junko,
minutes. They
when
are
Junko was still
very
actually alive.
fast. and
Between the cover-ups and
if
switch-ups,
you get
Makoto's
enough
confidence in
wrong,
actually
you just
Junko
go
proves
back and
ultimate
do it over
despair and
again
Puppet Master
in many
behind
cases. Like,
Monokuma.
it's
Found out,
surprisingly
Junko Enoshima,
forgiving.
the real one, finally takes the stage, revealing that the switch was possible because she and Makuro are actually twin sisters. She's always been a fickle
And
genius,
then we have the
thus
real
having
the
no problem
mastermind
using
Junko
her sister
Enoshima,
as a
who
tool
ends
for
up just becoming a
entertainment and
critical
betraying her
part for
just to make
pretty
things
much the
interesting for
entirety of the
fans.
series.
After all, both of them have the tide of ultimate despair, so being free to do anything and feel little for it comes naturally. However, with that mystery solved, there is still the mystery of
It
the
was
missing
both
memories.
third installment being
So
anime
far,
though.
each of the murders have been
I
themed.
agree,
The
but
first
I
was
also
personal
I'm one of those who
relationships, the
feels
second
that
was shameful
the
secrets,
Danganronpa
the
3
third was
anime
greed, and the
was
last was
the right
betrayal.
choice.
Junko refers to
And I'll
these
tell
as
you
appeal to
why.
many seeds of despair.
Danganronpa
She wiped
3
their memories tied to
should
these and more to give them a chance to
should
fill
have
their
been
voids
displayed
with
the way
hope,
it was, with the
all with
hope arc
deliberate
and the
intention of
despair
smashing
arc
that
and
despair.
the the
She
light and the
shows them
dark side,
seemingly
basically
absurd
going back
pictures
to the
of an
past
insane
and then the
outside
future
world
and back
dominated by
again,
Monokuma idols.
alternating
And
until we
strangely
get
enough,
that
this end
final
of the
hope
world has
episode.
verified as true
But
by the alter serial killer side of Toko.
I
As
think that was
incredible as it
appropriate
sounds,
because
the world ended a year
that
ago
was
in an
not
event known as the
a
Great Malfunction, where
trial-based
despair
set of
overtook
affairs.
humanity
There was
like
a
a plague
killing
and nearly
game, but it was
destroyed
not a
itself en masse.
trial-based set of
Makoto
affairs.
refuses
So
to
if they
believe
tried to
that,
do
since
it
they've been here for
like a
only a few
game,
weeks.
and
But
people
Junko
expected
reveals
that in
in a nutshell
Danganronpa
that they've
3 for it to
actually
be a
all been here for
trial-based game,
almost 2
that
years.
it
In
was
fact,
not
the last 2
appropriate. It
years
had
are
no
exactly
it
like
had
the
no
same
reason for being
memories.
there.
As much as they want to disbelieve that,
So
unfortunately,
I'm
all
fine
they
with the
have in
way that
place
it
to
did, where it
evidence
was
were
really just a lot of
photographs and model
setup,
contents, all
exposition,
proof
and then
otherwise.
resolution.
With forced
I think that
acceptance
was a
aside,
great way to cap
Junko
it off.
recounts the order of
Or
events.
was
2
it?
years ago, they
Because
were
it's
all
all about
accepted
lies and
to Hope Street
deception.
Academy as mankind's next wave of hope for the next generation. However, the Malefaction Despair Apocalypse occurred 1 year later,
I
killing
do have to
nearly
say though,
everyone
like
in the school
the
except for the
despair
class
arc
of
definitely
16
was a
who joined the
downer.
year.
I
Next,
definitely watched
Hope
this. I'm
began
like,
converting
I
the
actually feel
academy
pretty
into a
down.
self-sufficient shelter,
Although,
per the direction of the real headmaster, Kyoko's father.
yeah, screw it.
That's
We're,
why he
we're
had to
watching recaps. Who
volunteer
cares
and
about
agreed to
spoilers? It's
potentially
been
spend
out for
an entire
years and
life
years.
separate from the insanity
I
outside.
personally think the
However, the headmaster didn't
whole
kill
reason
Junko
this
with
entire
hypnosis.
plan
He
succeeded,
didn't
Junko
believe
Onishima's
that.
entire plan
That was when
succeeded,
Junko set its
was
plan to
because
crush the
she
absolute
tricked the
last
guy who
humanity's
makes
hope
anime
by
into
broadcasting the witch hunt while
hypnotizing
everyone still
everybody.
daring to hope for the
The
future.
fact that it was just
Their
anime
despair before
hypnosis, I
completely
think was
subside, and
stupid. I
ironically,
think
their
that's
lingering
dumb.
hope attracted those who
I
felt
thought I
the
was like,
same
that's a
out
really
into the
dumb
open in order to be
mechanic that the
slaughtered.
entirety
However,
of the
despite
world
all
was
that, Makoto
destroyed
stands up and
by
defies all that
anime.
despair and shoots hope into each of his forlorn allies,
I think you could
reforming
read
himself
into
into his
that,
new title, the
perhaps, if
Ultimate
you
Hope.
really wanted to, and I'm
United,
sure some
friends
people
resurge
have.
with new vision and
But I
energy
think
and
that was kind of
altogether lay
dumb.
down the final guilty verdict on Junko, forcing her
Are
to
we gonna
despair
watch
for
the
the
recap
first
of
time on
Danganronpa
her
Zero?
own.
No, because I want
Suffering
to
the
compare
cumulative
the games
punishments
to
and
each other,
executions
and that
imposed so
wasn't
far,
technically a
Junko
game. That was just a
Enoshima,
light
the
novel.
ultimate despair, is
It was a
figuratively
recap,
and
it was a light
literally
novel.
crushed by the ultimate hope. As the game ends, the survivors
I
gather
was always
before getting into
confused
the
about
school.
that part when they
To lay
killed
out now
Junko
before them,
Enoshima.
the
It's
surviving
like,
16
why
of
was
hope,
she
each with a new motivation
just
to recreate the world
immune to
before them,
all of the other
stand ready to face the
punishments,
future, regardless
but
of
a
fear or
good
fate.
old fashioned
Danganronpa,
giant
under
heavy
Happy
block
Habit,
smashing her
enjoyed the success of
works?
selling over
I,
500,000
I don't know,
copies
I didn't get
worldwide.
that.
Big
And
thanks goes
Chris
to Chris
Pollard,
for your donation
thank you,
and
thank you,
support of this
thank you.
episode.
Because of
Thanks.
you, we now have a lot of look at us, 2015. There was some executions that I need to get, so thank you, Nico B. Appreciate you for your playthrough of it. That I yoinked some of the animation footage that I couldn't get for myself because my recording was garbage back then. See, all I wanted to do was Resident Evil Final Fantasy. That's the life I wanted to live. It's the life I wanted to live. But Chris Pollard, you put me on this path of recapping what conceivably seems to be almost every single RPG majorly published over the last 30 years. Jesus Christ. I feel like there is an end in sight, but man, I don't know. Some days I'm like, oh god. And it's still just me. Please, why can't there be other people doing this? If somebody said if somebody ever came up and started doing recaps but like did them way better, would you stop? Absolutely. But I think for that reason, because these take so long, there's so much effort, and quite frankly, it's if I can criticize it, it's not very popular. It's I'm still very small, very not well known, still very amateur, and I recognize that a lot of times, a lot of the people I meet along the way with recap are usually just ones and dones. They just kind of come in, they get their question answered about what happened in the game, they move on, I never see them again. And from a sustainability business perspective, that's horrible. Like, you're not really. YouTube hates the type of format that I do. They don't like long formats. I don't talk about just one genre or franchise. I have several different sub-series about completely different games with completely different interest groups that aren't inherently searchable, you know? They're literally that, they're story recaps. And while they do serve a specific niche, it will always be useful, it will never be popular. And so I am chained to that fate. You know, someone who does recaps but makes parodies of them? So here's the thing, Gene. That's the entire reason why I made recap. The entire reason why I made recap was started by a very simple question. It was a friend asking me, "So what happened in Kingdom Hearts?" And we went on the internet, and all we found were a bunch of jokes, parodies, nutshell videos that glossed over like the actual core question for the sake of entertainment. So while they were funny and they were entertaining, they didn't really leave you with a sense of, okay, I fundamentally understand what happened in the first game. And so I'm like, wow, all these summaries suck. I'm just gonna make one myself, and I did. It's cut and dry, all killer, no filler, straight to the point. We talk about the play-by-plays, the major points, and we get out. So, if anybody ever wants to uh, interview what inspires you to make every single recap, I can say 100% of the time that the spirit of every single recap is anger and spite. It is anger and spite that gets poured into every single one of them. This entire series was founded on anger and spite. Because I'm like, oh, all these summaries suck. Why can't somebody just make just a freaking straightforward answer the question, what happened in this game? I want to watch a video and feel like I played this game without having played this game. Why can't nobody make that? And I don't want to watch a long play or a let's play. You know, I don't want to do all that. I want something that just cuts all the filler out and gets straight to the point. And it's like, nobody? Guess I gotta do this. Hey, BBB. Good to see you, man. You're the damn man, Oni. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, friend. Thank you so much for the generosity. And yeah, no. Griffin, nothing wrong with spite. Yeah. It's what fuels me. See, some people are positively motivated. I am a negatively motivated person. Nothing so dramatic as I suffering for my art, right? As always, I don't speak too fast, you just think too slow. Danganronpa 2, let's get into this.
2012 on the PlayStation Portable, director Takayuki Sugawara and
This
writer
one's low.
Kazutaka Kodaka worked together
Again, I
to
never
create
learned
the
how to
sequel
balance
to the
audio
murder
back
mystery
then.
visual novel of the same name. The game expands the events of the first game, revealing circumstances before and after, while maintaining mostly the same pace and format. For gameplay,
To me, Danganronpa 2 was such a surprise because while I really enjoyed the first game, I was like, where can you go from this? Are they going to do the same thing twice? How can you do the same thing twice? And I remember seeing the previews because, again, United States, we got this stuff way later. Who are these people? How is this in the same setting? And then you see Fat Byakuya. It's like, how did Byakuya get fat? Like, what's going on here? Is the prequels? Is the sequel? What's going on? Titty Typhoon? That's a great name for a bar. What's going on here?
To arrive at a decisive conclusion. The story only gets large from here, so let's cut it down to size with a recapitation. The game begins with a curious loading
And then
screen
this was
similar to an
just
old
such a
school
smart
PC
way
game,
to
and we
set
are
up
introduced to
all
our
the
new protagonist,
foreshadowing. Like,
standing
you go
before
and you're like,
Hope
that's a
Academy,
weird screen.
Still the pinnacle of hope
And
for
then you're going
society's
in, and
future.
I love,
Normally,
again, the
only way to
deception,
get
the
in is to be
fake
scouted
out,
by the school itself,
where
in so much by being
it
an
starts
ultimate at whatever you
exactly
do.
like
Our
the first
protagonist,
game.
The ordinary Hajime Hinata admits his circumstances
Oh
are a little
boy,
different.
Hope's peeking pad.
During his recount of his first
Can't
day
wait.
at school, his memory is
Oh,
suddenly
no.
fuzzy, and he finds himself in a classroom with 15 other students.
I
None of
love
whom
the
remember
art style
how they came to
aesthetic,
be here
again,
either.
of the main artist
They're
here.
all soon introduced to a pink magical girl rabbit named Musami, who claims to be their new teacher and chaperone of their school trip. As it turns out, the classroom they're in is a prop in the middle of a scenic tropical island.
I always
To the
never...
startled students, Usami tries to calm them down and explain that this trip is to actually help
Because when
everyone
Usami
grow
got
open their
turned
hearts.
into
In order to
Monami...
build bonds of friendship, they're actually
It was like,
assigned to
it was like a
relax, have
Monami?
fun, and generally enjoy
Monami?
themselves.
Like,
And it's a happy,
Monami?
heart-throbbing school
Like,
trip on
was
Danganronpa.
that supposed to be a pun? I never
Though
understood
Hajime
that.
doesn't remember
I
what
also
he
thought it was
ultimate
very
at, he meets
clever
the others,
that they
Nagito
used
the Luck
Makoto's
Star,
voice
Yoko the
actor for
traditional
Nagito
dancer,
because,
Akane
as
the
everyone knows by
gymnast,
now,
Nekomaru the
Nagito's
team
full
manager,
name
Mikuro
is
the photographer, Fuyuhiko the yakuza,
Nagi's
Ikan the
full
nurse,
name just
Ibuki
as
the
an
musician,
anagram.
Kazuichi the mechanic, Gundam the animal breeder, Byakuya the affluent prodigy, Peko the swordmaster, Chiaki the gamer, Teruteru the cook, and Sonia the princess. As
One thing that was
gathers
also very
everyone by
cool
the
was
beach,
tying the
Byakuya
visual
theorizes
aesthetics
this
of
island is
the
a real
Ultimate
place in
students
the
to each
Pacific
other. I
called
think they did a
Jabberwock Island,
nicer
given its
job in this
distinctive
one,
geography.
kind of putting them
But
more on
something
the
seems
nose
amiss.
versus
While
the
hanging
last
out at
one.
the beach and having fun, the sky suddenly darkens with unnatural clouds. Even Usami is
One thing that's
confused
also
as a silhouette of a
appreciated in
bear suddenly
Danganronpa
appears
2,
on a nearby
way more
TV
fan
and
service.
invites them all to Jabberwock Park. As they gather before the
For
giant
research
statues
purposes,
of
I
the
thought it
island's
was
mythical
okay.
guardian beast, the strange asymmetrical bear named Monokuma
Victoria, thank you
makes
so
his
much for the
entrance,
5.
once
You
again
are
proclaiming
wonderful.
himself the
Thank you,
headmaster
thank
of the
you.
school. He immediately expresses his
Hey, it came from the
displeasure with
heart.
glaring lack of
That
depth
is
and
what
despair
matters the
here,
most.
And Usami steps in to try
I
and
feel
stop
that.
him.
Thank you.
However, after the scuffle, Monokuma breaks Usami's magic stick, stripping her of her magical girl powers. As
And yeah,
punishment,
Gene,
he
you're
then
right. This is
changes
both
her
a
appearance
prequel
to
and a
dual tone like
sequel.
his,
That's
declares
kind of
her
hard
his
to
little
do.
sister, and even
You don't see
changes
that
her
too
name to
often.
Monomi.
One of the
Monomi
things
still
I
intends to
like
oppose Monokuma,
is
but the bear is still
Kazutaka
too strong
Kodaka.
for her. Now in
The
control,
way that
Monokuma changes the rules
they
of the game
write
to a killing school trip, shocking
is
everyone
so
with news
distinct
that they
because
want to
they
leave this
go
island,
out of their
and they
way
must kill
to
someone else and
tell
make
such
it through a
clever
class trial
lies.
without getting caught.
I love
As
that.
before, after
Some
a
of my
trial
favorite
examining
anime is
murder,
those
the
where
survivors
it's
vote on who they
about
think is the
players,
blackened
like,
killer.
the people
If they are
tricking
correct,
each
then
other
only
and
the
like
killer gets
outsmarting
punished.
each other.
Incorrect,
Those are
then
my
everyone
favorite
but the
parts of
killer gets
things like
punished.
Hunter x Hunter,
Naturally, everyone is
or
in
even like
disbelief that
recently
Monokuma still stands
Classroom
for
of the
violent
Elite.
Akuma.
I
So
love stuff
Monokuma
like
not
that.
only unveils an array
Or
of
Tower of the
giant robots
Gods, where it's
called
like
monobeasts,
every single
but
like
also uses
instance
one
is
of them to
about
make an
a
example
bunch
of
of
Monomi.
really smart, talented
Deploying a
people.
massive minigun from the aerial monobeast,
You know, just
Monokuma has a gun
not
down
just
Monomi and a
physically,
rain of
but
bullets, leaving
mentally
nothing behind,
combating
much
each
less
other and
any doubt
outplaying
that
each other
Monokuma
and
is
like
very
tricking
serious
each other.
about
And
this
there's
arrangement.
layers. You
He
know,
leaves a
there's the
horrified
game you
group
think
behind,
you're
and
playing,
Byakuya believes there
the
must be
game
someone
that's
controlling
actually
all these
being
machines
played,
as well as
and then the
Monokuma.
game that
Not
you
to
think
mention,
you're
there's
playing.
still the lingering
Like all of
suspicion
that
of
just
betrayal
layered
now
on.
amongst them
I
all.
love that. I love that
They
stuff.
convene the
That
next
is one
day
of
to
my
assess the
favorite types of
situation, and
genres.
Byakuya nominates himself
And
leader
I
of the
love to
group
see the
ensure
good
no
examples
one
of
falls
each of
victim to
those.
the death game. However, they discover a mysterious bomb where the statue used to be, with a countdown clock. Incidentally, it also turns out Monomi is still alive, somehow, adding to their already growing list of mysteries. Monokuma gathers everyone to the park, with himself appearing all dressed up in order to do a two-man comedy show with Monomi. However, the real joke is on everyone, as he reveals Monomi is responsible for erasing all their memories of the years they spent.
And then this one, all the
Academy,
little
till
bits
this
of just
point when they arrive
Monokuma
at
just
the island. He
literally
proves
just
this by knowing they all
fucking
blacked out at
around
the
with
same time
everybody,
when
just
they entered
literally
the
having
academy.
fun with
However,
the
he says he
whole
can
thing.
restore their memory
Or the
if, of
last
course,
one
they
where
commit a murder
you kind of get that
successfully.
vibe where it's like, I want
Despite
to be in
further
control
paranoia,
of this
he
whole
drops
thing.
there's a
I'm
mystery
taking
traitor
over.
among
I'm the
students
captain
right
now.
And
But
now with a
you
motive,
could
they
tell
have
there
a
was something
convenient excuse to
slightly
kill
off
someone.
about this
Both
Monokuma
and
because in the
Monomi
beginning he's
retreat
like,
before
let's
any
just
questions
have
can be asked, and the
fun, but
students
we're
are
having
not
fun
left
my
uneasy.
way.
The next morning,
And all these
Byakuya
guys are like,
unexpectedly
what?
declares the need to throw an all-night party in an enclosed space, though his reason for doing so seems unclear. In fact, when the party starts, Byakuya himself conducts body checks for security and confiscates anything that can be easily used as a weapon.
I like a lot of
The
deception
festivities
because
begin,
again,
and
you
everything
have
seems
with
to be going well, but all of a sudden,
gotta
the
love
lights
that
are cut off,
research
and
right
after
there.
the blackout, Byakuya himself is found stabbed underneath a table. Not long after the initial panic of the discovery,
You have a lot of the
Monokuma
deception where it's
appears
like,
to
you
confirm
think
one
this
of
is
the other students
Byakuya.
committed
He's
the murder, and
talking
an investigation
exactly like
commences
Byakuya.
immediately
Yes, he's
before a
obviously
class
fat, but
trial.
nobody notices that.
He leaves them a forensic
And
lab that
then
started, and they begin their
he's the first one to
investigation
die.
by
You're
looking
like,
at
no,
Monomi's
it's
photos that she took at the
possibly
party so far.
Byakuya, and he's
After gathering
dead.
all the clues they could find, Monokuma gathers them before a new spectacle.
And then you have
Monokuma
Nagito,
Rock,
who it's like,
where an
that's
escalator
weird.
shoots out
He
before them
looks
and takes them down to the class
and
trial
sounds,
field. The trial for the first
and
murder
he even
begins,
like has
and
the
as they sort
hope
out this
ability,
blackout murder
just
where
like
nearly everyone
Makoto.
has
But
an
what's
alibi,
going
they
on?
find a rather clever
Like, is this
execution.
him but
As it
different?
turns
Like,
out,
what's
Byakuya
going on?
received
Like,
a
they
letter
do such a
threatening
good job
murder
of
that night,
establishing
hence why he
so
threw a
much
party with everyone
normalized
there, and security set
confusion.
extra high. At
to the
same time,
audience.
someone
Like
plugged
in
in
game,
just enough iron
these
to
people
almost
really
overload
like
the power
notice it
usage of
because
the
they're
cabin
not
they
there.
were
But
partying in,
as
and set the
the
air conditioner on a timer that would overload
as the
it at a
player,
precise time.
I think that
When
was
the lights
great.
went out, Byakuya happened to become prepared with night vision goggles and witnessed Nagito when he was moving strangely in the dark to try and retrieve his hidden knife, as it was actually him who set all of this up to try and kill someone. At the same time, someone else who knew of Nagito's plan had also prepared an act of their own under the same cover in the kitchen. Using a long iron skewer used in the prepared meat, a portable stove as a light source, and a spare tablecloth as
I
cover,
personally
they
do
moved
not
on the
like
cabin
this
to where they
case
knew
for
Nagito
two
would
reasons.
be.
Number one, the
Meanwhile,
infamous
Byakuya
beat up the
daunted
bone
Nagito
puzzle.
from
I
getting to the
also
knife,
fell for
and in
that.
doing so, took
And
the
number
skewer
two,
intended for Nagito
because I'm
and was
like, it
killed
makes
in the act
sense.
of
I don't
trying
get
to
it.
prevent a killing. The only person who could have
I
half-baked
think
such
that
culinary
plot, that
execution
plan was very
Teru
stupid.
Teru. Incidentally,
I think
while
Teru
preparing
Teru's
food for the
plan
party,
was pretty
Teru Teru
dumb.
saw
I do
Nagito
like how his
prepare
hair is
the
shaped
murder
like a
while
shrimp,
cleaning
though.
the party area prior,
But,
and actually confronted him about it. But Nagito
I
explained
think that was
openly
such a
he
dumb
wanted to
plan.
start the killing, not because he wanted to leave the island,
But
he
it
wanted
was
to
great
prove that
how
hope will win against
part of his
despair.
plan
So he'll
was,
gladly be the
you know,
villain in the ultimate
sabotaged by
heroes of the ultimate he
Nagito,
so
and then
idolizes.
Nagito's weird
Nagito
luck
admits
ability
this
just
and
kind of coming
reinforces
into
that
place
as a
there.
fanboy for
And then
ultimate
him
students, he feels he's
evangelizing
unworthy of them
here,
all, and would rather die to make them
establishing
look
where he
better than
just starts
survive
getting
longer
where it's
than
like,
any of
okay,
them.
this guy's a little on
Still,
the off end.
despite Teru's best
This
intention
is
and
not
Byakuya's
Makoto.
sacrifice, Nagito has an unhealthy obsession with finding an ultimate hope student, and sought to create a greater despair to uncover one. Granted, Teru wasn't wholly innocent either, as while he did want to save the others from Nagito's
He's just like
madmen, he actually wanted to use this as a way to get back home anyway. As his punishment
the
execution,
cult and Aria of Despair
Teru
for
bound in
Castlevania,
chains,
where it's like,
hit
in
with
order
a
to create the
barrage of
ultimate
batter,
good, we have to
cooked
create the
alive as he
ultimate
is deep
evil. It's
fried
like,
in a sea
okay,
of
that's
fire,
some
much to
weird-ass
the
logic.
horror of
Like, yeah, but you don't know till you
the
try.
remaining
I'm like,
14
I really don't
students are
feel
still
that's
shocked the next
a
day,
good
but one of them
idea.
comes with the
I
good
really
news
don't feel
she's
that's the right
defeated one of
attitude to
giant
have in this
Monobu's guarding
situation.
an island, but they are still unable to leave. Exploring the new island themselves, the group is still set to find not only a way to escape, but also unwind from the earlier tragedy. However, all they find is more clues to reveal that while
That
the
scene had
Devil
nothing to do with the
Island
story,
matches
but I
the
thought it was
geography
super
of the real
cool, so I
Devil
put in the
Island,
video.
none of the architecture does.
Sometimes
Even
that's
though
how it
suspect
happens in a
this is all
recap, where it's like,
artificial,
this has nothing to do with the
surprisingly,
story,
Monokuma
but it's
confirms
either
this to a
so
degree.
funny or so
Later,
cool
they
or
find what
so
seems to be a
research
giant
related
ruin
that I
of a
have to
modern
put it
building
in.
that says future on its door and stands as a mystery to even both stuffed animals. Instead, Monokuma talks about an organization called World Ender, whom is responsible for literally ending all
And then
cursed
this is where we
society,
start building
has a
more of
Volkir
the
hidden among the students,
world
and is
lore
waiting to betray
with
them all.
World Ender.
The next day, Nekomaru and
And the
cousin
Future
Michi take the initiative
Foundation.
to tie up Nagito,
You know,
the
they
suspected
start really
traitor,
expanding
in case
the
he tries
world.
to murder someone else in the name of hope, and Monokuma presents a video game that he claims to be their new motive for murder anyway.
Another thing that's prevalent
Later,
in this
Hajime
one
takes a
is
look at
all the
game,
mini
and while it
games.
seems a cryptic
This was
adventure
very
game retelling a
divisive for
murder of a
people at the time.
schoolgirl,
I remember
it holds
people
no
not
influence
liking
to
the amount of
Hajime.
mini games that you
The
had
next
to do
day,
in
as
this
Mahiru
game,
seems strangely
both
absent from the usual
during the
group
school life
breakfast,
and
Kazemichi,
I
who
know
has
they
a
don't
crush
show
on
too much
Sonya,
in this,
overhears
but
she and the other girls were
in the
planning on
trials
getting to the beach,
themselves, you
and
have a
asks
lot of mini
Hajime to
games.
run wingman as he makes his move. As they wait for the girls to come by, they do indeed arrive in their swimsuits, with Akane having just fought Coach Nekomaru, and Peko arriving to say she was
Like I
just
said,
swimming
these
and
scenes
couldn't
have
find
nothing to do with
nearby
the story,
island
they're
to
just there
swim
for
to
research
escape.
purposes.
Sonya finally
This is
arrives,
part of the
and right
Danganronpa
when they're ready to go,
experience.
they discover Mahiru dead
very
in the beach
relevant.
house, killed in a manner eerily identical to how the girl died in the video game. As they investigate, even Nagito is let free to help, and they
But,
check out the game
again,
once more for its connection to the murder.
Even though it
While the
seems
murder
like
and people within are
gimmicky
based on
stuff,
true
like these
events,
minigames
it's
just seem
also
kind of
during the
gimmicky,
school time
or
that got wiped from
Monokuma's
their
kind of
memories,
presenting
so the
them as
girls
very
that happen to
gimmicky.
share the
They're,
same
yes,
name as
not
those
only
in the
tied to the
game can't
cases,
verify.
but they're
Solving the
tied
murder
to the
mystery
actual
video game is the
context
first
of the
step as
entire
it's revealed
game,
Yukiko's
which is
sister
really
was
quite
killed,
clever, and I like
Mahiru
that.
helped cover up the identity of the true killer. As the class trial proceeds, it turns out Mahiru went to talk with Hiyoko about them being characters in the murder video game, and they agreed to meet later, and the killer overheard them, planning to use the meeting to stage a particular and specific murder. The killer forged letters to both recipients to meet at the beach house at 2 different times, so when Hiyoko arrived first, she was knocked out and put away to be framed later. Next, Mahiru was deliberately killed instantly by a similar metal bat as the same murder in the video game. The killer then used water bottles in the beach house to wash off and then hid. As Hiyoko woke up, she saw the
The one
body
thing
and
that I
fled,
do
adding more
criticize
suspicion to
on
her,
the
and
cases
real
of
killer used their
Danganronpa
bamboo
2,
sword to
though,
escape
is
through
that I
the tall
feel
window
the
and
actual
pretended to
like
just meet up with
setup
the
and
others.
execution of these
Despite the
murders
seeming lack of connection to
feel
the
a
victim,
little
the
less
real
well
killer
thought
was
out
Peko.
than, say,
Before the
Danganronpa
final
1.
vote,
Danganronpa
Peko
1,
actually
a lot
rushes
of the
them all
murders
to a
felt
vote, and after they vote
calculated,
for her, she reveals she was
a
only
little
proxy
bit
for the
better.
real killer, Fuyuhiko,
Like, a
who
lot of
really
these seem
planned,
like,
prepared, and intended to kill
like a lot of
Mahiru as
coincidence was
revenge for
tied
his
in.
sister.
And that's, again, there
She's
for the
actually
misdirect, but it
Fuyuhiko's
really does feel
retainer
for a
as
lot
part
of
of the same
people,
Yakuza
as
plan,
competent
and
as
suddenly
they
the
are,
question
like,
of
a lot of
what
these people are
defines
very
the real
competent,
killer
whatever
comes
they are.
out.
A lot of stuff just
Monokuma
kind of
admits it's a
feels,
gray area, but since
I don't
Peko
know,
was the
out of
one to
left field
definitely do it,
sometimes.
even though
It
the
felt like
motive
those
and
times
order
in
came
Ace
from
Attorney
Fuyuhiko,
games where
only she will get
the
punished. For
the whole
execution,
counterpoint is
Monokuma
based on this
controls
one
Peko like the tool
weird
she was, and
interpretation
pits
of
her
a
against an
clue,
army of samurai.
and the game almost feels feels like it's
doing
figuring it
well,
out
when
more
Fuyuhiko
than
rushes
you
in to try
are.
and save
I don't
her,
know.
and accidentally gets slashed in the eye by her instead.
I felt
She
the
stops and
logic
comforts her
within the
master,
cases was
as the Arden
weaker in a
surrounds
lot
them
of
and
these
brutally
cases.
stabs them both. Though Pekka was certainly killed,
Executions
Fuyuhiko is
were
actually
pretty
still
cool there.
barely alive, and Monokuma is forced
I think
to save his
Fuyuhiko
life,
was
as per the
generally regarded
rules,
as a
only the
badass.
Blackened is permitted to be executed. After the trial, Monami beseeches a mysterious audience to resolve the issue not only before the countdown on the bomb occurs, but also before more students die. She then defeats another Monobeast and opens up the way to a new island for the students to explore. Within, they find a computer with a strange file on it, revealing even more about the calamity that happened to mankind. At first, there was a revolt within the school by the
biggest,
reserve
most
department
awful,
against
most
the primary
tragic event in
department,
human
but by the
history.
hand of a powerful
They say that
authority,
so
social rioting began
often
to spread across
in
the
this
world to
game.
an
I remember
uncontrollable
that.
yet deliberate degree.
Where I was like, I
Afterwards,
can't help but
survivors
feel
of
like
the
they're
academy
adding
that
filler
caused
to
this
a lot
riot
of this
were even
story.
forced to kill each other as a lesson in despair. Hajime questions Monokuma about the reserve department as well as the surviving students, but gets no answers.
The coincidences
Later,
work
they find a
against the
hospital
killers
Fuyuhiko
too. That's
was
true.
sent to, and
That
it
is
turns
true,
out he
Victoria.
survived his attacks after all. As they cheer
And
up,
actually,
Fuyuhiko
in
returns with a new eye patch and a
Nagito's
attitude,
case, I
though
think that was the
Hiyoko
most
isn't ready to forgive him
brilliant
for
use
killing
of,
Mahiru and Peko.
hey, all these
As part of his
incredibly
apology, he
coincidental
bows to them all and
things,
slits his own
I'm
stomach,
counting
which
on it.
convinces the others of his sincerity
You
as
could
his care
almost
begins
say
with
the
us.
highly coincidental
As they
nature
spend
of a
more
lot of
time
these
enjoying another party, they know
these
that Kane is
murders
missing, and as they look for her, they
did
find her
culminate
losing
in
a duel
Nagito's
against
death being
Monokuma.
as cleverly
As he
written
prepares
as
to
it
kill her for
was, where
insubordination
it's
with a
so
bazooka,
coincidental,
Nekomaru jumps in
you
and takes the
can't
blast,
figure it
saving
out
Akane,
using
and
conventional
just barely
logic.
surviving
It was
himself.
purely targeted,
sacrifice
leveraging
needed,
the only
Monokuma
person
agrees
who
to save
could have
Nekomaru,
had that
but
level
it's
of
still a
luck
strong reminder
hit
of
the
the
exact
situation
person
they're
he
in.
needs.
The next day,
It's
Hajime
so
notes
absurd
Akane,
that
Yuki,
it
and
actually
Nagito
works.
are all
Then you
acting
have
very
this
strangely
one
all of a sudden.
with the whole virus
Mikon
thing.
reveals they're all under some
That just,
strange
I don't
fever.
know.
Monokuma
I don't know. I didn't really
agrees and
feel good about
clarifies
this
fever
one
is
at
not
all. I
only
think the double
motive,
murder part
but
was
also
cool.
something called the despair disease.
But the despair
As the name
disease,
suggests,
all of it
the
just
victim
again
experiences
seemed
a fever and suffers under varying
way
expressions
more
of
like we're
despair.
not relying more
For
on
now,
logic,
Nagito
we're
is now
relying
a
more on
constant
very
liar,
weird
Akane is now a
coincidences
coward,
and gimmicks.
Ibuki is completely gullible. This personality-altering disease is also
But
highly
again, the
contagious,
highly
so now
gimmicky,
it's very
gamey
likely the
nature of
bonds
it
friendship they've been
is
building
kind of
will
the
reverse in
point,
the
so I
murderous
can't
intent.
really be upset
Mikon
about
takes
it.
them under her care in the hospital,
Like, it
and
fits
the
a
rest of the
theme,
group
it fits
wonders
a
how to handle
purpose.
this disease. Hiyoko pushes for complete quarantine for the three, as well as Mikon, who might get contaminated taking
My
care of
favorite
them.
scene in this game,
However,
though, is
Fuyuhiko
towards the
suspects this
very
is
end when
actually trapped by
Monokuma just...
Monokuma to separate
Everybody's
the
like
group
having the
still
revelation of
paranoia.
it just being virtual
Hajime and
reality,
Fuyuhiko
and he's like,
volunteer
cause
to
it's
stay
a
behind with
game.
Mikon and the affected,
Because it's
while
a
the others intend to
game.
keep
That was just his
distance at a nearby
response 3
motel.
times, and I was like, it's
The
a
next morning,
game.
Hajime is energetically woken up as Fuyuhiko shows
I love that
Hajime a
part.
video chat device Kazuichi rigged up. Unfortunately, Monokuma forces all but Mikon to leave the hospital for the night, and as he dreams, Hajime recalls something about the past, suggesting he got
Also,
nothing
I
from the
kind of do
academy,
disagree
not
with
through
like
talent, but by
Gundam
paying
being
his
called the
way
#1
instead.
animal breeder. It's
The
like you
next
could have
day,
just said
he's
animal
roused and aroused
tamer.
awake
I
by
think
Mikon
animal
again,
tamer
and as he
might have
checks
been
the
a bit
video
more
chat device,
on the
he
point
sees
with
a
what he
creepy
does.
video of a
Like,
person
yeah,
in
maybe he
hospital
breeds
robes with a
really
bag
good
over their head
animals,
and
but
ascend a
I feel he
stepladder into
tames
a
animals
noose.
just
The video
as
cuts
competently
off,
as
and
perhaps
Hajime hurries
it
to
is the most important
transmission source
location in
in
the city
music venue.
typhoon.
He sees Ibuki's hanging
Great name
dead
for a
body.
nightclub.
He hurries out to get help, and as soon as he returns, he is shocked to see Hiyoko's dead body has suddenly been added to the crime scene. As they investigate, it seems this is meant to imitate a theater movie Monokuma made that Hajime has not yet seen. Watching the murderous parody of The Wizard of Oz, Hajime now sees the context for the murders as the class trial begins. He unravels this mystery.
You also had
starting
to
with
go
the
watch that
transmission
movie
he
like
only
so
he
many
saw, and quite
times. I
deliberately,
didn't.
as
I
the killer
remember
wanted
going
Hajime
through this
to
part, and I
think
was
they
like,
were
this
seeing
isn't
a line
fundamentally
hanging in the music
interesting.
venue, when it was actually them staging it in another room in the hospital. Truth is, Ibuki and Hiyoko were already dead, and the killer worked to lay red herrings towards making the scene look like a closed-room murder-suicide. The surgical precision of this
And then you
murder
had
was actually
Mikon. I'm one of those
composed by meek and
who
mild
who
Mikon.
really liked Mikon,
When
and so when
confronted,
Mikon was the killer, I was
falls
like,
into the embrace
oh
of despair,
man,
and
that
Nagito reveals
sucks.
he noted Mikon caught the despair
And then
disease
seeing
while
her
she was caring
her
for the
descent in
infected,
despair
further
in the
reinforced by
anime,
how
I was like,
feverish
oh
and daring
man,
she's been recently.
my gut wrenches.
Apparently, her symptom was
I would say
remembering
she was my
things,
favorite of
and as
the
such,
cast
Mikon
in
claims
this
she
one,
did it for the
and
sake of
her
beloved,
her
but doesn't
resolution
reveal
and
who it
commitment
is.
to
She
despair
proves
was
she
all the more
remembers by
heartbreaking.
revealing that the organization World Ender that did as its name says is also the organization
Where she's
called
just
the Future
all in on it, and
Foundation,
you're like,
and that they
no.
brought them to this island
But
as
yeah.
part of taking over the world. She also knows who the traitor among them is, but refuses to say. Right before her execution, she reminds them that regaining her memories allowed her to
I
regain
think
her
Nagito was also like
personality,
especially
as the
savage
person
in
she
this
was
one.
before
The
was only her past
Fuyuhiko
person, not her real current
backstory,
one,
I
and that's actually
unexpectedly
true for
liked
all of
too. I
them.
don't know why that came up
As
all
part
of
of
a
her
sudden, but I
punishment,
think it was
she is
super
launched into space atop a giant syringe-filled arm-shaped rocket.
Getting launched into
Conversely,
orbit.
Monokuma cheers them up by bringing back a restored Nakamaru, though unexpectedly, he's been brought back.
And then him getting turned into a robot. It's like, it's so
Meanwhile, as the
absurd,
straight
but
device
it can
continues to
only
count
be
down, the
done in
surviving
this
9 students
case
try to
where
focus on
it's
the
an
current
absurd
mysteries adding
game.
up.
Because again, it's a game.
Hajime seems the most likely to be the traitor, as he's always been the only one with no declared ultimate talent, but that's all been interrupted as Monomi comes in to reveal
He
they
got just
have
cool
new access to another
Yakuza
island.
eye patch.
The
Yakuza is
students don't
another
feel
series
encouraged
that I
to
look forward
explore
to
as it may
getting into.
lead to another
We are
murder.
very,
But
very
Monokuma
close
sweetens
to the end of the
opportunity by saying they can
Castlevania
find
series. I know a lot of
information
everyone
on
says
Future Foundation,
Castlevania.
parts that
I'm
they
in the
can vote, and even
Castlevania.
student profiles from the school
And that
on
series is
island.
absolutely dead.
The island
And
has an
so
amusement
I
park
can't
theme,
wait to
and as
do
Robo Nekomaru tests his
the
new
watch along
functions
for
like
that
dispensing
series,
soda,
like
housing a
all
clock, and having a sleep mode
17
function.
games.
The
Oh,
group
I
checks
can't
out
wait
the
to compare
attractions
those
and
two. I'm gonna
receive
break
a
some
file with the
parts.
information
I
on
have
the Future
opinions.
Foundation.
I have
It
strongly,
details the events of the
strongly
first game,
voiced
as well as the
opinions on
survivors, and they
Castlevania.
can't help but
I
notice
cannot wait to
Byakuya's
unleash
among
them.
them, as well as they all have no memory of
And
this killing
all we
game
have left
occurring
is
inside
just
the school.
like
As they investigate further, Monokuma gaslights them
4
all
more
and brings them to a place
games,
called
4, 5,
Strawberry
5
House,
more games,
a
yeah, 5
section
more
of the
games,
funhouse wherein
and
they
then
are
we're
placed
done.
in a situation like the Hope's Peak killing game. They are all sealed
My
in the
goal
funhouse
this
and
year
can
has
only
been
get out when
to
the killings begin again. Exploring the surroundings,
lock
they find a
down and
portrait
get
of
as
Hope's
many
Peak
series
Academy
done. So
founder,
expect
Izuru
Shadow Hearts to be
Kamakura, as well as
completed.
an elevator to another
Because
section of the
you know, I
funhouse
did
called the Grape
Kudelka and
House.
Shadow Hearts 1. I just
Within,
needed 2 and 3.
Monokuma
That was
drops the
going to be
news that
done.
there is no
Fantasy
food in these
Star,
fruit-themed towers, so they should hurry up and kill someone before they all starve to
Suikoden,
death. They find a curious statue
locking
named
in a
Ogre
lot of
and
those.
decide to go to sleep
Wild
early to
Arms.
save energy.
Just series that I
However,
started, did
Monokuma
1 or
won't let
2
them
of, and
rest,
then never
forcing them
touched
to
again. No,
participate
we're
in
going
7
back
a.m.
and we're
Tai Chi
finishing
and
the
make them
fight.
desperate enough to engage in another attraction
with me,
here,
be
a
patient, we're
life-threatening
doing
death
them.
game, wherein he claims that weapons
I
can be
actually liked
obtained.
this case
That
the
night,
most.
Hajime believes he
This
hears
was
a loud
probably my
crash,
favorite
and the
case
next
of all
day,
of them.
Nekomaru is
I
discovered
really liked
thoroughly
it.
dead
It's
and
also cool
dismantled.
that later they
Despite
used
being
the
a
same
cyborg, his
idea
murder
in
is real, and a class trial
Zero Tune
ensues
Dilemma,
after a weary investigation.
where
After
you
playing
think you're in
the
multiple
life-threatening
locations,
death
but it
game
turns
order
out
to
you're in the
see
same
what
location the
happened,
entire
Akito
time.
wins the Russian roulette and
I like
wins the
that.
student profiles of everyone during their time at the academy. It also details information about the
I
previous
like how
killing
also
game.
this game is a
Nagito
good
notes that the
descent for
sequence of murders
Nagito,
this time is
testing the
strangely identical to
limitations of
file.
not only
The
his
first murder was an unexpected person
luck
in an
ability,
unexpected place.
but
The second revealed a
crafting
serial
his
killer mark,
own
and the third was a double killing.
tests for
with
everyone as
Monokuma driving
well.
the motives
And
very
it seems like
specifically
he's
this
just so
time.
honest
It's
in his
strange,
deception.
since
Like
that
he's
would
literally
suggest his
built
fourth murder would be ruled as
just to
suicide
be
like before.
this
Furthermore, he reveals
agent of
Hajime was
chaos.
actually not ever an ultimate student,
And yet
but
it's
in fact
not
a reserve
for any
student
malicious
from the reserve
purpose,
department.
it's for
It turns out there are
an
two
ends
tiers of
justify the
students
means
at
kind of
Hope's Peak
thing.
Academy,
So it
in which
seems
the primary course is for
callous
the
or
custom-picked
cold-hearted
ultimates, and
or
the
even
reserve
cruel,
course for
but it's
reserve
not.
students who
It's
paid an
actually
exorbitant
motivated by
tuition
something else
and passed an entrance
completely
exam.
different.
Basically, the reserve students were used as stepladders
Big fan of the
to support
absurdity,
advancement
Benjamin.
of
You know, I
ultimate
can actually.
students, and in return got to
It's
claim
hit
the
or miss
prestige of
with me
attending
in
the
this
school.
game because there's some
Nagito
cases where I
immediately
think it's
changes his
really
tone to a
good,
more
and other
dismissive and
cases where I'm like, you can
condescending
really get
one,
away
not
with this
only to
because of
Hajime,
how
but to
absurd
everyone
it
else
is.
as well.
Overall, I
Trial
did
will
like
erupt
the
from below
variety of the
room, and
gameplay
during the
elements.
trial, Nagito
I like that
reveals
they
the
were
ultimate
allowed to
weapon
be
is
as
knowledge of
absurd
the
as
funhouse's
possible,
tricky building structure,
and they
which plays into
absolutely
the way
ran
the
with
murder
it.
occurred. First, the murder sabotaged the elevator, cutting off access between the strawberry and grape houses, and turned back all the clocks back
And again,
2
that was
hours in order
reflected
to
in the
fool
way that the
everyone
murders
except for
were
Nekomaru,
occurred.
who had an internal clock.
It was
Having already
reflected in
obtained the proper tools from
the
the funhouse death game,
the
they were ready,
executions.
when everyone
It's
except
something
for
that
Nekomaru
Danganronpa 2
displaced
at
by
the
2
same
hours,
time,
and knew where
whether you
Nekomaru
like it or
would be
not,
in the Tai Chi
it's a
room at
very
7
distinct
a.m.
part of its identity.
There,
It's
the
something
killer
that
used
only
hamsters to
Danganronpa
activate
2
Nekomaru's
could
sleep
have done.
mode
You
and
couldn't have
tied him
done
up,
this
and
in
placed the weapons in
V3.
such a
You
way to
couldn't have
prevent
done
the
this
others from learning the
even in the
tricky architecture
anime
of the funhouse,
for the
and
executions. You
which
couldn't
the
have
two
done this
houses
in
are actually
number
atop
1.
each
You
other as a
couldn't have.
6-story
Even though
building,
one got very
rather than two
absurd,
adjacent
there was still a little
3-story
bit of
buildings.
like, okay, this is
When
absurd, but
Nekomaru
this could
woke from
happen
his
in this
sleep mode,
facility.
he struggled against his bonds but fell 4 stories onto a pillar below, decapitating himself and dying
Over
instantly.
here, like, you know, flying
This
somebody
tricky,
into like an
overly
active
complicated murder in
volcano
the trick
or
house was
launching them into
performed by none other
space,
than
like,
the
no, you
overtly
couldn't do
complicated
Danganronpa 2.
Gundam. Gundam plays off the verdict, and it's suspected he's actually sacrificing himself for their sake, as he faces an execution of being gored by a wild stampede, but not before
And this was
ensuring
kind
the
of
safety
interesting
his
too,
animal
where
friends.
Gundam basically was like, I
Meanwhile,
did this to
Nagito reflects to
save
himself the
everybody.
information
Like,
gained
this,
from winning the Funhouse Death
I'm
game,
making a
and how no one saw
choice
he was lying.
here.
He approaches Monokuma with
Everyone
the
else
offer to
made
help him
choices for
without
different reasons,
and
but
help
his
with
reasons, I
despair
think,
in
could
an
be seen
attempt
as
to
the
give
most
everyone hope and become the
quote-unquote
ultimate hope himself.
We'll
He
see.
actually deduces Monokuma not only knows who the traitor is, but he's also waiting for someone in order to make things more interesting. As the remaining 7 students convene the next day, Monomi defeats the last Monobeast, and Hajime confesses his secret of being a reserve student, though everyone seems to not mind and still consider him a trusted friend. On the final island, the setting seems to be a future metropolis,
And then the settings
within they
too,
find
the
a literal
different, the
Monokuma
dramatically
factory
different
manufacturing
theme
Monokuma
levels.
plushies
Those were
and
kind
other
of cool.
merchandise. They also sue a military base and find a book detailing Future Foundation's plans to turn this island into their home base.
2 did
Later,
a
they
lot
find
of
a
lore
research lab
building.
for Seeking Industries, where the
So
Monobeasts
much
are being
lore
created,
building.
as well as a new strange robot.
I think that's
As
really
they
important
regroup,
to
Nagito
keep
is
in mind in
obsessed
terms
with
of the
becoming
overall
ultimate
impact of
hope,
the series.
and declares there
Because
is no need
one
for
established a
another
lot of the
motive, as he'll root out
conventions.
the traitor with the
2
info he
established a
has,
lot of the
even if it
lore
costs
building.
him his life.
Something that was really
The next
essential.
day, Kazuichi enables a plan to tie up Nagito again, but the situation reverses as Nagito set up multiple bombs around the island, and and declares an intention
Again,
to
he's
save
just like the
everyone
throwaway
by blowing
comic
up
relief.
Jabberwock Island.
Gets
He adds
blown
that
up,
the bombs
nobody
will all
cares.
go off in 2 days if the traitor does not reveal themselves. The next day, the remaining students opt to search for the bombs hidden around the island, and within the large castle in the theme park island they find a clue to the password to the future Foundation building ruins, but make no progress to the bombs.
This
The
was
next
something that
day,
also was
Akane
done
loses
in
patience and attempts to
Zero
strangle
Escape
the
as
answers
well,
out of Nagito.
where the
Unfortunately,
first
Chiaki
bomb
stops
is
her
real,
before she
but its
kills him.
only purpose is to
Nagito
make you
leaves
think
clues
that
as to
every
where he
other
hid the
bomb
bombs,
is
and they
real,
opt
and
to
that's
split
not
up
true.
and search each island
That's all
separately.
part of the
They
deception.
find the explosives in
You're
the wreck of
operating
the
on
plushie factory,
the
but it's
just
rigged
the
with
false
no
assumption.
conceivable
I
way
think
to
that was
quickly
really
disarm
clever.
it. A nearby laptop taunts that only the keycard of the traitor he discovered will disarm it. As a rash move, Chiaki
And
tries
because
her
none of
ID,
it's
but nothing
real,
happens,
he would
and Senyu
out the
learns
next
during her
person.
search that it's not bombs but fireworks in the truck. The fireworks go off, and Nagito taunts them again.
I think
for
that was actually
believing
really
his trick.
clever. Like, the way
He invites
Nagito
them
went
to the
about this
warehouse
part
next
was
door,
very
where he
clever.
wants them to share who the traitor is if they outed themselves. Breaking down
And
the
then
jam
again,
door,
my
they are
favorite
greeted by
part
strange
is
music
how
and sudden
Nagito
combustion of the
executed
warehouse.
himself and
After
the
throwing
way
some
that he
nearby flame
expected it
retarding
to be
grenades that are strangely
resolved.
ineffective, the sprinklers turn on, and after the
Because
smoke
this, I
clears,
think, was
they
the
see an area
smartest
sectioned off to the
usage
warehouse,
of
wherein they're
personal
all shocked
ability.
to
So this is
find
something that could have
Nagito
occurred in
bound,
any of the
stabbed,
games.
gagged,
First of all, it
stretched, and
wasn't.
impaled.
He
The need
didn't
for a
leverage
flash
any of the
trial afterwards
absurdity
means one of
per
them actually
se
committed
of the
brutal
rest of the
murder.
murders
And
that
as they
were just
investigate,
such
Hajime
bizarre
finds a
leaps
journal
of
by
logic,
Nanami and an
or
unusually thick
relied on
file
like
in Nagito's
really
room,
thin
which was the
logic
student
or
profiles Nagito
coincidence,
won earlier.
basically.
They discover of the 16 students, they note Byakuyo's
He had a
file
very small,
isn't
very
actually
simple
there.
goal
Rather,
and
there is
accomplished it in a
file
very simple
covering
but
for an
effective way.
unknown new
And I think there was an
student
elegance in
titled
that
the Ultimate
simplicity.
Imposter, proving the one they
The
thought
reveal of the
was
Ultimate
Byakuyo
Imposter
here
was cool
was a
too.
fake pretending
I think
to
that
be
was
the
so
Byakuyo who
cool.
survived
Where it's
the
like,
previous school killing game.
that was never
Incidentally,
Byakuya.
this then
It was
models again the first set of
an
trials,
imposter.
in which the first person killed was a case of mistaken identity.
If only they said there was an
Before the trial
imposter
begins,
among
the
us.
students are reminded this will be the last trial per Monokuma, and Monami warns he's planning something worse after the trial. As they break down this bizarre setup, they gradually come to the conclusion Nagito set up his own death in such a manner they have no way of solving it through logic like they have
And yeah,
been,
the way
and
that
have
he
to rely solely
outdid
on luck.
everyone's sleuthing
Namely,
logic
Nagito
by
saved
using
the
the
killer
most
poison. He also won the
absurd.
funhouse death
You
game,
can't
and with
actually
gear from the
solve
military
this with
base,
context
he filled
clues
one
and
of the
testing,
fire
but you
grenades
can't
with
do
the
this.
poison.
And
He
that
then
was
sent
itself the
everyone away with his
solution.
bomb threat while he set up an elaborate self-execution, starting with self-mutilation. The fire was rigged to start when the others burst into the warehouse, and the tainted grenades
And the
set
way
up
that
to be
the-
used so once
the
thrown, the poison would
scene
evaporate.
was
Nagito
done
would
here
die,
was also brilliant,
forcing the
too.
spear he held in place to
Because
fall and
normally
impale
in
him.
Danganronpa,
All this would
those
make it
weird
look
sort
like
of
someone
like
killed
pale
them
people,
deliberately,
like
when it
featureless
really made
people,
one of them an
those are meant to
incidental
be
killer by
potential
random
killers.
chance.
And the fact is,
Because the real killer was
everybody
unaware of the trap and there was no way for them to
was
solve
potentially
for
the
it,
killer because
Nagito's trap
nobody knew.
ensnares them all.
It was pure random
Chiaki
luck, and I was
points out
so
Nagito
smart.
may
I'm
not
like,
have
that is
wanted the
so
killer to
damn
be left
clever.
to chance as it appears, as he was
And then
always
Chiaki
adamant
pointing
about
that
outing
out,
the
and
traitor
then even
despite
the way they
defeat
built up
despair,
Chiaki,
and actually used
the
his
whole
ultimate lucky
deception
talent
with that,
to have the
where
traitor
yes,
somehow be
she
the
is a
one to throw
deceptive
the
element,
poison, even though
and
it
she
seemed
herself
completely
is a
random.
deceptive element because
Even
she's
more,
not what
to
you
have the
think
group
she is.
guess, Nagito
Even though
also
she
believes in his
is
luck that the
more or
real
less
traitor
who
would
you
be
think she
revealed.
is.
Chiaki
Again,
begins to
layers
speak
upon
strangely
layers.
about not being allowed to think or act out
The
his
tone
line
was
as a
different in this
traitor,
game, but
and
the
compels Hajime
level
to
of smart
point
writing was still
reluctantly
there.
at her. In addition, Monami's journal is not actually her own, but rather one written and sent to her as a report, as proven by a note within that only Chiaki and Hajime himself would know. Urging everyone to vote for her, the group dishearteningly votes
I did feel
Chiaki as
bad
the
for
killer,
us having to
and
kill
it turns out to be
Chiaki,
true,
because
even
it
if
does
by the
seem like
long
she did
odds of
nothing
the ultimate
wrong.
lucky student.
But that
As a
itself
result, Monami
is the
volunteers to
whole
be killed with
deception
Chiaki,
because
the ultimate
Nagito
gamer.
figured out that she was the
For their
wrong
execution,
element and needed to get
Monokuma
her
sets up
out.
an elaborate game
It is
of
not
Space
about
Invaders
right
with the
versus
real
wrong.
tank, though Chiaki sees
It's about
a way
actions
out.
and
Running towards a
consequences.
supposed secret escape, she instead finds herself trapped in a closed
And
room
at the same
set up
time,
like a
that
Tetris
level of
game,
sort of
where she is
tragic
crushed
feel.
by a high score.
By the way, they didn't show a blood splatter for her. I just don't realize
Despite the
that. They gave her
unpopular
a very
conclusion
clean
to the
death.
last trial, as it resembled the first wave of trials in which it was more a witch hunt killing than a murder trial,
You kind of need that
Monokuma
bitterness
declares no more
if
obstacles
you're
in
going
the
to
end of
sell
the
a
killing school
despair
trip.
in a killing game.
However,
you need that
Hajime
bitterness.
catches that there are still 2 days left on the giant Monokuma bomb in the park, yet he seems strangely fine with allowing the specifically 5 of them to leave early.
As
The
when I hear
next
her
day,
in the superhero
Hajime
long shot,
wakes
he's
up,
basically
but
an
suddenly
X-Men.
everything
His
seems
powers
bizarrely
incredibly lucky.
disoriented.
I haven't,
Outside, Hajime runs
but I
into
did watch
Chiaki as if
Deadpool
nothing is
2,
wrong,
saw
and they
Domino,
chat about the leftover
where
message
the
left
whole
by
gimmick was
Nagito,
her
with
ability was
Gundam
luck.
randomly there. Apparently, he wanted to kill everyone except for the traitor, though Byakuya urges
And
them
this
to
is where they
listen
start breaking
more.
down the curtain.
Nagito reveals more, including his same rhetoric about wanting to be the ultimate hope, but reality itself seemed to be crumbling and jarbling on itself. With a password
Visually,
in
I
hand,
like when they do
everyone,
things like
literally
this
everyone,
for the
goes
player,
aside, and Hajime
where
becomes self-aware.
you see
There is something very
a lot
wrong
of things
with the
that are
world.
wrong, and like
Meanwhile,
literally the
the
game's
Monokuma bomb
screwing with you.
detonates,
I
destroying
love that.
certainly
I think
everything,
it's so
but
fun.
possibly nothing.
I still like
As
it when
time
games do
rewinds
that.
to
It's
inside of a
so
boat,
rare to
Nagito
see
is
that
seen
these
talking to
days.
someone who reveals
It's
they
so
have
rare to see
something
that in
left behind by the
general
ultimate
that
despair,
it's such a welcome
to do
treat
something
to see
about the
that.
mundane masses who bend the world instead of those with real talent. Nagito also
And then we
reveals
have
that
the whole
despite his
thing
hatred
with
of the ultimate
Nagito
despair,
having
he
a
has had his
weird-ass
own hand
arm.
replaced by her severed
What's
one
up with that
as a
arm,
means of claiming her
Nagito?
power, though he finds himself
I don't
questioning
think you've
his
done
hate
your
of her
nails
as they
like that,
approach
man.
Jabberwock
What's with the
Island.
bandage.
Back with Hajime, he finds himself in a classroom and later the gymnasium, Hope's Peak Academy, wherein Monokuma tells him to research the outside world and to decide whether to stay on the island or leave for the outside world. Monokuma leaves him a manga retelling the history of the academy, which delves deeper and reveals that the
I love how the
recruiters of school
background
are
for
also
the
its
in-game
educators
lore is
and
presented as like
researchers,
old school
as the
manga
school is
from like
also
different
a
eras. I
researching
think that's
center
so
for
funny.
talent. However, researching is expensive.
This is where the
and so to
exposition dump
supplement
was,
the
though,
funds,
by
they
the way.
created the reserve
This is where the
department,
kind of the pace of the
where normal
story really
students can pass
slowed
an
down.
entrance exam for entry
For
and be taught
Danganronpa
by
2,
normal
I think
teachers.
it's a slower paced
However,
game than
in exchange for the
Danganronpa 1.
status of going
Danganronpa
to the
1
school,
was,
the reserve
you were on a
students would
roller
have to pay
coaster the
very
entire
high
time,
fees
and
in
that really
tuition.
slowed up.
Still, despite
They
the
kind of
thin
fed the
veil that the
story
reserve
along, but
department
didn't
was
really do
only
anything.
made to
Danganronpa
collect
2
money,
accepted
it
the
became very
burden of
popular.
building up not only
However,
the
the goal
world
of all
we're
the
here,
research was to create a
but
true
doing everything
genius
Danganronpa
who would
1
become
did, but then
mankind's
also
greatest
adding
hope.
continuity
Unfortunately, an
and more
unexpected
world
tragedy
building
crippled
on
the
top
school
of
and
that.
forced it to shut
And
down.
that
In another
burden
manga volume, the
resulted
central
in
figure to the
chapters and
tragedy
moments
was a
like
student named
this,
Izuru
where you
Kamakura.
did have
He was the
slowdowns
genius
and
and a
just
symbol of hope
very
delivered
long
by the
periods
Academy's
of
research program,
pure
and
exposition.
was a genius possessing many talents. Armed with superior talents,
again,
he was referred to as the ultimate hope.
What I was mentioning
To protect their
before,
investment,
this
the
is
Academy
not
erased
terribly
Izuru's
interesting.
past and identity,
Just the
so even though most students
presentation
in
of it,
Academy
not the
didn't know
content
him.
itself, where
However,
it's
he was
presented very
responsible for
flatly.
starting the great tragedy,
It's not presented in a
which
very
he brutally
animated or
murdered the
interesting
13 members of
manner
the student
of
council,
delivery.
the leaders of the already great talent in the school. Not only that, the school actually covered for Izuru and pretended the incident never happened.
This is
However,
where the
another student
slightly more
investigated
visual
and brought to
novelty
public
aspect
knowledge the
was
murder and cover-up and
embraced.
stirred up a riot within the
I
already
don't have a
exploited reserve
suggestion
students.
in terms of how
This
you could have
incident would
presented
then
this
escalate
exposition
worldwide.
in an
It's
interesting
the
manner.
biggest, most awful,
I
most
think
tragic event in
if I
human
were
history,
to try,
as
it would
detailed
have
in
been
the actual side
incorporated
story to the game,
in
Danganronpa
probably
Zero.
the video games that
And
you
yet another
played
manga
along the
volume
way.
covering the global tragedy and continues that the social riot in
Or
the
since we're
school
going with
spread
the
to
manga
internet
spin
and other
here,
countries and
how
cultures,
about,
and
and
the
I know this would have been
prejudices were
terribly
taken to
expensive, but I
violent
think it really
extremes.
would have paid
The
off.
mentality of despair
How
grew throughout
about
the world, and eventually
if
people were
you
simply warring
took
for war's
each
sake.
manga in that
Granted,
style, in
this
that
movement was
aesthetic, where it's
facilitated by a
obviously
large and powerful
satirizing
group
other
devoted to the
manga,
student that started
and
this
you
tragedy,
tell the
a group
story
called
that you're
Guild of
telling
Despair.
in that
The group
manga,
then used
instead
their
of
own
showing
and others'
us,
talent to create and influence even more despair.
you know, this,
Later,
where
Monokuma
it shows the
explains that
cover
while
of
there was
a
a group
manga,
called Ultimate
and
Despair,
yet
they are
you're
named
telling
after
us
the title
outside
high
of it
school
the
girl with
story.
the same talent, Junko
In other words,
Inoshima,
show don't tell.
aka the Ultimate Despair.
Even though you're telling us.
Junko
You can
recruited
show
everyone in
and
the group
tell at
and
the
used
same
their own
time
positive and
here.
negative
I
biases
feel they
against
could have
them
done
to
better
create
with that.
despair and an
I
obsession
think that would have
with her.
been a lot more
She
interesting,
manipulated people
at
in
least
such
visually
subtle
for
yet
sure.
direct ways that, for example, by changing their motivations, she compelled the
But here we go, standing around,
2,357 students of the
exposition,
reserve department to
not
voluntarily
interesting.
commit mass suicide. Only one reserve student remained, Hajime himself.
Because instead of
Fuyuhiko
telling
adds
us
that in
how
another manga volume,
awful
it
that
recaps the
tragic,
killing
most
school game
awful,
and
most
events of the
terrible
first game,
moment in human
ending with
history
6
was,
students
instead of
surviving
telling
and
us
Junko
how
dying.
over
Later,
2,300
they learn
people
those same
committed
students
mass
formed up with
suicide,
others
instead of
to
just
create the
telling
Future
us,
Foundation, and that Jabberwock Island
show
has become the
us.
site of a neo-world
And even though
program
we would get
involving
that
15
later in
more found
Danganronpa 3,
students of
the
academy.
anime, which
Later,
again,
they find a list of
show
all
don't
of their
tell, they
names
did
as test
exactly that.
subjects
Instead
on
of
it,
talking
but also
about
a
this
newspaper
horrible
with
event,
Hugo's
they
picture
showed
on
the
it.
horrible
But she's
event.
much older and
You
mature
kind of
than
should
the
have done a
child
little bit
that
of that
is.
here.
In addition, they find
Better
yet another
storytelling.
portrait of the Academy's founder, Izuru Kamakura, yet this seems contradictory to the information they already gathered. In another room, they learn of the Hope Cultivation Project, the name given to the effort made by the Academy to create what they viewed as the one true hope, and a report saying the 15 captured students were to be left in the care of the survivors of the killing school life. A later report addressed to Makoto Naegi expresses concern in his act to keep the captured remnants of despair alive, as opposed to terminating them. In another room, they find a tablet detailing the Neo World program, which is a psychotherapy program meant to place its
And
subjects
again,
in an
more
artificial
exposition,
virtual world
we are being
and replace
presented in a
memories
flat
with
way.
synthetic ones. For
I
the
told you, this
purposes
part of the game
undoing
it just
trauma, reversing
slowed
brainwashing,
to
and
a halt.
rehabilitating the subject.
And you just get a
Later,
huge
Hajime
lore
encounters
dump.
the AI Alter Ego,
Huge
which
lore
currently
dump.
administrates the Neo World program, who informs him a virus has affected it and caused all sorts of peculiarities.
Normally I
such
don't
as
like
this
talking
very
about
school.
lore, by the
It
way.
confirms
A lot of
Monami
people
and
call my
Chiaki were
channel a
created
lore
virtually
channel.
to assist the other
I
15
don't
students
call
like
them
Hajime
out on
in
it,
order to help
but
them
in my
recover,
mind,
but
I
someone
don't
on
like
the
that,
outside
because I
uploaded
do
the
not
virus to
consider
turn
myself
their
a lore
world into
channel.
killing one.
I consider myself a story channel.
Monokuma interrupts before more
And the
can be
difference
revealed,
is
but
very
as the
simple
world
between
begins
lore and
blowing out, a
story.
new silhouette
Sometimes
brings
there are
Hajime out
stories
to
in
inform
lore,
her help is
but
there,
lore
and
is
will
not
arrive during the
story.
perverted graduation
Think
exam
of it
while
like
Akuma is
this.
prepared.
Think
And
of
they will be
lore
bringing
as
a forced
history
shutdown
and
sequence
story as
that so
current
far has been
events.
blocked by the
That's the
virus and the
difference.
necessity of
Lore is
meeting
sometimes
eight people
needed for
present.
foreshadowing,
As the world
continuity,
resumes, Monokuma
or even
brings them to
some
a final
world building
trial
that
spot
pays off
where he
later
begins
in the
stalling for
story
time until
you're
some people
experiencing
waiting
right
will
now.
arrive.
But
In the meanwhile, he
no, I I
reveals
do
that this
not
whole
go
world is
extensively into
virtual,
all the lore,
hence all the absurdly over the
because
top and
a lot of that
inconsistent
lore
details on the island.
isn't
All of
necessary
them are
for the
actually in
story
pods
itself.
in the real world, with their
It
minds
can
being
enhance
synchronized
it,
to a computer
it can
program.
enrich it,
They themselves
but
are just
no.
avatars made from their memories
Oh,
from
this is my
before
favorite
the
scene. Here we go.
academy.
We're coming
At
into
first,
it.
they're reluctant to believe this, but when considering
Look at all
the
this
evidence
crap
they
that's going
find
on.
of
None
their
of this
real
makes
bodies
sense.
being much
Bullshit.
older, it makes sense their minds constructed
No,
these
this
high
makes
school
sense.
bodies. Unfortunately,
This is all
despite this being a
absurd.
virtual world, those that have been killed, their minds, with this hyper-reality, would likely
This
have
is all
self-functioning too, with
cyber-reality.
their
This
bodies
is the
technically
Matrix.
being alive but brain dead. Next, the guest Monokuma was awaiting for arrives, and it's none other
Yeah, I
than
love
Makoto
that. It's
from the
a
original game, who appears and informs them all that before
What
he
the?
rescues them,
The main
he
characters
needs
from
them
the
to
first
accept
game.
some truth.
What kind of crossover is this?
Firstly,
And he's
the
done in the
program,
art
also
style,
called the
which
Hope
is a
Restoration
subtly
Program,
similar
was meant
but
to
different
rehabilitate
art
them.
style.
The 15
from
rescued
this.
students from
You can
Hope's
kind of
Peak
see like a
that were
little bit
formerly
less
the remnants of
detail
Despair.
in some of the
They
like
were
the
of the group
facial
Ultimate
features in their
Despair
hair.
that killed their friends and family,
So it's like
committed
it looks
self-torture,
just
and
like the
ushered
first
in the
game.
end
I
of
think they did a good
society and
job.
order worldwide. In fact,
But oh no,
Nagito
Makoto's
lured
job
Kuda
here is
as the
to
prize for the death
lore
game.
dump
It's
more.
why he tried to kill all of them in the name of hope.
All the lore dumping.
However, in a latent vision, Hajime recalls Nagito even once severed his own arm and attached the late Junko's arm in hopes of keeping her alive within himself. The Ultimate Despair were so twisted and obsessed with Junko, they sacrificed their families for her experiments, enabled mass suicides after she died, implanted
Killed a bunch
parts
of
of
people,
her into
implanted
themselves,
parts into
and
her.
engaged in necrophilia with her
Some even
corpse.
had to chill. See, that's the
Makoto
part where
urges
people
them to
like
choose graduation so
called
their
me out
avatar
and was like,
persona will be
how
uploaded to
how
their
can you
real
claim
body,
that, you know,
thus
people are trying
overriding
to,
their past despair
have
self.
sex with their body?
However,
It's like
something seems
because they
off as
said that
Monokuma
in
and
the
Makoto
game and they
both
literally
seem to want
showed a
the same
dude humping
thing.
her corpse. Like, but her corpse
Hajime
was
catches that
splattered
this
in the last
Makoto
game.
was
Like, look,
actually
man,
a
I'm
fake.
not here to
In
explain
response,
you the fine
Monokuma
details.
powers up
I'm
and
just
unveils
telling
a
you what
giant
happened,
virtual
man.
Junko. She explains that while she's really dead, she adapted the alter ego AI and her own version while she
I will
was still
tell you
alive.
many times what
Someone
happens. I'm
infiltrated
not
Future
here to
Foundation
explain to you
uploaded
why
her
that
to this
happens. You're
program,
gonna have to
wherein
consult.
she began modifying the graduation program to where they can not
I don't
only
know what you
return
call
to
those
the
kind of
real
channels
world,
that like
but those that
explain
die can
things,
come
but
back as
usually
well.
they're tied very much
Despite
into
the lack
lore
of reason to
channels.
trust
A lot of
her,
people
Group
look to the
almost
lore
pressed
to
this
explain
graduate,
the fine
but just
details
in
of
time,
things.
the real
I'm not
Makoto
here for that.
interrupts to expose her lie. In truth, Junko was working to modify the graduation system in which her avatar in mind would be uploaded to everyone's mind who died in the program. Eventually, she intends to clone herself to every mind across the world to create an
And then
ultimate
Junko
despair
trying to
utopia.
create like the whole Junko land
Fortunately,
thing. I'm
Makoto
like,
had a hidden
what
command in this
is
program that
this?
can
I
shut
don't
down the
know.
world and stop
I'd
Junko
actually
totally,
never
but they
believed
need
that
at
that was
least 8
actually her
people
plan.
versus the 6 they
Where her
have now.
plan was to
Just
basically
then,
upload
virtual
everyone
avatars
to the
of
internet and
Kyoko
download
and
herself to
Miyako appear
everybody.
lend their
I
aid to
don't
Makoto,
believe that was
though it comes out
real.
that
I
the
think she was
shutdown deletes all avatars
It
within,
just to
including
me
all of them,
didn't really
meaning that they
feel
would
in
wake up
line
as
with
their
what she
original
was
despair
doing
selves with
or
no
her
overwriting.
personality and
However,
all
Junko
the
is
other
confident
mediums,
students won't agree to
especially
be
when
shut
you
down and go
read
back to
Danganronpa
despair,
0,
so she
which
believes
the
she's
creator
effectively
said he
trapped in
wanted
one
people
here.
to read
As a
Danganronpa
final
0
trump
before
card, she
Danganronpa
calls
2.
upon Izuru
Oh, actually, we
Kamakura,
skipped
the
over
original Ultimate
Ultra
Hope,
Despair Girls.
starter
Ultra
of their
Despair Girls
original
technically
Great
takes place
Tragedy, and
between
also
these two games. We're
Hajime's
watching
true
these out of
identity.
order.
As it turns out, part of the Academy was researching the talents of
Alright, everybody,
Ultimates in order
forget
to create
everything
the
you
ultimate
just
true
saw
hope
or
for
last
humanity
however long this
in the
is.
Hope Cultivation Project, also
Forget
called
everything.
the Izuru Kamakura Project in honor of the Academy's founder.
And then re-remember it
Hajime was
after
the
we
reserve
watch the
student
next.
used as a lab rat in their project to manufacture an artificial ultimate, resulting in a transformational operation that granted him the speciality of talent itself. Later,
I will
Junko
say
would break
this,
a
though,
spirit
from an
to turn him
editing
into an ultimate
perspective,
despair,
lore
and
dumps
he
are
not
the
only has
easiest
another
things to
flash to
edit.
what he really looked like, but also the realization
Because
that
you're
he
literally
was
just
the
showing
saboteur
on
that
screen the
uploaded
words of
Junko virus
exactly what's
AI
happening,
into the
which is
system
just the
in
words
first
on
place.
screen. It's super
Hajime
easy.
cannot find himself choosing a clear option.
But
as
you
every
see how
choice before has a
even
bad
Junko
outcome
right
for a
here
main
is
party.
visually
If he
giving us a
chooses
visual
graduate,
aid
then
to
their avatars
explain
will
what she's
live,
going
but
on
the
with
future
her lore
foundation will be
dump
stuck
to
and Junko
again
will escape.
add to this
Repeating
medium
means no
of
one
don't
leaves
just listen to what
forever,
I'm
and the
saying, don't
shutdown
just read
means
the words that
Junko
I'm
will be
saying.
stopped, and the
Here,
future
see the
foundation
things that I'm
lives,
showing
but Hajime
you.
and the other
That's a
avatars will
better
all be
way to
erased.
storytell
Junko
right
takes the
here.
initiative and
Junko
resets
gets
the
it.
game, and Hajime finds himself floating in a subspace, consulting Chiaki, who turns out was just an NPC like Monomi that only existed within the game, and she encourages him to believe in himself and create a new choice. Confronting his own nihilistic presence,
When I first saw
and
the Junko
despairing
man scene, I
choice
actually
laid
stopped
before
and
him,
laughed. Dude, I know, it's
Hajime
so
chooses to
absurd. I'm
create
like,
his own
okay, I
future
don't really
and
think
break out of
it's
his own mental
that
prison.
she's on for that.
Erupting with the
Okay.
awakened ultimate talent and confidence in the future, Hajime breaks the others
Power
out
up.
of a deadlock of hope and despair, and definitively cuts down the
Count
series of bad
up.
choices laid before them. With the students bouncing back with their belief of control of their own lives,
And
they
then it's
press
very
both the
surprisingly
graduate and
positive
repeat
on
buttons
this
at
one.
the same time, while also
I
triggering
guess
the
you could say
shutdown.
he found more
Suddenly,
hope in
Isami
this.
comes back and single-handedly
And then
uses
this
her
just
magical
coming out of
willpowers to
nowhere, where it's
defeat
like,
the giant
oh,
viral AI
surprise,
Junko,
Data,
both programs
Monomi
ending
comes
once
out
and
and
for all.
destroys Data
As the game
Junko.
concludes, the original
And then
students
Data
are
Sora
impressed at
gets
the
his
unexpected
Keyblade for Kingdom
solution
Hearts 3.
Hajime presented, and all the students finally leave the simulation and killing school trip. Back in the real world, Hajime and the others opt to stay in the Future Foundation on the real Jabberwock Island and find a way to help their sleeping friends.
And then at the very end here,
while Makoto and the others see this as a sign those students succeed.
Like, Byakuya looks the
and not
exact same,
reverting to
just
the
a little
remnants of
taller.
despair with the future that they made. With the great tragedy still a reality for the rest of the world,
But then, like,
the
Makoto
Egan's
looks like
turn to
he's
create their own future
he looks
too.
he's the same, like the same
Danganronpa 2,
youthful head
Goodbye
on like an
Despair, has
older
enjoyed the
body. It
success
looks
of
so
selling over
weird to me.
300,000 copies worldwide.
And then this gets concluded
A big thanks goes out to Chris for
in
his
the anime
donation.
years
Thanks
later.
a lot for
And
helping
again,
make this
shout out to
possible.
Chris. You know, as joking aside, Joking aside, this was also 2015. That's how eager I was to play this game. As eager as I enjoyed that, I have to say, I'm still grateful. I'm still grateful because how can you be mad at anybody for introducing you to a fun new series? I'm still grateful. I think it's great.
Released by Spike Chunsoft.
So this one was very different for sure, where the whole reason this was done as an action game was because Kodaka wanted to emphasize the sensation of running from despair. You are on the run. Something is chasing you. It's like a slasher flick. You're not safe. Terminator style. You cannot stop it. It will absolutely always chase you until you are dead. So, they wanted to evoke that, and you can't really do that in a slow classroom trial setting, so they broke the format. It's the same thing for the anime. In order to tell this type of story, to evoke this type of theming, you're gonna have to change the format, and so they did. And so this is a straight up over the shoulder, basically shooter. I heavily recommend not playing this on portable because the sticks on the Vita are garbage. And so I recommend, which you can fortunately play on PC or PS4 or Xbox. I think it's even on Switch. Even on PS TV if you had that back in the day. Like, don't play as portable. This game's better played with better sticks. Just saying. But yeah.
In 2014 on
A smaller
PlayStation
story
Vita,
focused
Danganronpa,
on
another
a very
episode, will
smaller
be a spin-off
cast
story that
to tell a
takes place
smaller
between the
tale.
events of the first and second main games. Written by series creator Kazutaka Kodaka.
If you like child
and directed
violence,
by
you're in for a good
newcomer
time.
Sasaki, the game would add
As the meme
additional
goes, we
character
don't
development and
condone
lore
child
to the main
violence. We do,
series.
however, find it
For
hilarious.
gameplay, this spin-off would instead be a third-person action game with 3D models and environments, full voice acting, light puzzle-solving elements, and horror themes, dramatically different from the visual novel styles of the main series. For characters, the player would mainly control Komaru Naegi, the sister to Makoto for the first game, while being able to
This was
switch
back
to
when I
Toko,
actually
another surviving
still
character from
again
the first
did
game,
longer
and split
intros to each of the
personality
videos to
Genocide
try
Jack.
to add
Komaru is
context
armed with a
and
megaphone-like
background
device called a
to what's
hacking gun
going
that can be
on
fired
in
with a
terms
variety
of
of
the
shoot
game,
bullets,
its
which only
significance
affect
within the
machinery
series,
and
what it did
result
that
in
was
a variety of
interesting.
effects like braking, moving,
And
even dancing
it turns out
performing
people just skip
anti-robots
past that part,
briefly.
so I stopped doing
The
it.
story only gets larger from here, so let's cut it down to size with a recapitation. As the game begins, 6 months
I
after
liked the
ending of
anime
first
opening
game,
here, by the
we
way.
are
I think this was
introduced to
cool.
Komaru Naegi, the younger sister to Makoto from the
A
first
precursor
game,
to the
who has been
actual
imprisoned
anime.
in a well-furnished apartment for a year and a half. She has never seen or even contacted the person who's imprisoned her, much less given a reason
Look
why.
at that nice
But one
breakfast.
fateful day, she hears someone rustling at her door. Hoping it to be a rescuer, she is shocked
Get all
to
the
instead
proteins
see
in there 'cause you're gonna
strange
do a lot of
two-toned
running.
bear shred through her door. As it moves to kill her, she slips past it and she's finally out of her cell, only to find her floor is on fire. As she hurries for the elevator, it opens before her to reveal Byakuya,
I like the
another
cutscenes that
survivor
were
from the
done
first
here.
game, in charge of his own team.
Because not only
He
do they
saves
still
her,
evoke that
explaining
sense
he
of
is from
just
the 14th Division of Future
like, I don't know,
Foundation,
anime feel,
and
like
here to
these
rescue
3D
her.
models
His
pretty
team
on
was tipped
point
off
in
about
terms
there
of
being a
bringing the
captive here,
2D
but
art
the surprise
style
presence of
to
Monokumas
3D.
tells
I
him
think the
this is all a
translation
trap.
looks really good. Like,
He's about to
Byakuya there
explain
looks
more, but more
exactly
Monokumas
like you would
burst
want
in,
Byakuya to
overrunning
look.
the team, and Byakuya hands her a megaphone-like
The
tool
claw
called a hacking
Monokumas
gun,
look
able to
like
destroy
claw
robotic
Monokumas.
bears. He tells her to run for the restaurant across the street
Kamaru
and
looks
meet
like
another
Kamaru.
Future Foundation member there. And as he does
Like, there's
so,
really not
she
that
is
much of a
shocked to see
difference.
an army of Monokumas slaughtering everyone as they invade the city. An emergency is declared on the TV, revealing here to be Toa City, and she sees a group of 4 kids play with the dead news anchor before a 5th girl in a wheelchair comes in. The
you
wheelchair
have
girl
Monica.
introduces them as the Warriors of Hope and Masters
Where
of
again,
Monokuma,
remember, the whole
with the
theme
mission
across
to
all
purge
of
the
this
city
is
of worthless
lies.
problem-causing adults,
Lies.
and instead build a
Remember.
paradise for children by children.
So
Komaru
basically they made
reflects that
Resident Evil
a year and
3.
a half ago, there was a riot at the Hope Peak Academy
Well,
that was
sort
fueled
of.
by
You see,
something
Resident
far
Evil 3
deeper,
was just
and
a
eventually overtook
spin-off
the world in war and
that they
despair.
just gave a
When
number
things were
because they were
finally starting to
contractually
fall around
obligated
her,
by
some people
Sony
broke
to do
into her
that.
house and kidnapped her from her family.
Another
imprisoning her
more
in the
modern
apartment until
example
just
would be
recently.
like Miles Morales'
finds the Future
Spider-Man.
Foundation
Like,
agent
it was
mortally
just
wounded
glorified
and tells her to
DLC
go
that they
ahead to the
turned
just ahead
into
where there's a
a
helicopter
quote-unquote full
rescue
game.
waiting.
Even though when you play it,
As
you're
they
like,
wait
this
to
feels
hear
like
from Byakuya,
glorified
they explain
DLC.
This city is an
'Cause
island
it
off
was.
the coast and controlled by
That's
a
what Resident Evil
powerful
3
IT
was. It was
corporation,
glorified
Toa
DLC.
Group, that, since the Great Tragedy, has taken control of
It was supposed to be
things.
part of
Because of his
Resident
strong
Evil 2.
influence, this city has actually suffered far less compared to
That's
others
okay.
in the
That's
wake of
just
the Great
history.
Tragedy. The cause of the sudden rioting and Monokuma invasion is unknown.
It's interesting the blood in the series is all pink and purple. Yeah, that was definitely by design. They wanted to make it like horrible, but not like, you know, with all the blood they wanted to show, they still wanted to have this element where it wasn't going to upset like parents and stuff like that. They did it purely to dodge the M for mature rating.
When she comes to, she is met by a boy named Nagito, who only refers to himself as a servant and explains she's been asleep for 2 days. She is soon led to meet the Warriors of Hope, children talented with extremely high
I think that he's just wearing this
studies
mitt is
from the
funny to me.
elementary school for
Just a
prodigies
completely
affiliated with
random
Grosbeak
mismatched
Academy.
mitt.
As they introduce themselves, they
I also like how
claim an
each of their
RPG
pupils are
double
just
they assign
different.
themselves
Like they're
first
all
for
differently
sage.
shaped, and they
Masaru,
zoom in on
the
them
PE
several
ultimate, as
times.
the
I
hero.
like that.
Nagisa, the social studies ultimate, as the sage. Jotaro, the art ultimate, as the priest. Kotoko, the drama ultimate, as the fighter. And Monaco,
This is something I
the
ended up
homeroom
doing
ultimate,
across
as
the entire
knight.
series was the
They claim they
montage
are a party out to
all the
rid the world of
introductions. I don't know why, but
demons,
I like the way the
aka
game did it, and so I
create
wanted to
paradise
just
for just kids.
show
They
all of
claim they were
them
considering
as soon as
Komaru
they
for
were
something,
introduced.
but decided now they're going to just play a death game where she is the prey and they compete to see who can catch
I
and
love
kill her
that
first.
Monster Hunter-esque
Nagito attaches
font.
a wristband
So,
to her, explaining
so
all
nice.
targets have this wristband on, and it's set to explode if she tampers with it in any way.
And I like how they call it
The
a
whole
game,
is
but really
Monika's
it's just
idea,
kill all the
and the group
adults.
seems fiercely loyal and doting
And
on
I like how
anything
she even
Monika
points out,
wants.
it's like, wait,
With
you're gonna
that,
be
they
adults
drop her
too.
with
It's
a
like, that's what
parachute
you
back down
think.
to
Joke's
Choa
on you.
City
We're gonna
as the
kill
prey
ourselves
game
while we're
from
young.
within
It's
the
like,
flying
okay.
airship.
What's
And
the
Monica
point of
knows
all
to
this
herself the
again?
anticipation for the despair to come. After a rough rooftop landing, Komaru still is immensely ready to deal with the death game, and as the Monokumas bear down on her, she is saved by a scissor-wielding girl who easily slices them apart. Calling her Dekamaru, she notes the hacking gun Komaru has is from Byakuya, but she suddenly switches to a completely different personality. Now calling her Umaru, the girl then takes out a taser, applies it to herself, and switches again to the fervent psycho who easily handles
I think the
nearby
combo of
Monokuma.
Toko slash
Switching back to the
Genocide
timid
Jack, I
form,
think
she
was
introduces
pretty
herself
good.
as Toko,
If you were gonna
and her
pair up
violent split
her
personality
with
is
any,
Genocide
I
Jack.
think that made the
Komaru
most amount of
recognizes the name
sense.
as the
Like,
same as a
who
famous serial
realistically
killer,
is
and
going to
though Toko
survive a
confirms she is the
situation
same,
where
she
things are
also
trying to kill
affirms
you?
she's learned to
Well, why
control
not
that
another
side of
killer?
herself and only change when needed. Toko is fiercely loyal, if not delusionally obsessed.
And they really did
with
play up this
Byakuya,
part. I love
and
the
shares that Byakuya
style
has
that they
been
chose
captured.
for that.
Now she moves to take Toko and rescue Byakuya.
They really did
and
play up that
move on.
subplot of
As
them
they
just
looked
trying to
on the
become,
building,
you know,
they meet another
friends. She's
Monokuma
just there
kid, and Toko
to
explains
follow
that while the
Byakuya,
kids are all
like trying to get
working
on his good
together with
side.
the Monokumas to kill all
Meanwhile,
the
the kids are
adults,
treating
it
this
wouldn't
like
be
a
right to
game,
just
so they
attack
add
them.
crap like
Later, it
power-ups
comes
and
out that she's not
bonuses
an
and things
official
like
Future
that.
Foundation agent, only an
But
intern,
really, it's
until
just
she can prove she can control Genocide Jack and not kill another
everybody's
future
working on
leader.
their own intentions.
They're about to
Nobody's
part
on the
ways,
same
with
side
Toko
here.
moving to rescue
It's all about
Byakuya,
lies,
but
and that's what
Komaru
is
asks
a
her to
prevalent
help
theme
her
in this
escape
game. Is
the
that
city, not confident
in
she
all
can
the other
survive
games, you
alone.
have defined
agrees, and
teams.
Komaru is
I guess you
grateful,
could say
and
people
Toko
that are
reveals
unified
she
under
still needs to
objectives.
work on her
And
plan
in the
to rescue
beginning for
Byakuya
this game,
anyway.
nobody
Unfortunately, neither
is on
of
the
them are
same
from this
side.
town, and so don't know
Everybody
their way
has
around
different
to escape.
objectives.
But since it's an island, they think to look for a bridge. Spotting a large one and heading forward, they learn to start
Being on
working
an
together
isolated
while being
island's kinda
surprised
nice.
to find new variations of the Monokuma dolls. Reaching the
Bomber
bridge to the
Monokuma.
mainland, Toko has an ominous feeling, but they are suddenly stopped by a boy.
I don't know
alert
why
who
I
is also captured
emphasized
by the Warriors of Hope
that
as part of their death game,
so
as evident
much.
by his
I think it's
wristband.
because the game did
He
like it
introduced
paused and
himself
it made
as
you look
Yuta
like, look at this
Asahina,
Bomber
and Toko
Monokuma. I
recognized the
spent
name
time
and face as
making
the
this
younger
Bomber
brother to
Monokuma,
Aoi, whom
and
also
you are
survived
going
the
to
Grosbeak
appreciate
Academy.
it. Damn it!
They soon discover the bridge has
Then
been
we got
destroyed, but
Yuta.
Yuta doesn't give up. He says that while he's better at track
Literally
and field,
introduced
he's a
the
really
moment
good
that he
swimmer, though
dies.
not as good as his sister, and so leaps into the water.
I kind of wish
He
that we
blazes
had
across the
Monokuma
water,
jump
but as
in
he
when they
approaches the city
explained
limit, he
the
notices
killing
his
parent
bracelet
or
flash
killing
only
adults
briefly
game,
before
just
it
to say it's a
explodes,
game.
killing him instantly to the horror of Komaru. After the grief of losing Yuta, Toko convinces Komaru not
This
to give up
right
hope,
here I
as she
feel
just
is a
remembered there's
narrative
also a subway
misstep
system they can
because
try.
as
Though
the
she doesn't look
player,
forward to telling Aoi about Yuta's
I don't
demise.
give a shit about
Looking for the
Yuta.
subway and encountering more
He just
dangerous
came
enemies,
in,
they find the subway entrance and instead leads
slammed
to
a
an arena
speech,
filled with Monokuma
swam
kids
out,
and headed by
died
Masaru.
like a chump.
He shows them the mounds of dead
They should have
adults that
taken
tried
some
escaping
time
from
like
the
they did in
subway
the
too,
other
and
games for
Komaru
you to
tries
spend some
reason
time
with
with
them, explaining
him,
one day they'll all
have a
turn
little
into
bit of
adults
emotional
too.
investment
Masaru
with him,
proclaims he'd
and
rather die
then
as a
take
kid
him
than
away and
as
shoot
his
him.
confidence slips, and
That's what they
recalls
should
the
have done.
past in which he was physically abused by a drunk parent.
They
grabs
jumped the
a
gun
remote
too
and
much
calls
with
for a
that
giant
because a
robot
lot
to
of the
feed them,
build up
and with
or
teamwork,
character
Komaru and
attachment in
Toko
a lot of the
defeat
other
the robot.
games, like they
Surprisingly,
threw that out the
after
window
a
here. So
defeat,
why the hell do I
crowd
care
of
about
Monokuma
Yuta?
kids all unanimously grab
Especially
Masaru and
since
pull
even
him
if you're
down
like,
into
oh,
an
what if you
unknown
like
fate.
his sister?
As
It's like,
Toko
well, if I never
thinks,
played the game,
punishment
what do
for
I
losing
care?
the game.
Even then, who's this
While
chump?
Komaru is relieved believed to have survived the trap, Toko kicks herself
I
for
did
missing the
like
chance to get
how
any valuable
during the
info on
fights
the
of
leaders
each of
the
the
Monokuma
kids,
kids.
they go in
As they
and
try a
talk
different
about
path
their
through the city,
individual
they're unaware of
trauma
a unique new bear looking down at them.
and what's going
Meanwhile,
on, just to
Monika
kind
and
of
the
like
others
really
weep at the loss
emphasize
of
that like
Masaru,
you
but
can
Nagisa points out
experience
nobody
despair
says
at
Masaru
any
is
age.
actually dead. Recovering
And
quickly, Monika is shown to
even
be
though
even
the
more
anger they
manipulative than the
have
children, as she declares
is
Nagisa
a
the new
little
leader and
naive,
leaves them
which I
in the
think is
dark about her
appropriate for the
whereabouts.
children,
Finding another subway terminal, the girls try to find
I think
a way
it's
out
also,
as they work past new
it combines
challenges
well
and
with how
dodge a
kids
collapsing
in that
tunnel.
naivety are
Along
just
the way,
all the
Komaru
more
learns
cruel
Toko
for it,
changes to Jack
because
and
they
vice
really don't
versa
have a
whenever she loses
worldview.
consciousness or
They
sneezes.
really don't think about the
They're
greater
suddenly met
actions,
by
the
children
long-term
with a
stuff. They're
monitor
really
and a
not there
message from
for it.
Jotaro. He
They're just
introduces
kind of there for
himself
that
and
immediate
explains that the
gratification.
wristbands will explode if they leave the city. To
And
rattle them
quite
further,
selfishly,
he
of
shows
course.
them the adults he killed, of which he
And
turned into
so,
puppets on strings
for that,
and nailed in place
I
for
feel
one
like
of the
they were
many
really well
dioramas he
done
likes
for
to
being
create.
played as
His tone references
villains,
the
I guess, for
history
lack
of
of a
being
better word.
hated and despised on in the past, and he's learned to revel in the hate. Moving on,
Just
they
the quick
rescue what they think is a
disillusionment, I
person
guess you
that
could
turns
say.
out to be another bear named Shirokuma that has an AI making it unique among the other Monokumas. Claiming it wants to be friends, Shirokuma tells him of a secret base nearby full of adults in hiding.
I think the different
They agree to
AI
follow
Kumas
Shirokuma
that were
there, though
here,
Toko still has her guard up,
Kurokuma
but it
and
turns out they
Shirokuma,
were
I
led to a
think,
base
both
full
their
of
names.
adults in a
It was cool.
resistance.
And the choice
They
to
find
make
another
the
woman
adults
there
here
with a
just
wristband by the name Hiroko
shadows,
Amakure,
I
and
think,
Toko
again,
recognizes her as the mother to Yasuhiro, another
an
survivor
interesting
from Hope
choice.
Creek.
I'm sure they did it just
Afterwards,
to
Shirokuma
save on
talks
memory
more
because
about
it's a
the Warriors
portable
of
game,
Hope, explaining the
but I do
elementary
kind of
school
feel
they
like you
came
could read
from
into the
isn't
theming of that
technically
as well.
affiliated with Hope Speak Academy, but it's
For
true
just
that
how
it's a
generic
prestigious
most
school
adults
that
are.
many academy students still came from.
And perhaps
It
the
also
view of
studied the talent
looking
of
at every
children,
adult is the
and only
same.
child prodigies could attend. The
I feel you
Warriors were all
can
part
read
of a
into
class
that
that
writing a
decided
bit,
troublemakers,
but I also
and
don't
as
want to put
children were
words
pretty
in the
impressionable
mouths
to
of the
have their
creator.
talents turned to evil, and thus kill without guilt or mercy. Children in their innocence
Oh, here,
are
right?
quite
They say
cruel,
right there.
and the
Yeah,
fact
see,
that these have
children
more talent than
with so much
adults
more
make them
potential.
all
Adults
more
are so
dangerous.
cruel. They're innocent in their
Time,
killings,
the
and that
leader
makes them
of the
horrible.
resistance
Exactly, they
comes
say
in,
it right
introducing
there.
himself as Haiji Toa, indeed part of the Toa family. Toko asks a few questions, but Haiji is still new to the situation as he's been elsewhere. His father,
Hi,
who was here,
I'm
would have
Matt
had the
Mercer.
answers,
You may
been missing
recognize
since the
me
riots
from
started.
so many
However,
other pop
he
culture
stops being
references
cooperative once he
and
learns
acting
Toko is
roles.
from Future Foundation,
I'm not
angrily
quite
telling
Nolan
him to
North,
leave.
but I'm working on it.
When Shirokuma learns of this, it gives him a special laptop made by the Togami group that Future Foundation usually uses for communication. Unfortunately, there is a digital jammer blocking all calls into a city, but if they ascend above the jammer, they might be able to contact Future Foundation, one such place being the namesake Toa Tower. Being decisive this time, Komaru decides to take the opportunity, but as they approach, Jotaro is actually there with a trap ready to capture the girls. They defeat the ambush, and Toko wonders if Shirokuma set them up, though Komaru defends it. Ascending the tower while encountering more new threats, they encounter
Oh,
a man with a
Monokuma.
wristband who might be able to bypass the security on the
I feel
elevator.
like a lot of
Though,
the
as soon as he
parents that
unlocks
were
the tower
here,
for them, he is immediately torn apart by a
and
new
they're kind of
Monokuma
like,
type. And as they find a picture on his body,
again,
Toko
you
recognizes
only
him
care
as the
about
father
this
to
if
Hope's
you
peak
played the
victim,
first game.
Chihiro Fujisaki.
a lot of these
As the
characters you
elevator is
only
forced to
care
a
about
stop
if you
before
played the
their arm
first
turns
game.
out to be another arena this time, and they face down Jotaro.
I don't love that
Toko wonders why
because
he hides his face,
it
and Jotaro
cheapens
flusters,
the
admitting that ever since he was born,
cameo,
his face has been the source
because
of
I'm like,
hatred
oh, here's a
adults have
cameo, and
directed
if you're
at
playing
him,
this for the first
having been
time, it's
forced
like,
to wear
okay,
his
well,
ugly
who's
mask
the
to hide his
person? Why do
uglier
I
face.
care? Oh no, they
As he
died, I
unveils his
guess.
own giant robot to fight them, he also reveals Junko was the one that rallied them and gave them hope to start their own revolution.
And I do like
girls
that each of their
succeeded at
mechs
being
are
the
kind of
robot,
based
and
on like
Jotaro was
RPG
punished,
classes,
and Mob
kind of like
tears
their
off
little
his
adventure
mask to
game.
reveal
This was
a
a funny
surprisingly
part where it's like,
angelic face,
you thought
but
it was
he's
going to
still
be
pummeled
terrible,
anyway.
but no, it turns out he
Returning to
actually
the
has a
elevator,
little
they head to the
angelic
top of the
face.
tower,
And the
as they
fact
set
that the
up
crowd
laptop, they
also
succeed in
just
getting call
basically
through jamming.
devours
By
them.
sheer luck, appropriate for his
In
talent,
this
it's
game,
none
none
other
of
than
them
Makoto
die.
who receives the call and is surprised to see his sister again. As they reunite, Makoto
But I
shares he
kinda
unfortunately
wished he
doesn't
did.
know where their parents are either, and catches Komaru up on most of what happened since she was kidnapped, including
sounds
the events
terrible,
of the
don't quote
first
me on
game
that out of
and joining
context.
Future Foundation.
Here's Makoto
He
again
also
to give you a
reveals
nice
all the
big
captives
lore
like her
dump.
were
He's
all
gonna pull
relevant
down his
people
pants
to the
and
classmates
dump
of
that
Hope's
lore
Peak
all
to
over
be
you.
used as hostages to incite murder and
All
war.
this lore dump.
Though that plot was
Hi, I'm
fortunately
Makoto. I'm
ended
here to
early.
just lore
It
dump
wasn't
on
until
you.
recently Future Foundation received a tip that the Killing Game captives were in that specific apartment in Senpyakio's rescue. The girls then inform him of the massacre game going on in Toa City now, and the direct mention of Junko earlier. It also unfortunately comes out that Byakuya is being kept hostage precisely so Future Foundation doesn't interfere, so Makoto can't send help now. Toko even warns Makoto not to try to send Future Foundation to save Komaru, as if Byakuya were killed for it, she would not hesitate to kill Komaru.
And then we have this, we have the
Suddenly, the call
usual,
is cut off and a blackout hits the building, forcing the girls to leave for now.
conflict of
Meanwhile,
interest,
as
the
Warriors of
liar
Hope easily
revealed
success the loss of Jotaro,
thing, where even though everybody
Otoko
here is
has
a liar,
breakdown when Monica
we have the
casually
whole
says the word
thing where,
gentle,
this one I really
flashing
did
back to her
empathize
child
with
actress days
because,
in which she was sexually abused by the adults around her. Nagisa now comes in.
Like the whole events that she's
successfully
into, like
stop the
child
girls'
porn and stuff like that,
communications, has an idea on
that
how to
personally
use
I
them to
hate.
find the resistance
I
adults, too.
absolutely despise.
At this time, we're introduced to a unique
any
new bear,
CP goers,
Kurokuma,
shit like
who's
that.
all black with a gangster-like
I
demeanor
empathize
and
with that
brutal
one because that one
mindset.
just to me is like a very
Back with the
grounded,
girls,
very
they leap
real
to a
thing.
tower
The other
with some
ones,
new friction
whatever.
given the last
You know,
call.
overstressing the
Kamaru
kid
opts to split up and
academically,
go back to the resistance bunker
kid getting
despite her
beaten,
objections. Toko
you
follows
know,
her,
or a
deciding she
kid
has her
getting
own reasons
bullied
for doing
on.
so.
Like, sure, those
Once they
are
return,
issues, and they're
welcomes
certainly
them
big
and
for
tells them
kids. But
Hyde is
man,
discussing
you
with the
you
others
bring
the
in like
next
the
move of
CP to
resistance.
this? No,
They
man,
happen to learn that the
that's a lie.
survivors here don't have any small children, and that's likely not a coincidence, as the Monokuma kids were all incited to murder their own parents first. Toko chastises them for their lack of action or planning, and Kamaru takes their side, claiming Toko doesn't understand what it's like to be weak or mundane. Toko counters, saying she's never been the strength in any group, but even then, she did something about her circumstances.
This part I
something
actually
she learned
felt
during
was
the killing
almost,
game,
it's
and never just
unintentionally
repeated her
comical,
weakness as an excuse for inaction.
but
Their bickering
this,
is
so like,
interrupted by a
they break
surprise
in,
attack by Monokuma,
they start killing
and
all the
in a surprise,
adults.
The resistance adults are slaughtered wholesale.
And
Shirakuma
then
begs the
dude
girls to fight
blames
for
the
a little bit
girls,
and buy any
even though it's
survivors time
literally
to
his
escape, and they
job
both
and he
agree.
just did a bad
They
job.
succeed in
But he
destroying the
blames
invading
all of them,
force of
even though they're there
Monokuma's,
to
but at a
solve
steep
the
cost of
issues.
victims.
They get rid of
Haiji is
everyone that's getting
furious,
murdered,
blaming them for
and he
being
turns
followed
around
back
and
here since
blames
they
them.
likely were found out while
We
contacting
followed you.
Future
You're
Foundation.
here. It's like,
He orders
motherfucker,
them
we just saved
detained,
your
and as
lives.
the girls are
They just
separated in
get
their
tossed
respective
out.
cells, Kamaru
You
is
think
shocked
this
to
little
see Kotoko
ramshackle
with
thing that it
a rope at
wouldn't
her cell
found you
door.
out eventually?
She
Come
admits she was
on.
originally here to hunt her, but decided instead to let her escape. Reason being, she loves things she considers adorable, and that includes Kamaru, so Kamaru is free to go. However, once she turns her back, she's knocked out by Kotoko's denture-launching weapon.
And then she has like a
Kamaru sleeps,
denture
Kotoko
shooting
mentions
gun.
how her dad
Like,
was
it's
a
like,
dentist who cheated on her mom
it's
with
like,
his assistant.
I don't know why.
and
It's like,
also
to me, that's
neglected
just
his
so
practice, forcing her to
childishly
also
absurd
make
that
money.
it's almost appropriate, but it just comes out of
Meanwhile,
nowhere.
Toko sneezes in her dusty cell, allowing Genocide Jack to come out, who is more
I liked
interested
this
in breaking
sequence
out
right
and
here.
finding Byakuya. Jack easily breaks out and looks to snag Kamaru, but sees she's gone, and a few Monokuma kids
Where she's
have
just
their
so
things to
focused
track
on
her.
what she
Jack
wants
doesn't look the gift
that even
horse
though
in
she
mouth and
grabs the
isn't
things
afraid
she
of
needs,
traps,
she doesn't
so
really
she
hurt
snags her items
anybody
and
like
chases after
along
Kamaru.
the way. Like she could have totally just sliced
Meanwhile,
at those
Kamaru
kids.
wakes up to find herself strapped to a strange machine. When
This is where
Kotoko
the
activates
touch
a group
controls of the
gravity
Vita were
hands
very
to motivate
essential
Kamaru into obedience through
for all the
aggressive
massaging.
Jack zeroes in on Kamaru's location,
Research
which is on a
purposes.
train, and is an unstoppable slasher as she breaks into Kotoko's room.
I like the music that
and
plays
easily
during the
deals with
sequence.
little
Very
girl.
actiony.
The train suddenly derails,
And then the
Jack frees
train just
Kamaru, who's
derails
grateful
and
for
runs
the
into
rescue
a
and
building and
apologizes for their earlier
explodes.
fight.
I'm like,
Jack
okay.
sneezes, reverting to Toko again, and as they get their bearings back, they find themselves in another arena, this time facing down Kotoko
Right into an
once
arena.
more. Kotoko explains she's disappointed Kamaru won't accept
Because,
being adorable,
I don't know, out of
even
all
if
the
it
all
means
the
being an
kids, I
object
kind of
jealous
like,
resentment.
you don't
She
want to fight
reveals
this
that
one.
she only wanted to be average,
And even though
but
she's
her
all like,
mother
I'm
lived
super
vicariously
cute, and
through
then
her,
she's like,
even
you
prostituting
do realize
herself
that
and Kotoko to get
that's
acting
also a
deals.
curse. Like,
She
people
doesn't
can
believe
only
they're
think
any
you're
good
so
adults,
cute for their
since
own
none helped her
selfish
escape from
reasons.
the
Like, the
trauma of
world's
being
not
raped.
good. People aren't
They
good.
now face
People
a
are just going
giant
to take
robot
advantage
and
of
win
you.
against it, though if the
And
Monokuma
doesn't
kids
matter
were
what
about
they're
to
going to say, they're
retreat,
actually going to
Jack
betray
jumps in
that.
to save
And then she
Kotoko.
gets saved.
Toko now questions her where Byakuya is, but Nagisa now shows up, justifying
There are real
their
messages
need
and
for
all
a
that.
kid's
Same thing for
paradise.
Nagisa over
It
here.
reveals
where he's
adults
like-
were the ones who broke all
It's
of
the
them
kind of
and made
curse
them
of being a
fearful,
quote-unquote
so they
gifted
have to die in
child,
order for there to be peace.
where the
Kamaru
more and more
sympathizes a
you
little bit
try
with
to
them, but
isolate
counters
that
an
kid
eye
is
for an eye makes
so
everyone
good
blind.
and good for
Nagisa then admits the two girls have
beyond
so
it.
far
Like,
ruined
that may
their
be true in the
revolution, and
beginning
if
when
escape is all
everybody's
they
gaps
want,
and
then he'll let
abilities
them
are
go,
kind of like
so long as they
very
really
different,
do
but
leave and stop
if you
interfering.
do that,
Meanwhile, Monica
I'm not saying
finishes a
dumb it
spell
down
circle
because it's
with a
also a
picture of
bad
Junko in
thing,
the
but
middle,
you are
ready to
leading them
create
on a
second
road of
generation
burnout,
Junko and
like
Ashina.
early burnout,
Also,
and then
Nagisa
showing that
was
kid exactly how it is,
spying
where
on
the kid,
Nagisa as he
parents
entreats
just keep him
Kamaru
on
to leave.
stimulants just to
Nagisa
keep him
even shows his
academically
sincerity
engaged and
by
on
taking
top of
off
things,
Kamaru's explosive
even though
bracelet
that
and
parent
agreeing
was
to show her the
involving an
secret passageway out
experiment.
of town,
Same
despite
thing,
knowing how much
still
this would anger
applies.
Monica. As they move towards the escape route, they are suddenly surrounded by camouflage
He's just trying to get
Monokumas,
out. He's
and
the one who
Nagisa
believed
surprises
the
see them
most.
approaching to attack him.
You kind of
The
feel
girls
for him
save
because
him, saying
his
betrayal must have
tragedy
been
is that
found
he
out, but
believed the
Nagisa
lie. He
insists his
believed it
heart
was
is in the right
possible.
place. As they
He
pass
actually
another mortifying
believed,
pile
he
of
dared
victims,
to
they ask
hope.
Nagisa if he
That
really
was his
feels
crime.
nothing, and he repeats he and the others are actually afraid of adults. He resented being put in the class for troublemakers, as if he and the
He's
other
a young
warriors of hope were the
Makoto
cause of
because he
trouble.
believes in hope, and he
For
also
him, his parents placing
dumps
inhumane academic burden on
Here's a
him,
bunch of
even
here's a bunch of
resorting
lore
to drugs
dumping.
to keep him studying around the clock. His father, who was a teacher at Hope's Peak Elementary, was also a researcher of children's talent and placed enormous pressure on Nagisa there too, in order to study the breaking point of overdeveloping a child. He still
There were
considers
several
it lighter
manga that were
suffering than the
attached
other
to
warriors
this
of Hope,
IP as
mentioning
well.
that
I read
Monika's
one
legs
of
were
them.
broken by
I
her
think
jealous
Killer
family.
Killer.
In their bonds of pain,
I didn't
the
read
warriors
any
of
of the
Hope
other
agreed
ones.
to finally escape their pain with suicide. Right when they were about to leap from the roof of the elementary school, though, Junko approached them and convinced them to fight back, abducting them and creating the dream of a children's
I don't know why,
paradise
but just
for
the
them.
visual image of them
Learning to
being
use their
thrown in the
hate
back
as
of a
motivation,
truck is
they learn to kill
hilarious to me.
adults and break the existing belief system, eventually
And that part
killing
right
their
here
own
is like
parents.
kind of crazy, where
They
it's
gained
like
a lot of momentum,
she
freeing
basically
other
taught them
children
to
and inducting
kill,
them into their
and once
belief.
they got
But then
over that
Junko was
burden, they
killed.
realized they could just kind of
When
kill
that
their way
happened,
to their
Monica took charge of the
solution.
warriors, inspiring them as Junko
There we
did
go.
and supplying them with the Monokumas.
And Lore
As
Dump
Nagisa
as
shows
well,
her
the
the
whole
way
thing
out,
that
Nagisa
Monica was
shows up,
supplying
here
the
to persuade Komaru to
Monokumas
stay, as without her,
was
the game
almost like,
cannot set
okay,
its
that's
proper
cool,
end.
I guess.
He also calls out
That's an
Nagisa,
answer to
saying
why
he
we have
knows
so
the
many
reason
Monokuma
Hina behind
bots
everyone's back
everywhere,
to do
because
this
they
was
were
because
actually
he knows Monica would
manufactured.
prioritize this game over building his dream of a paradise. He then reveals that he's disappointed in Toko, saying he made a deal with her to bring Komaru to the children's base in exchange for releasing Byakuya. In fact,
I
their
like the
meeting on the roof
jacket that
wasn't a
Nagito's
coincidence,
wearing,
a planned event
but he
thanks
only
to
wears it for
Nagito,
this game.
as was returning her hacking gun to her and the games and gifts the Monokuma
I kind of like his
kids would periodically
dumpy
give her.
green jacket
He
that he
claims
wore in
her
the second
entire
game.
path so far was a game to help
I think
her
he
grow
wears it
along a
again
certain
during
path,
the
and the reason of
anime.
which is mainly Makoto's fault. Because he defeated Junko the Ultimate Despair, whom he claims to hate, he became a symbol as the ultimate hope. Since Komaru is an unremarkable weak girl by comparison, if she overcame this despairing death game, she could also become a symbol
I
of
think
hope,
this is also
arguably
probably one of my
stronger than
least
Makoto,
favorite
since he
iterations
was already
of
an ultimate.
Nagito,
His
because
game
he's
would
just
have
here
a
just to
defeat the final
facilitate
boss
again
and
his
become the hope
hope.
for this town, so
I
he can't
want
have
to
her
try to get the
leaving
ultimate
and use
hope
Toko
plan
as
as well. He's
insurance.
just kind of there again.
As Toko
No,
verifies
he's not
how
on
she tricked
anybody's
Komaru,
side.
she says she'll keep her
A
here
very
by
common
force,
thing in this
turning
game.
in a jack and attacking Komaru. Komaru fends her off by using the hacking gun on Toko's taser against her, rendering her unconscious and
That's a
surprising
mechanic, by the
Nagito.
way, in this game I
When
forgot
Toko
about.
comes to, she urges Komaru
Your
to take
battle
her chance
damage
to escape,
is
and
your
Komaru
close game.
realizes Toko attacked and
damage
lost
and
on
destroyment
purpose
during the course
to
of the
convince
battle.
Komaru to really
So you're
leave
in
because
your
she cares.
sort of either
Nagito is
swimsuit or
disappointed in
whatever,
Toko and forces her
underwear, I
to
don't
change
know.
again, and once she does, she instead slashes Nagito's legs. She explains that while she doesn't share memories with her other half, she
"Oh, I
shares
actually
emotions,
bleed
which
pink."
currently tell her to kill Nagito and let Komaru escape. Luckily for Nagito, Komaru holds back Jack, saying she's her friend, and Jack/Toko made a promise to Byakuya that Jack wouldn't kill another person
Power
or to
friendship
become a true
moment.
future Foundation agent. For her sake, Komaru agrees to stay behind, so that way Byakuya isn't in danger, and Jack won't kill Nagito in order to save Byakuya.
And then
Jack
here
is
you have
moved by Komaru's sincerity
Komaru
and
basically
thanks her for
breaking
being
the
a friend.
mold
And as she turns
of,
back to Toko,
instead of
Toko is
everybody
also
just
grateful
trying to do
actually
their
have
own
a
thing
friend
and
for
being
the first time in her
selfish
life.
and
Asking
kind of
Nagito
perpetuating
how
the
to free
problems,
Byakuya,
how about
he
if we
says they
actually
must
work
beat the
together a
final
little
boss and
bit?
save the princess, but this plan wasn't his alone, for he has
And
a
so
partner, but
really
he
it's
doesn't
at
know
this point
exactly
that
what
she's
they're
kind of a
planning.
team with
He doesn't
Toko.
tell them who it is either,
Because
and
before,
says he's been
again,
disqualified from the
nobody's
game,
on
though he'll
anybody's
still support
side.
them.
Everybody's
Komaru says she'll
doing
do
their
it,
own
though not really
thing.
for this town, but definitely to
But
help
this
her
is the
friend
only
Toko.
time we actually have a
Nagito does
team
tell them the
of
Choko's
anybody.
headquarters is
The
Toa
adults,
Hill, but the
the
front door approach would be
kids.
suicidal. So Komaru
This
thinks that
this
she
weird
Akuma and
servant guy
Haiji
for
for
some
help.
reason looks very
After
familiar.
they leave, Nagisa returns, mad and with his own robot. He takes Nagito back to get a confession of betrayal out of him, but Nagito just
You were
chuckles.
lying the whole
Monica
time.
now comes in, explaining
like
she
this
was
man's
the
never
one
played
working
a
with Nagito to
Danganronpa
bring
game
Komaru
before.
back to her, and breaks Nagisa's spirit by revealing she never actually cared about their dream of building a paradise for kids to live in peace. Instead, she's more concerned about making a successor to Junko.
Nagito was never good at picking sides,
Confused and
for sure.
exasperated Nagisa
He's
even
definitely more
she
of a
kisses him and scared he
working on
tries
his own
slapping
thing.
her
And this
away,
whole
but
thing,
Monica persists and
where she's
crushes
just
his hope
taking
by
advantage of
imposing her
his
will
just
onto him.
emotional distress to
Back
just to
with the girls,
confuse
they're
them
about
even
to
more
return to the
crazy.
Resistance hideout when they
For
hear
some reason,
screams
I
and
like
find
that
them
part
under
where like
attack
she
again.
went up to kiss
They
him
do their best to pull
because
this
not
way,
because
and
like, oh, I'm
afterwards,
shipping them
Kurikuma
as so
says they
cute and
need to
adorable.
block
No,
the hole the
I like
Monokumas
that
are coming
she
in from.
physically
It
took
suggests using
advantage of him in an
explosives in its own
emotionally
body to
distressed
block the hole, and
situation to
reluctantly, Komaru
further
agrees to
throw
fire
away
Shirokuma
his
and destroy
emotions
it.
and confusion.
The
I
ensuing
like that.
explosion
That's a
succeeds in
surprisingly
closing the hole,
mature
and
way of
afterwards,
manipulating
Haiji isn't
somebody.
pleased to see them, but is willing to admit they aren't spies.
Again,
Komaru insists
keeping
now
up the
is time to
lie,
act before
deceptions
it's too
and
late,
lies.
convinces the group to fight. Haiji
And then
is swayed,
here's
revealing
Komaru
he
again
has a
saying,
trump
"Hey,
card,
we
and
need to
one of the
stand
adults
together."
finds Shirakuma's head, still intact and talking somehow. Haiji then leads them
And
to his
Haiji's
trump
all
card,
like,
allowing them to
blah,
use his
blah, blah.
motorcycle
And
to get there in a hurry and down a secret shaft to tow a
I don't know
secret
why, but the
factory.
motorcycle scene
The
was
factory
funny
is
to me.
overrun by Monokumas and tougher security, and they notice this factory is actively producing Monokumas. When Haiji unveils his trump card, they are shocked to see it's
King
a giant
Monokuma,
King Monokuma called Big Bang Monokuma,
who has a big Audi
and
belly
confront him on
button.
Toa's continuing Monokuma manufacturing.
See, this
He
is
explains
Big
the
Bang
Monokumas were
Monokuma.
originally
What?
meant to be made robots for serving and
Just
doing
name him King
dangerous
Monokuma.
tasks,
He's
though the
literally
big
dressed
one
like a
was made to
king.
protect
How do
the
you
whole
not
city in
call
case
him
of
King
danger.
Monokuma?
They're interrupted as Nagisa
Complete complete
crashes in,
misstep.
though he's
0 out of
clearly
10
insane
game
compared to
failure.
his normally
Never
calm
play this
demeanor.
game. It's awful.
They manage to
They didn't call it
outfight a
King
sharpshooting
Monokuma.
robot, and a large
Put that
part
on
of
the
it
box.
collapses back onto him, crushing him like everyone's expectations had crushed his spirit.
I like how he
before.
was crushed
Though
by
they
his
think
own
Bakusen
ambitions.
may
He
have still
literally
survived
couldn't
that.
bear the weight of it.
Haiji
And
says
that was
him
kind
and
of
his
like
father are
symbolic
the
to how
only
he
ones
died. I
able to
like that
control
part.
the giant Monokuma, so he insists on driving him out this time. Meanwhile, Monica continues her plans, as her pawns all did their duty as she proceeds in her plan to create the successor to Junko and Ashima. Outside, the Monokuma kids indeed flee for Big Bang Monokuma as it easily shreds through
So like,
the
yeah,
army
we
of
just
killer
decided to
Monokumas in
create a
its path.
giant AI
Nagito
bot in case
approaches
we need
Monika
to
to
fight
announce
other
its
smaller
departure and
AI
drops
bots. I'm
that
like,
new
why would
intruder
you
has
make this
entered Toa
again?
City. Monika doesn't
I'm sorry,
care
how
and
much of my
uses instead
city
glad
property
despite how
tax
they
money
look,
went to
things
this?
are actually going per her secret plan that she never
I thought
even
my
told
penny
Nagito
tax was going
about.
towards building
He
better
reminds
roads.
them
What
all
the
that
F
growing
is
to
this
this
shit?
level so it can be burned by hope in the end is really the world he seeks, so to prove again that hope always wins.
Calling it King
With that,
Monokuma would have
the
been
two
too
say their
cliche.
farewells
Come
and part ways.
on, you know it fits.
Haiji rallies the rest of the adults.
I like how she has like a
publicly
giant
thanks Kamaru and
spell
Toko,
circle in the
and
middle.
prepares
She's
for the
trying
final
to
attack.
summon.
Hiroko comes in with Shirokuma, and they all agree that
Junko.
adults counterattacking the children in this mob state likely means there will be adults killing children and vice versa, and no one will really win in this case. Shirokuma points out the killer Monokumas are not autonomous like it is, and are given orders by a device somewhere. The device is likely at Toa Hills, so if they get there before the battle gets
Think
out of
about it.
hand,
Could have
they can
sold a
destroy the
King
device,
Monokuma
and thus the kids
plush.
won't have an army
Easy,
anymore.
easy marketing.
Toko's reluctant to go out of their way to be a hero, but Kamaru points out Byakuya will
King
be in Toa
Kuma?
Hills
I could
too,
accept King
so they were
Kuma.
heading there anyway. Big Bang Monokuma leads the counteroffensive, which is gaining momentum and pushing back the children, as Kamaru and Toko head inside
And then we have the
office
whole
building.
thing where it's like none of the
Within
kids
it,
are
learn the kids
willingly
who were the
doing this,
Monokuma
quote
heads are
unquote.
actually
Everybody's a
brainwashed
friend because
and
they're all
placed under mind
brainwashed.
control.
I guess they got
And Kamaru
brainwashed
rationalizes
watching
they
too
are
much
just victims in
anime
this too.
on their
Toko
dollar
points
store
out it's
VR
awfully
Monokuma
suspicious.
helmets.
Kamaru's new confidence and mindset is strangely parallel to where
Again,
and
I don't
how
like the angle
Nagiso
that it was
earlier
all
said he
anime
wanted her to
that
be,
brainwashed
so
people
be
to start all
careful.
this. Ugh.
Soon, Haiji catches up
Out
to
of
them,
all the
explaining
clever
sheer
writing,
number
that's
of
really
Monokumas
where we're
was too much
starting
for even
from,
Big
but
Bang
okay.
Monokuma, and so had to
I don't know,
drop
it just
down
doesn't
and
sit
search for
well
their
with me.
master
I
control
can't think of a
device.
better solution
Toko
per
finds
se,
it
but
awfully
I thought maybe
suspicious
more
that
of her
this too
social
was Shirikuma's
manipulation,
device, and
taking
by
advantage
design,
of
they
people's
must find a
riotous
chairman,
emotions,
Haiji's dad,
you know,
who's
playing
actually
people
dead in
against
the
each
nearby
other. I thought
office,
that
and
would have been
Kamaru
the
must
way
be
that
one to
we
move the severed
caused
head to
the
retinal
horrible
scanner.
event in those
As she
anime.
reluctantly does so, she hears the
It's like
ghostly voice of the
it
chairman,
robs the
who
whole
reveals
point of
Monika
like
as his
despair
unwanted
being the
bastard
collapse
daughter
of
and
your own
Haiji's
free
stepsister,
will. It
and they must
undermines
stop
all
her.
of that. I
As
also
they
love the
move in,
face
they
that was
save
shown
Kotoko
during the
from
scene.
peril, and she
Her
reveals Monika
freaking out.
betrayed them
It's so
and their dream
funny.
of paradise, even likely having the Monokuma kids ambush them after a loss. She also reveals the device to control the Monokumas is
Yeah,
in
like the moment
Monika's
you took
hands
away
aboard the
free
Excalibur,
will in that
the airship
situation and
currently
people
docked on the roof.
despaired because they were
Finally, she
programmed to
tells them where
despair,
Byakuya is locked
to
up,
me it has
but
less
only Monika
impact.
has the key on her to free him. They later find a torture chamber, and Haiji explains that this is where they broadcast the torture and execution of the resistant members' relatives in order to flush them out, and Toko finds it awfully suspicious that somehow the kids knew exactly who to find and
Because
torture
like
within
people
the
aren't
resistance.
despairing and killing each
Later,
other
they
because
find
they
the floor
actually
room
are
empty,
despairing
beyond
and want to
up a
kill each
ladder,
other in their
a rumored
madness.
pictures of Junko
You just
plastered
AI
everywhere that they
controlled them.
conclude
It's
must
like
be Monika's room,
such a
despite
weak
how it's
plot
elevated.
point.
As they ascend the scaffolding to the airship, they are now introduced to Kurokuma for the first time, and he doesn't
We got
get in the way
Kurokuma,
as he
who
lets
did
them
almost
lie to
nothing the
Monika's room.
entire
When they
game,
approach the
and
door
then
to
here
her
we
room,
go,
they are
which I
shocked
think
to
was
see her
cool that she
spring out
had
of
like
it
this
on
sort
her
of
own
like
and be
skeleton
standing
in the
like
back of
normal.
her dress. I think that was kind
Somehow,
of cool, like
Kamaru
that spinal
suspected
column.
Monika wasn't really paralyzed,
that was kinda
since her
funny.
room before
And then
was
the
up
whole
a
thing where
ladder
it's like,
with no disabled
surprise,
access.
it's a lie.
This begs the question why Monika fakes her disability, and she answers it's simply easier to manipulate people that way.
The real message is
By
anime
pretending
makes
to
the
be a pitiful
apocalypse.
child,
Yeah,
she would
pretty
gain
much.
sympathy from everyone
Don't watch
and
anime,
work like a
kids. It's
charm.
bad for you.
She not only
Makes you kill
confirms
your
she
neighbor.
is from the Toa family, but also that she never cared about the children's paradise plan, and that Kamaru in particular is essential for the successor plan. She pulls out a controller and explains she was the CEO of the robotics branch of Toa Group and used this to control the Monokumas and Monokuma kids. She won't get it over so easily either, and reveals her own superior robot, comprised
here's
of
the
weapons of
thing.
the previous Warriors of Hope.
We have
Has herself
brainwashing
a
helmets in
Kurokuma
here,
pilot
but at least the
while
kids are
broadcasting this fight to
actually being
everyone.
brainwashed, you
Edging out a
know?
win, the
She
ensuing
took
explosion
them against
destroys
their
the body of
will
Kurokuma
to
and sends his
become
head flying
soldiers and
elsewhere, much
allies
to
as
cheer
an
the adults
army. Like,
outside.
she didn't show them in
Defeated, she
anime
hands
and
over the
became
controller,
brainwashed and
and
started
weapon in
killing
hand,
and rioting
Kamaru was
against
about
the
to break
adults.
the
None of these
controller,
kids were on her
ending the
side to begin with.
Monokumas,
She
the kids'
put helmets that
brainwashing, and the
brainwashed them to
uprising.
do that.
But for Kamaru,
Again,
it
remotely
seems
controlled,
awfully
literally you
suspicious
press a
how easily the
button
controller came to
and
them
it
how eager and
deactivates all of
quiet
it.
Monika is during all of this. Kamaru starts second-guessing the choice to break the controller, and now Kotoko comes
I
in with her
did like
objections,
this part
and
though,
Haiji comes in to
where
add
the
his scorn to
whole
Monika
way
and
that you
reveal the
had
whole
to
city
do
is
it
watching.
was not give in to
He
societal
also forces
pressures and
Monika
go
to
against
reveal
what
the truth
seems
of
like the
things,
obvious
such as her
solution.
wanting to trick the
So
Warriors
I
of Hope
did
into
like that
suicide
little
without
twist.
joining them, and Junko wanted to
I
take
feel like this
advantage of
game was a
Monika's
little
position
bit
of
low
Toa
on
to
the
mass produce
twists.
Monokumas.
Again,
To
because
hide
more,
this, she lied
that's
about
just
the
the
nature and
conducive nature
purpose
of
of
it
the
being a little bit more
Monokumas to her
action
brother and
oriented. The whole
father,
theme
and
was
was the
again
war machine behind
the
Junko, turning
lies,
the incident
just
of
being
Hope's
entrenched in the
into a
lies and being
tragedy.
running away from that
At this
despair that
time, her
caused him
father
such
realized
danger.
too late what
He
was
didn't
going
really
on,
have time
and
to sit
Monica
down and
blackmailed
really
him into a new
discuss a
project
lot
for
of
making
this.
anti-Monokuma weapons to sell, lest their involvement be made public.
And then here we have
So,
lore
making
that's
the
really just
Monokumas
world building
and the
lore.
weapons to
Not the
fight
most
them,
interesting
Toa
world
Group
building
made a
lore, it's
lot
just
more
there.
money. Thus,
Like,
when
oh,
the
you ever
tragedy
wondered
got
how
larger,
come come we have
and
so much
didn't really
Monokuma?
hit them
Because,
as hard as
that's
they
the
were
plot
playing
point we
both
really need to
sides.
stress is, where do we
Eventually,
get
even
all
her
these
father started
Monokumas
getting
from?
into despair
Valid
and
question,
became
I'm just
Junko's
saying it's not
patron, but
important,
gave up
but
as soon as she was killed.
since you
That
asked,
was when Monica decided
here's
to
where they
start
come
her
from.
own uprising, causing a
They're
new
all
war to
imported.
throw the world back into despair and becoming the successor to Junko. In fact, she says destroying the controller will start a new war, and Kotoko chimes in to say this is true, since she found out that if the controller is destroyed, then the Monokuma heads the kids are all wearing will explode.
Here's the thing, though, that I think
Monica confirms this, saying the choice
Monica's
is not
like
whether to
idea is really
destroy the
stupid, where it's like,
controller, kill the kids, and be
if
the
we
savior
press
of
this,
the
a
town,
war will start
or
when
don't
all the
destroy
kids are
controller
murdered.
and
I'm
let
like,
the kids
no,
slaughter the adults.
because
One side will
we're
die,
just on
and
a
she
small
pushes
little
Kamara to choose which
island
one.
that you already
With
cut off
this, she
access
explains her
from.
intent all
And if you
along to
kill all
turn
the
Kamara
adults and then
into the
kill all the kids
successor
who
to
killed
Junko,
all the adults,
as it
who's
would be
going out
ultimate
there to
irony
promote
had
this
the little
war
sister of
that you
Ultimate
claim is going to
Hope become
happen?
the new Ultimate Despair. To give her
Like,
some
that is
final
so
motivation for her
short-sighted.
revenge, she now shows Kamaru her parents dead by hanging. This pushes Kamaru off the deep end, and in
See,
her
doing stuff
despairing
like
rage,
that
she
was
chooses to
smarter.
smash
It's
the
like, we're just
controller.
gonna, like,
In a split second,
mess
Toko
with your
scrambles
head.
to knock the controller away and cling to it, saying she's doing it to save Kamaru. However, Monica already accounted for this, producing the lone key that can unlock
But if
Byakuya's
anything, you
door,
should have pissed
thus
off a whole
forcing
bunch of
her to
people
choose
against
between
you,
saving
Monica.
Byakuya
Which
or
has been like,
Kamaru.
oh, you kill all these
Faced with
adults
her
and then
own
you
choice,
kill the
Toko
kids who
chooses
killed
to
those
save
adults. We're
Pearl
just really
and
mad at
demands the
you.
key as well.
And then they would have
Suddenly,
flown a
Big
plane
Bang
over and
Monokuma crashes
blown
in
up the
on its own,
island.
which should be impossible, surprising even Monica. It splits up the standoff and takes aim at Monica, who is suddenly delighted to now feel true despair herself as the room collapses on her. Escaping to the balcony,
And
Toko
then,
slaps
her
himself
getting
with
her
Kamaru.
just
Kamaru comes
desserts
down,
of
resolving now to instead
debris
find a way
falls
to
on her,
save
and then
both
she
the
was
adults
pretending to
and
be,
children in the city.
paralyzed the entire
Now,
game,
Big
and
Bang
then
Monokuma
her just
finds them,
desserts is she
targeting the
actually
girls
ends up being
specifically,
paralyzed.
Though both
Okay.
girls are ready to fight back and combine their skills as they discover a new hope
And
for
then the
themselves
power
and
of
destroy the
friendship
colossal
slash
weapon.
hope
To their
destroys
surprise,
the
Shirokuma's
not
head
King
was within the
Monokuma.
giant, and as they turn
And then
back, they see Monica has
surprise,
survived.
the
Though
Monokuma
debris
heads
has
you
crushed
are
her
were
legs,
actually AI
paralyzing her
components
for
that were
real this
part of a
time.
data gathering
Kamaru chooses to
computer
spare Monica,
that are going to be
opting
sent
instead to get the
over
key to Byakuya's room.
and
They
construct
all leave
something
Monica,
else as
denying
part
her
of a
an ending
big
of hope or despair, as her
preservation
airship comes
gestalt
crashing down
project to
Kamaru
protect the
says
human
she'll stay
genome,
in
and then
this
we get
town
near
and save
automata.
both sides. As Monica
Up.
comes to, she's being carried away by Nagito.
Got our
who
first
claims
bot.
He's also disappointed by this ending.
I was
with
wondering.
no war resulting for a shining hope to emerge from.
You can
He
snipe
says
it? Oh,
now he'll
okay, you
raise
can't
her
snipe
to be
it?
more like
Damn.
Junko than Junko herself. Elsewhere,
All right,
the
I'm
heads
gonna go in
Sakurakuma
and take the shot then.
Shirokuma
Give it
chat,
just a
explaining
second.
how Monica's plan to create a successor never would have worked since the original
Calling it
was
a
still
UAV.
around, though they're pleased with how much meddling they both caused. As the facade drops between the Black Hope and White Despair, it turns out both are the AI Junko and Oshima, just displaying the separate aspects of her personalities. As they say the real showdown is getting ready to begin, they bid a brief farewell as their heads are crushed by the onlooker to the whole thing, Izuru Kamakura, who takes the AI chips out of each as he proceeds to move to the next stage of the plan. Elsewhere, Byakuya makes contact with Makoto to give a sit-rep, explaining that after he was rescued, he and Yasuhiro's mom helped out the other captives escape the city. He relays that Kamaru chose to stay behind in exchange for Byakuya, so that Future Foundation will not interfere with Toa City before she resolves it.
3 videos
Toko
in. I
elected
know,
to stay
right?
behind with her
Normally,
friend too, and she's relieved
it
to
comes
share
in
that
so
the
much
video
earlier
Monica
on the
showed
other
her dead
channel for
parents
some
was
reason.
fake. As they sign off,
We get the
Byakuya
porn
says
bots.
he'll help out to repay the debt
Damn, I
he
lost
has
my
to
place in
Toko
the videos
Kamaru.
too, busy killing
As the
bots.
game ends, the
Just
girls
like this
set out
game.
into Toa City to keep the peace, as hope begins to brighten the new day. Danganronpa, another episode, Ultra Despair Girls, has enjoyed the success
And
of
then we get
selling
the
over
little
250,000
Monami
copies worldwide.
Cameo.
Thanks for watching.
See how
If you
early
like
this was?
and
This
wanna
was
see
again the era that I just wanted to do Resident Evil and I just wanted to do Final Fantasy. I wasn't really planning on sticking around. This was back when YouTube used to have annotations. Remember annotations? Where you actually had to manually click on the thing to be brought to a link. That's why these are here. It's because you're supposed to put an annotation box over it and click it, and you can also put like notes and stuff like that across the thing. Remember those days? 2016 YouTube? Terrible. I don't miss those days. Although it was really inconvenient back in the day when they took off annotations. There were a lot of videos that died because of that. Rest in peace. YouTube was a different era then. All right. Let's go to Danganronpa V3. So, quick pause real fast. We're going to pause right here before we go to the next part. And I want you guys to still think if we can construct any sort of idea so far in terms of what are some of the common themes, motifs, mechanics, ideas that really are prevalent in all the games so far that we can, if you were ever to think, what can we do to make a Danganronpa game? What do you need to have to make it a Danganronpa game? That's prevalent in all of it. What are commonly occurring things? Think about that, because we're gonna get there in just a bit. Actually, we're gonna take a quick break right now. I need to get some water because I just about empty right here. With all this talking. So, Connie, this is a blast to the past. These are the intro to your videos. Hey, Connie, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Glad you enjoyed it. So many people I met, by the way, through Danganronpa. It's so funny. As much as I bemoan the despair that this brought me on, the road that it put me on, at the same time, I mean, I know I'm a bit more of a pessimist than an optimist, but at the same time, I'm grateful. I appreciate it. I appreciate meeting a lot of you. I appreciate uh using this to spread Danganronpa awareness, I guess you could say. I like to think that I helped with that, where a lot of people wanted to play these games or perhaps weren't accessible to it, and they looked at this video and felt like they got caught up on it enough to where they can either become more fans of it or speak better about it. I hope that it helped in those things. That's always been, since the very beginning, the objective of recaps. So if I helped some people that way, I'm glad. Mission accomplished. But for now, everyone stay hydrated, and we'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Let's see. How's it going, Nova? How's it going, Bruticus? One is becoming enemies with friends and vice versa. Dude, that's the story of my life. My best friends that I've had since like middle school, high school, that I'm still friends with today. Not the whole BFFs together. No, no, no. None of the people I ever started becoming friends with ever stayed friends. The people that I actually have had lifelong relationship with, that two times I've been best men at their weddings for two different friends, is the people I've actually had I fought with in the beginning, either due to circumstance or due to just conflict or just being on opposite sides. Like we would bash heads, we would argue, debate, fight, but in that struggle, in that strife, we formed an understanding and a bond of friendship that was obviously tried, tested, and lasted beyond the circumstances we became friends in. So those became the real friends that I actually ended up along the way. They were never, no offense to the people that I met along the way. A lot of them were nice, but the people that I started off becoming friends with just were just many times friends due to circumstances. And many of you have those too, where it's like you think you're like a coworker friend or like a gaming friend or even a classmate friend. It's like, are you really friends with that person, or are you friends by circumstance? Are you actually friends with the game you have in common or the hobby you have in common? That, litmus test, if you were to remove that common element, would you still be hanging out with that person, or would you just kind of quietly drift apart or outgrow them? Something to think about. But let's see. Becoming enemies with friends, vice versa. Group lines are always changing. Could be. The hope despair dichotomy. That certainly is one. Executions. Actually, we should have executions, shouldn't we? That is something that's very Danganronpa. Are there elaborate executions? That is going to be a little bit hard to really kind of. I don't know, maybe. Because there is theming in the executions. So whether or not you liked an execution, we're not talking about the top 10 executions. We can probably discuss the point of how fitting was that execution to the theming of the game, to the theming of that character? How appropriate was it? That might be something we can perhaps talk about. Let's say. There's lies. Yeah, the utilization of the lies, that's true. Um that's something that, I'm saying always, that every single Danganronpa, it's about the lies and the deceptions, and some of them are layered better than others. Some characters utilize that better. We can certainly talk about the lies for sure. I've actually heard you're more likely to fight with someone you feel more psychologically safe with, so that makes a ton of sense. I wonder. Okay, it was good to see that I passed that test. Yeah, it's important to note, Drip God, and that's true, that the easy thing would be to say trials, but not every Danganronpa game has trials. However, every Danganronpa game has gameplay, and we can still talk about it, not in terms of, okay, well, we can't compare the trial games versus a third person shooter game. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Well, you're not going to compare those elements. What you can say is, how well did the trial gameplay in its nuances, execution, how well was it done in that game compared to how well was it done for this game compared to this action game? How well did it utilize its gameplay and action elements for that game? You can talk about who wore it best. That's a comparable element for sure. Too much, they're the ones who kept it real with you. Exactly. If you were to ask me what's the most important thing in any relationship, doesn't matter if it's platonic, romantic, whatever, my answer is integrity. I value that so much. And I feel that when you put pressure on somebody, this is something I like to do, whether people like it or not, is I like to put pressure on people because I find there's a lot of honesty that gets squeezed out in the pressure. You get to see a lot of people's real character come out when you put squeeze on them. And when you get to shatter those masks, break through those personas, test those egos. You can learn a lot about people, and sometimes that better perspective, that's what I like to look at. Yeah, sometimes you step on some people's toes and you piss people off or they misconstrue you. That happens all the time. But I'd rather test that than to have any sort of relationship, friendship, whatever, based on just pretenses, putting on airs, pretending to be someone you're not, just a person out. It's like, I ain't got time for that. I never like that. Just if we're gonna fight, let's fight honestly. If we're gonna talk, let's talk honestly. We don't have to agree, but if we can understand each other a little bit, maybe there's some compromise there we can have. So my that's just my thoughts. Executions, protagonists, definitely protagonists. We're definitely going to talk about the characters themselves. That's integral to the Danganronpa, not just the gameplay loop. As we discussed, it's important to delve into those social developments, but yes, the characters for sure. Themes, yeah, I feel we can talk about themes. Which, yeah, you're right. Lies, hope, despair. I think those are the big three. Yeah, yeah, I agree with you, Victoria. I'm gonna write this down. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Characters for sure. Okay, I want to split up characters. Uh, because I don't want to say just protagonists. The supporting cast is important too, and I also want to talk about the mastermind also as a separate topic because in each one of these games you have a mastermind, not just the true mastermind, but also the usage of say Monokuma throughout it as the face of that mastermind, the mascot mastermind, and the utilization of that I think is very unique in terms of the interactions with the rest of the cast. I think that's something. So we'll talk about characters and mastermind. I'm gonna split those two up. Gameplay I think is important because I think in any video game gameplay's first, even in story-based games, gameplay, because I say this and I really believe it that except for very few exceptions, gameplay is always more important than story because people can forgive a bad story if you have good gameplay or at least satisfying gameplay, but people will never get to your good story if they cannot tolerate your gameplay. Gameplay is the vehicle. It doesn't matter if you have the best story in the world, if you piss people off with gameplay that's so bad or just unfun or just unlikable, it doesn't matter how good your story is because no one's going to stick around long enough to enjoy it. Gameplay first. Let's see. Benjamin, maybe we should do a watch along of the Persona franchise next. I will let you know. Well, I don't know, because here's the thing with Persona. One, I haven't recapped all of them, and two, it's not a dead franchise. Maybe we could bend the rules and let's talk about the Personas so far, and then pending future one, we can update our results. Maybe we can do that. But oh boy, can you imagine when we get to Final Fantasy? Oh boy, that Final Fantasy watch along. Like, what is it, 30 videos in that playlist? That's like a day project, man. And the discussion, dude, the discussion on the Final Fantasy one alone, that's gonna cultivate so much salt. Oh boy, you're gonna have to stay extra hydrated for that one. That's so delicious. I'm actually thinking about that right now. But one thing at a time, one series at a time. One series at a time. I'm primarily using the Dead series so far. But let's see. What were we talking about? That's right. Executions. I think executions are a flair. They're a unique flair that I feel is expected of Danganronpa. I feel it is an important part to the experience is the executions because I know, especially with like the hardcore fan base, they love rating and talking about his executions. In fact, it's even a talking point in V3 later. Is the enthusiasm, the auditions for it? They almost gamify that. So yeah, executions. We can. I'm not sure how I can approach the discussion on that, but we'll put it on the table for now. We'll pencil it in. Executions. We'll pencil it in. I want to talk about overall story, core story, because we can still talk about the core story. Every one of the Danganronpas still have a core story. There's still a core story with a plot that's through there. So I'm gonna say story slash theme. I'm gonna work both of those in because part of the theme it is part of the storytelling as well. So here's what I got so far. Here's what I got so far. Let's see if this list sounds good. I want to boil it down to five, if possible. Iconic pillars of Danganronpa are story slash theme, the characters, the mastermind, the gameplay, and the executions. Do we feel, chat, that that's pretty much it? Like, those are the top five most core things to the Danganronpa experience. That if you nail those five things, you have nailed Danganronpa for the most part. Anything else is just extra fluff. Like, we're not talking about music. We never talk about music in this because music is number one per taste. And number two, it's always nice to have, but that doesn't make or break a game. Or at least it's not something that's just you can't really discuss it. Like when you discuss music, you're basically discussing colors. Like I like the color blue, well, I like the color red. That's not really an interesting. It's not really a concrete discussion you can have. Setting is setting really core to the Danganronpa experience, though. I don't know. We'll think about that. We'll think about it. We'll revisit this. But I think what we have so far is good. We if something else comes up, bring it up. We'll see. Personally, Ben, you can forgive a bad gameplay for a good story. It's possible. There are many times that I have gone through a game with awful gameplay or gameplay that I think like this just isn't fun. But at least the story keeps me going because I want to find out what's next. But I feel that's more of the exception than the standard for the average person. Most people are, I hear, just they never get to the good parts of a story because they dump the game because it was either too boring or not good enough. And to me, I don't like that whole, oh, well, you just got to stick it in for the first 30 hours and it gets good. I'm like, you're asking me to waste 30 hours of my life to get to the next 30 hours that are not going to be as much of a waste of my life? Come on, man. Trapped every game, isolated every game. I feel like it goes with the story slash theme, the theme of isolation, which in some cases are more and less apparent. So, again, keep that in mind. We're going to move on to V3, which I hear, by the way, was really only. Oh boy, I remember when I was working in selling video games. I remember when V3 first came out, so many people, myself were included, were so confused because even though they released like 6 months apart, the anime Danganronpa 3 and then Danganronpa V3, everybody was confused. I'm like, wait a minute, is Danganronpa 3 the sequel or is the next game Danganronpa 3? And people are like, no, 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 the next game is not Danganronpa 3, it's Danganronpa V3. It's like, what is it V3? There's a 3 in it, so what is the third one too? The game didn't come out yet, so we didn't know the twist. And it was such a point of confusion between people talking about Danganronpa 3 and Danganronpa V3 at the time. And then people who just kept mistakenly just referring to V3 but talking about 3 and vice versa. Oh boy. And then, of course, the infamous ending. Apparently, the ending is more controversial in America than it is in Japan. In Japan, I guess they're kind of cool with it. But in America, it's still divisive to this day. Which, before I say anything else, I have to say is very much an accomplishment. The fact that you can produce a piece of media that years after it's gone, people are still discussing it, it doesn't matter good, bad, or indifferent. That is what you call leaving an impact. That is a wonderful way to leave a series by leaving an impact. Yeah, sure, you impressed some people, and yeah, you pissed off other people, but here's the cool thing, they're still talking about your game. It's still relevant. It is still a point of reference that people can point to as such an impactful point in the history of this franchise, and something that to this day that not a lot of people accomplish. You can have really impressive endings that like everyone's like, oh, that's cool that it happened, and they're on to the next thing. It just becomes a generic good ending. Or you can have a bad ending and people are like, okay, that sucked, whatever. That was a wet fart, and they move on. But no, here we have an ending that is still in the minds of the fan base that will never, ever end. And to create a never ending conversation point, that is, wonderful writing right there. Doesn't matter if you like it or hate it, you have to respect the accomplishment. V3 ending is peak, I would have to agree. V3's ending is the is almost peak Danganronpa if we were to talk about themes. We'll talk about this later, but that is, ooh, that ending. That is what you want. That's the dream for so many franchises. You wish you can get off on that sort of note. Without further ado, let us get started.
Released by Spike Chunsoft in the year 2017 on the PlayStation 4 and Vita, Danganronpa V3 continues the series with a sequel that culminates all of the games.
And again, the whole deception, to this day, people still talk about Kaede being like the main character, even though we all know that's not the case. The whole thing of that misdirect in the beginning, you already knew you were in for a ride.
Heroes and antagonists are featured. And like before, social bonds can be built with characters.
And then the whole thing with it, like Shuichi being later, it's like Shuichi's the real main person, but man, that misdirect, that is so bold. I'll be Kokichi, oh my god, I love Kokichi. My favorite character. Especially when he like talking about the lies where like he faked his death, he's like, it was a lie. I love that part. God, so good. And this, the level design in this game was so
determine a proper order of events and persuade an entire group of opponents. Argument armaments now involve timing keywords to disarm the final.
I love the narrative jumping ahead of
new logic minigames called
the main character, or not the main character, but Kodaka basically writing this as a literal just like sucker punch to the fan base. I love that idea. I love that narrative. I don't know if it's true. He will never confirm or deny that. I love that idea though. Also, I love the clean art in this one. Look at it. This is when I started recording in high def. Look how clean this looks. So nice.
Also dazed and confused. They both have a foggy memory of being kidnapped and brought here, but when they attempt to leave, they are suddenly confronted.
This will be a very interesting point when we talk about the story and themes of lies and deception. But I love how the pacing is consistent. We got the confused people, everybody's in the students, you got the wide panning shot, you got the reveal of the Monokumas. I love that they repeat the same theme. There's a level of familiarity and predictability. I was not clear on... I said Monofanny. I know it's supposed to be like Stephanie, but with mono in the front, so that's why I went Monofanny, even though it could be Monophany. But I'm like, Monophany doesn't sound good, so I'm gonna go with Monofanny. So sue me.
Clothes into their original ultimate clothes, they're all flashed with a light that sends their sealed memories flooding back to them. The game begins again with a student named Kaede stepping out of a locker with no memory of why.
One thing that I think, though, in my opinion, V3 doesn't have as strong, even though I think the writing is on point. I don't like how almost like 80% of all the music in this game is a remix of older themes. If you think about it from like what the whole reveal is, that kind of makes a little bit of sense, but from a gameplay, like from me as the end user just playing it, I'm like, it's just another remix of this theme again. I kind of wish they had a little bit better chops when it came to the OST on this one.
Persons already assigned to them and continue exploring around the school, encountering the 14 other students. Kibo the robot, Kurumi the maid, Rantaro who forgot his talent, Tsumugi the cosplayer, Gonta the entomologist, Tenko the Aikido master, Kokichi the supreme leader, Maki the child caregiver, Korekio the anthropologist, Himiko the magician, Angie the artist, Ryoma the tennis pro, Miyu the inventor.
I like the character designs in this one. I think the cast just visually in this one, I think is probably my favorite besides the first one. I like this one.
With no way out. All the students
again,
called back to the gym
this one is well paced like the very first one. We're starting off front-loading all of the expectations right in the beginning. Not as strong as D1. I think D1 still did it the best by literally straight up murdering somebody at the beginning, being like, this is not a game. Or it is a game, but it's not the game you think it is. Because it's not the game you think it is. Because it's a lie.
Students vote, and if they vote correctly, only the culprit is punished. However, if they vote incorrectly, the culprit gets off free and everyone else is punished. Naturally, punishment means execution. The students are so shocked to be presented with such a scenario, as they have nothing to do with each other and have no intention to kill, that the
scenario so removed from reality, we can't even believe it. I love how they play with their own theme. It's so nice, very satisfying.
But Kaede persuades everyone to not participate in the game at all. And
this remix was actually pretty good, the one that's playing right now.
Investigating yields no results, straining the remaining hope of everyone. The next day, Monokuma makes the
I love how he's like, you can totally escape if you can beat this minigame.
Calling it the First Blood perk, in which there will be no trial
for the first blood.
Murder, so the first person to kill gets
double
to leave
kill.
scot-free. Enraged at
Triple
his attempt
kill.
to turn them against each other, Kaito
Killing
lunges for
frenzy.
Monokuma, but the Monokubs interrupt
Kill
him
him
with
with
the attempt to
Jaro.
punish him as an example. Summoning their Exosols, the mech smashes through the wall, unexpectedly crushing Monokuma.
I don't know if
on
I
the
said
foot and
Exosol
embarrassing the
correctly.
Monokubs
I'm
into
going
moving
with it.
again.
Whatever, man.
Bewildered at
It's
the
a made-up
turnabout,
term.
the students go their separate ways. Though
Is it
Shuichi
possible
shows
to beat that
Kaede a
minigame
secret
event?
door
I
he knows
hear that it
further.
is. I think some
Nature the
people
dwarf
hacked
has him
it, but
suspect that
even
someone
if you
else
get
is
to it at the
cooperating with
very
Monokuma,
end of
and
the
he sets a
first
small
one,
trap
you
to
can't
test his
actually leave.
hypothesis.
So the game's rigged.
The next day, Monokuma comes back,
Even if you
explaining the
theoretically
yokai
came
is
by.
why, and
Also, the
reveals
yokai is
additional
why
motive to keep the
reference.
killing game
I
going,
couldn't
in which
believe
they're
that
now
was
2-day
there.
deadline
Remember
for
when
a murder,
yokai was there?
and if
People
no
thought it was
one's
made the
killed by
Pokemon
then,
killer.
everyone dies.
The
Tension
hubris
fills
of
the
that
room as
series.
everyone goes their own way to
The
reflect
only
on the
reason
situation,
yokai
though before leaving,
did like
Rentaro
really
asks
good in
if
his
anyone
first
else
year
has
was
heard
because
of the term
Pokemon didn't have a
Ultimate
mainline
Hunt,
installment.
though
It
no
was
one
the
else
side
recalls.
year.
Shuichi then reveals someone
It's like,
triggered a
check
trap
yourself,
on the hidden
yokai.
door during the night, so someone is definitely a mole and likely the mastermind behind this killing game.
But the setup was
They think to
so
set up a
well
motion
done
activated
because,
camera to catch the mastermind,
again, you
but
think
wait
you're
until the
you
trap
think you're in
triggers.
comfortable
When there's an hour
territory.
left until the deadline, half of the students think to have a meeting to figure out how to combat Monokuma when the deadline hits. Suddenly, their hidden camera sensor goes off, and as they check the hidden door, they are shocked to find Rentaro dead on the floor.
You can when there's a
Monokuma and
bonus
Monokids
secret
come
scene,
in
but
to
it amounts to
confirm the
nothing.
kill,
Oh,
and award a
interesting. I
free
see.
release of whoever
I thought that
did
it
the trial
actually
free,
it gave you
yet
like the
no one
message of
raises
like
their
you think
hand.
you beat it, but you didn't.
Amused by this, Monokuma decides to
Like it
hold
was a
the trial
joke
after
ending. But
all,
maybe that's what we're
starting
talking
with
about as a
allowing them
secret
to
bonus scene.
investigate his murder before the trial.
This is Cospox.
They also
People
take a look
hated
at
the
pictures, but
Cospox
they
thing.
failed to reveal the mastermind as they had hoped. After the clues have been collected,
It did seem
Monokuma
very
leads them to a
contrived,
shrine
but
of judgment,
look at
a
that
location beyond
bear
which they will
unit right
hold the
there.
last trial. As they descend down, Kaede is focused
The
on
minigame gets
exposing
easy
the
and more people are dead.
mastermind, but
Exactly.
she encourages Shuichi to figure out the truth,
Think
no
about the
matter how
theming on
painful
that,
it may be.
isn't it?
As the trial progresses, there is an unsuccessful attempt at uncovering a true mastermind.
It's kind of
and
like
Kaede
the
does her
beginning of
best to push Shuichi
Zero
into
Time
breaking
Dilemma.
out of his shell and
What if you
doing
pick the
secret
correct ending
As
and
it
you
turns
just
out,
get
they were
credits?
setting up
That's
the
what.
cameras
That's
to
another
catch
thing.
the
Is Zero Time
mastermind.
Dilemma.
The
We'll
killer
talk about it.
identified a
Has a
potential
lot in
murder
common.
weapon as a heavy shot put
They
ball.
do a lot of the same
When
tricks
staging the
sometimes.
cameras, the killer modified one of the cameras so the flash would attract the attention of the victim, and with a Rube Goldberg device, the killer was able to know where the victim would be when they rolled a heavy shot put ball into the system that had it land on Rentaro's head, killing him instantly. Shocking to everyone there, the culprit behind the rhythmically timed murder was Kaede herself. However, Shuichi points out the motive was not to escape
And then
the
everybody's
death
like,
game or take
excuse
Monokuma's
me?
offer, but
This
to kill the
shocked
mastermind and the
everybody.
killing game,
There's
saving everyone.
nobody that I
Fully
know of.
outed,
And if they
Kaede
say they were,
thanked
they're
Shuichi for
lying.
being more assertive when
There's
she wanted to be,
nobody that
and
saw
wanted to
this
give
twist
hope to
coming.
everyone
If you
else. But
played the other
regardless, she
Danganronpa
is
games,
guilty of this
nobody
murder.
saw this
As
coming.
punishment, she is strung along to a final
Because everyone's like, oh, you know, the protagonist gets
accused
accused at some point in the game. She didn't just get accused, she got straight up butchered.
them both to the despair of everyone.
And I love that they didn't
The
spare her.
demands of
She didn't get a
Monokuma
clean
came,
death. She
but
got
the
an
bear dodges
ugly
the
death. They
questions,
dragged her
pointing
through
out
the
Rentaro
mud
was the only
and
one with the
butchered
right
her.
punch to
And everyone's like,
but
oh, you
now the
thought she
path
was the main
harder to find out
protagonist?
before leaving.
Get wrecked.
Literally swallowing the recent events, the students leave.
And I
Shuichi
love
watches
that
Kaede
shock
his own way.
opening.
He
That
accepts
is
her wishes
so
to seek the truth and
impactful.
removes his cap as a means to
Where
keep
it's like,
moving forward.
damn, they had the guts to do
Next
that. I
day,
love
Goto
that.
finds an
And to me,
unusual log
I feel
outside,
that's
and
also a
Monokuma's
case of
give a good
denial
match
with a
of
lot of
other
people in the
items
fan
to
base.
open
Because even to this
paths
day,
around
to this
the
fan base,
cafe.
a lot of people think Kaede is the
Discover
main
more research
character.
labs
And that
hidden
is
in each
not
of
the
their talons,
case.
and a curious
That is
flashlight
not the
which
case
they
at all.
examine together. Monokuma chimes in, it's a flashback light which can treat memory loss and in this case restore some of their lost memory.
Did it say when the mono
Instantly,
kids
Shuichi
up kept
recalls
killing each other?
memories of
No,
the
I
ultimate
didn't
hunt, and
specifically
to escape being
say
captured,
like
Rika
this mono
volunteered
cub
as
killed the other
Ultimate
mono
House
cub, but I
so he
always
could be a
showed
local high
it.
school
This
student.
is one of those times where
Oddly
I did
enough,
make a
so did
choice where
everyone
I
else,
knew
but
they
they
were
cannot
doing
recall
it.
exactly when
I
the
didn't
ultimate hunt
specifically
was,
say it.
and Monokuma reveals they will need to uncover more of
Mostly
the
because
memories
it
after
didn't, when you think
completing
about it, the mono kids
After
killing each other
investigating
doesn't
the sites
really
of the
amount to
Academy
anything in
and
the
joining
story.
Academy pool, everyone is surprised to find a unique tablet called the Cub Pad.
However, visually, it's something that's there for continuity purposes. It's there for visually there. So if you're the person who listens to recaps instead of watching it, yes, you would miss that. Which, by the way, always surprises me the amount of people that say they just listen to a recap, they don't even watch it. Not mad at anything, I just am like, wow, really? People use it like, I don't know, like a really bad audiobook?
For an insect meet and greet, while Kokichi declares he will collect the Cub Pads from everyone's room. Fortunately, Kibo's robot recording function thwarts Kokichi's sabotage attempt. The next day, Himiko is nervous about a trick she is performing for the first time, which
I
is an
love
underwater escape
Kokichi
trick
was
with
absolutely my
light
favorite
on as
character.
the
He
wheel
was the
released,
most
not
real
performed by
one
a certain
here.
time. The
He
crowd
was the
gets
real
nervous about the
MVP.
stakes,
I
as when
also
time runs
like
out,
the
farmers will let one
excuse, or not the excuse,
but
but the
curtains pulled
murders in
back,
this. The
to everyone's
murders in
shock, it's
almost
found
all of
Leona
these
in the tank
are
now,
and he has
well done
devoured
because
realm before their
they
eyes.
make sense in the
Himiko
context of
reappears
things. They're
after a
grounded
successful
enough, I
trip,
guess you could
unaware of
say,
what just
to where
happened.
like in this
As
situation,
time
I could
goes
see
off
these
now,
murders being
indicating a body has
orchestrated in
been
these
discovered,
slightly
and Monaco
outlandish
confirms
but
that this is
completely
a murder to be
plausible ways. They
investigated.
weren't as out
Maki
there.
distances herself from
Again,
the
I
investigation,
like the
but
method with
Himiko
which people
refuses
were
to
killed
reveal
in
a
this one.
magician's trick. Not to mention the forensic report only
It was
indicates the cause
just
of death
obscure
was
enough to be like,
drowning,
okay,
with no
this is
other
a whodunit
information, so the
mystery,
investigation
not
is
too
trickier.
immediately obvious.
As they
But
learn
then,
more,
you
it
know,
comes
like it was a
out
good
that not
setup.
only was Ryoma the ultimate tennis pro, but he was also the ultimate prisoner too, as he was guilty of
I also
killing
liked it
someone
because
else
the
before he
motives in
ended
a
his
lot of
tennis
these
career.
weren't, they
As
didn't
it
really
turns
seem to
out,
make sense
Hoper
at
first
first
knocked out
glance, and
Ryoma,
I kind of like
bound
that.
him, and drowned him in his own lab. Using tools from the lab and the pool, they moved the drowned body
See,
to
like,
the
look at
living
how the
stage,
killer's doing this.
separating
Like,
the
you
piranhas with
can
a glass
believe this
partition,
happened.
and
Like,
placed
okay, they
Ryoma's
just used an
body
optical
in the
illusion, and then they
partition.
did this,
After that,
and
the
they just
magic
kind of
trick would take care of the
slid
rest,
over.
as the body would be gruesomely killed during Himiko's show, implicating her. The only one who could have served up such a meticulous and considerate plan was Kurumi. As they correctly deduce and vote for the culprit, they ask
Because
her
it
for
really
motive to
feels like,
understand
oh man,
why
like
she
the
went so
killer,
far
it
as
really
to
didn't feel like
murder.
they leveraged
She
their
reveals
quote
she
unquote
ended up
talent to
receiving her
doing
own
so,
motive video
per
correctly from the
se.
start,
It's
and
just that
within, it
this is
reveals that
all
with
based on
exceptional
motives
servitude
because
and
we don't know
competence,
these
she was
characters
asked
well
to serve the
enough.
country as the prime minister
And I like
and
that.
improve the country while
I like
pretending
that
to
these
only
were
be the secretary.
character-based
With the
motivations.
prosperity of the country
Well, you know,
resting on her capable shoulders,
artificially
the threat of an
granted, but
unprecedented
still.
crisis loomed overhead, but remains unnamed by Monokuma until she escaped. With the needs of the many weighed against the needs of the few, she made the obvious choice, though for why picking Ryoma as the victim, it was simply because he was the easiest target. She actually revealed to Ryoma, who
So
had
like, there's a
given up
lot
life
of
herself
logical
and
based
volunteered to die before,
stuff
her
here
motive
for both the
video,
motivation
and
and the
again
murders. I
volunteered
like
to be
that.
sacrificed to save the nation. However, Kokichi acutely reveals that Ryoma gave up on life after seeing his motive video.
So
from
Twiggy, I
Maki,
can't see in the
as it
Q
turned out to
channel
be
on
a blank,
Discord?
and there was
Really?
no one important in his life anymore. Everyone feels a
If you're on
pain, but it was
mobile,
essentially an assisted suicide
maybe you
to help
can't
the future
see
of
the
nation
link.
that they now
I
just
hear that
prevented.
sometimes.
They
But no, if you
consider
go to the
sacrificing themselves
Discord,
to allow her
which
to
by the
live,
way, I have a
Kaizo
Discord,
reminds them
link in
all
the
the
description
purpose of
below.
life is to live, and no one's life is arbitrarily more valuable than another's. Kokichi
Then you have to make
points
sure
out
you
Kurumi
accept a
revealed all
course
she
because
did
you have to be
in
given a
order to
role
guilt
that
them
allows you to
into
see the
that
different
response.
channels.
Again,
So
to try
Twiggy,
to
if you go
live,
in there,
and
just
it
make
turns out
sure
to be correct.
you know
Dropping all
you
dignity and
accept
declaring an
the
intent to live,
I
Kurumi
agree
lets
by
her
the
work for it,
rules, which I need
and
to
as a
readjust
punishment,
by the way because
she
I
is
made
given a rope of
in
thorns
an
that
era
climb
where
to
we
escape
had a
which
lot
she
of
takes through a gauntlet of saw blades
dissidents,
that try to cleave
but
her,
you know
which she
we've
evades,
relaxed since then.
only to find a false
And
exit at the
if you
end
check
of
the
her
Q, you
struggles.
see the Q there.
At the literal end of her rope, it snaps, and as she plunges,
I
Mononoke
love
punches
her
her to save
execution
her
was
path. As she
literally
slams
climbing
into the
up this
floor,
rose
crushing
colored, like
Yusuke
it's
and
so
dying upon impact.
savage. I
Kokichi
like
and
the
Shuichi both know
executions in
Kurumi said
V3 as
something
well
strange
because
before she
not only are
died,
they
and that is that
savage,
she remembered the
they
truth
are
of her
well
past
themed
only
to each
after seeing her
character,
video,
and they
as
they
if an
literally
accident to
slap
flashback
you in the
light.
face as they're
As they
killing
leave the
you.
courtroom, it's
The
already
straight up other
nighttime
ones,
and
like
the stars are
in
out,
D1,
but
like
Gojo
there was
points
like a
out he
level
often
of suffering.
stargazes,
They made
and
you
somehow the
suffer
stars in
before
the
they killed
sky
you.
are
In
all
this
wrong.
one, the suffering
Conniving
is like
Kokichi
straight up like
states one final
slapping you in the
observation.
face. It's almost like getting
That is, the worst
teabagged
liar of the
before they
group isn't
execute
him,
you.
though he is a
There's that
compulsive
level
liar,
of
and it's Maki as
personalized
her true
spite
identity.
in
He
each of these
deduces
murders so
correctly that
far,
Ryoma
or
found out her true
executions so
identity
far.
and leveraged that into
It's a
forcing
unique
her
thing
to
to keep in
reveal his
mind
motive video to
when we
him.
talk about it later.
Maki moves to grab him by the throat, and Kokichi chuckles out that she won't kill him in front of everyone,
Getting hoarse here
dropping
talking
her
so
real
much.
talent as the ultimate assassin. The next day, they all visit Maki's research lab to verify she actually is the ultimate assassin, and within,
And the whole
Monokuma
Kaito
appears with
and
Mononoke to give them more keys to
Maki
access
thing,
more parts of the
I think that was
Akame.
cool to kind of like
One is the
observe
research lab for
in these
Correggio,
circumstances
containing
the
countless
budding
authentic
friendship slash
anthropological
romance
relics,
there. I
including a
think that was
document
nice.
he notes that will allow him to perform a seance that will allow
Because
him
it wasn't
to
just
talk to the
about
dead. Tech-savvy
excuse me.
Miyu serves as Kibo for all his robot needs, and they soon
It wasn't
find a
about
room that can
Shuichi
create
basically
realistic
just
virtual
like
environments as well as
getting
houses
all
under
the
the
ladies
flashback light.
and stuff like that. It was
They
something
assemble
that
to
you
use
can
it again,
observe
but
and
Maki
kind of
declines,
just kind of
stating
like in
people who learn
distance.
of her talent always end up fearing, hating, and eventually trying to kill her. Shuichi then sees a scene in which all 16 of them are dead after attempting to flee from a particular group. Curiously, everyone else has the same memory returned to them, and the next day there is an emergency
As a
assembly
rollless
in the gym,
member,
though some people
strange.
now
You
seem
should have a
curiously
role
aligned
for
with
jump.
Andy's
How are you
beliefs
able to
and
jump in and
worship.
not have a role?
There, the Monocubs present a resurrection ritual from the Necronomicon capable of bringing back only one
You have a
of the
role.
fallen
Yeah, you
students
have the base
and have
adventure
them
role. You should
rejoin
be
the
able to see
game.
everything.
They are
Twiggy. maybe.
in their belief of this being real.
Maybe it just
But
took
at
a
this
while, I'm
time,
not sure
Gunter
why.
brings up he took another look at the rock with
Apologies,
writing
but thank you for
outside,
jumping
and
into
now
the
there's more
Discord, by the way.
mysterious writing. Angie takes this as a sign from the dead to resurrect them, and takes the Necronomicon and invites Gonta to join the new student council.
But yeah, you should be able to see all the proper channels. There are a couple channels that are locked unless you're like in the Final Fantasy 14 or Destiny 2 role, but for the most part, all the general stuff you should be able to see.
It seems like Angie is bringing more people to worship her god Atua. After Shuichi spies on the student council in the locker room for research purposes, Kaito
Research
invites Maki to
purposes.
join Shuichi and himself for
I will
nighttime
I will
training
not
workshop.
miss a chance to
Though
bring
the
up
next day
research
he feels too
purposes.
sick to
Almost
continue,
as much
Shuichi
as I
spends some
will
time getting
fail
to know
to
Maki
bring
a
up an
little better,
opportunity to talk
seeing
about
she isn't
a
so
Jill
bad.
sandwich joke.
The following day, Angie's student
Sorry, it's just
council
too core
causes
to
a
my
rift among the
identity.
survivors
Sorry,
as
not
she begins
sorry.
making new rules and regulations for the sake of peace, at the
Very
cost of
chill,
everyone
even though
else's
they're
freedom
mostly
of
remixes,
choice.
I like the
The
chill
Monocles
vibes of
interject,
this.
presenting another
Angie,
flashback
however, is
light, but
probably
Angie
one of
then
my
seizes it and
least
destroys
favorite
it,
people.
claiming no one needs any new memories because no one will be leaving for the outside world anymore. They leave and tend to use the resurrection ritual to bring back Rentaro.
I kind of got annoyed by her whole narrative. Like, I get like she's like
Leading
leading a religious
that
cult,
night, Tenko
but man,
approaches
like I don't know, I
Shuichi
just couldn't
Maki,
get behind it.
stating she's only playing along with Angie and join the
All the
council
other
to help
tabs
Himiko,
work
but please tell them to
except
stop Angie from
for
performing the ritual. Shuichi does agree it's dangerous to go along
some
with
channels are just not
Masaki's
visible
motive,
like the
and
rules.
so they
That
enter
is
Angie's
so
artist lab
weird.
to find she already completed convincing wax effigies of the dead already. She sends them away and locks the door behind them, but when they return the next day, they are shocked to find Angie dead in her lab among the effigies. There's speculation that perhaps one of the effigies killed
Try
her,
leaving and
but
coming
the
back
arrival of the
again. There might
Monocubs
just
verifies
be a
this
weird
is still a
permissions
murder.
thing going on with Discord.
As
That
they
is so
reveal the
bizarre.
Monokuma file, the
Or
cause
try
of
doing
death
it through a
was stab in the
browser
back of the
if
neck,
you're on
and
mobile, for
Korekio
example.
points out
I've
his
heard there have
recent
been
research
issues with
into
mobile.
seances may reveal a way to speak to the dead, namely Angie. In order to rule out the occult possibility, they agreed to utilize an occult solution. As they prepare, Maki assists Shuichi
I
in
love this part
investigating
too
until
because the
time
murder
comes.
setup is that it's all
Tenko
basically like
volunteers
a
to be the
cult.
medium
Like
that the spirit
again,
will
there's
enter
that
with
lie
the ritual,
deception where
and
it's
she
like,
wants what's best
it's
for
ghosts and
Himiko encourages her to
spirits,
be more
you
honest
know,
with her
but it
feelings,
really
be
isn't. It's just
optimistic,
like
and survive.
Scooby Doo. Like it's really
For the
not a
ritual,
ghost.
Tenko
It's
is placed
really just
inside
something
an iron
way more,
cage and covered with a sheet,
grounded than that.
But during part of the ritual where it's pitch black, they hear an odd sound.
And
when
something
the
I
ritual
don't get,
fails, they pull
if
back
if
the
somebody
sheet and
who's
discover
really
Tenko
into the
dead within.
hardcore
The Monocubs enter to confirm this as another
fan base
murder,
configure,
and it
why
turns
do
out the cause of
people
death is
why do
again
people
the
meme
stab
on the
wound in the back of the
seesaw?
neck.
Why do people meme
Monokuma
seesaw? I
rules
don't
that
get the
since
I
this
don't get the
happened
seesaw
during the
meme.
investigation of another murder, that this murder
I heard people
doesn't
like
count
get into
and
that
doesn't
meme.
get
It's
into a
like,
trial,
is that a
so
joke from
whoever
someone
did it
else?
wasted their time.
I can only think that it's
They
like
don't
an
have much time to
influencer
investigate Tenko
joke.
either before the
I
trial
love
time
this scene.
begins,
It's a
and so they
lie.
head to
I
trial
love
room.
that fake out from it.
During the trial,
I actually
final
fell
words
for
of
it too, where it's
Tenko
like, oh
resonated
God,
with
why'd you
normal
kill my
lazy
favorite character?
Himiko,
Damn
and
it.
she boldly
And
begins to
he was
assert
like, it's a
herself to move
lie.
forward.
I'm like, oh my God.
Debating further, it turns out the culprit
This guy
was
right
planning to
here.
commit the murder during the seance all along, and was preparing the room for it by loosening floorboards to form a seesaw. While nearby on the same floor, Angie came by to retrieve a candle from the same room for her ritual, and reacting, the culprit knocked her out with a floorboard.
I like her little
carried her back to
aw
her lab and
face.
stabbed her in the back of the neck to actually kill her. They set up an occult situation as a red herring, and made it seem like a locked room murder to further complicate it. They then coerced the group into the seance, and when Tenko volunteered, she had no idea she would be the victim. Staging a sickle above the crouched Tenko for the ritual, the culprit had everything set so when they stepped on a particular floorboard, the other end would swing up like a seesaw, thrusting Tenko into the sickle, killing her in the darkness of the ritual where no
Think of
one
how
could
heavy you have to
witness,
be to
and had
seesaw
seemingly
somebody
perfect
with
alibi.
deadly force into that.
The only one with the intelligence and cool head needed to pull off both seemingly supernatural murders from beyond the grave was Korekio. At a loss, the mask slips from Korekio's face, and a feminine personality comes out, telling him it's over. Korekio declares his only regret was not creating 100 friends, and explaining further, he reveals he
And like
never
Korekio was
came
just
forward
kind
to
of like
leave this
an out there
place.
character,
Rather, he
and
did
it
it
kind
all
of
for his lover,
almost made sense that
revealing
they
his
killed another
incestuous
out there.
relationship with his sister. His sister was unfortunately sickly and didn't really have friends, so after she died, he promised to find friends for his dead sister, and has thus
I think
killed
it would have been kind of
people
interesting if he
to join
sawed
him
off
in
her arm
afterlife.
and grafted it
He
onto
slips into
himself.
his lipstick alter identity of his sister, which he explains is the soul of his sister that entered him during a seance and has remained ever since. He also mentions he only kills girls he feels are worthy of being his sister's friends, and would have eventually killed more of the girls here, and actually look forward to joining his sister in death now.
I don't get
With that,
Seesaw.
he is
What
taken by
is up
Monokuma
with
and
Seesaw?
boiled
Q is now
alive,
fixed?
during
Okay,
which
there we go.
Ramadan throws
Perfect.
himself into the fire,
I have a
creating
long
such
list.
fuel
Do
from the
tell
fire
me
that
about it.
Korekio
If I
literally
just,
melts from the heat.
I literally have the next
From this,
7
Korekio's spirit
years
is released
of titles
and is about to be
already
blissfully reunited with his
chosen for
sister
me.
until
I have a
Monokuma
lot of
comes in
work,
to
I know.
banish his spirit,
See, I
tying
love this
him
part.
alongside
I love
his
that he's
sister.
dying and he doesn't get
As
a
they leave the
peaceful end.
classroom, Himiko
Monokuma
quickly
comes
moves
in and
her
just
lost friend,
teabags
crying
him.
herself to sleep,
It's
while
just
on
so
the side,
funny.
Kaito
It's
conceals the
so
fact that his
it's
illness
so
is getting worse,
savage.
to the
It's
point of
so
causing blood.
savage.
The next day, Gonto
It's like a
looks at
dark
more mysterious
comedy.
letters
It's like it
attempting to
embraces
spell
that
a
dark
message,
comedy
and
aspect
Monokubs
where it's like
arrive to give them
you
more
just
items
get
to progress them
slapped on your
academy,
way out.
including
It's
a key
so
card said to
funny.
be their next motive. He also gives them a flashback light, through which they now collectively remember meteorites and something called the Gopher Project. That night, Kaito
And I
Maki
kind of liked
continue to bond
what
as Maki
V3
even
D3
opens up
was
and shares her
going for
past
here,
growing
which
up
is
in an
they're
orphanage,
trying to
taking care of
build
the kids
lore,
there, and training as
and
an
it's
assassin
all
and
bullshit. it.
for them.
The
I
next
I
day, Miu
kind of
invites them
love
all to
that.
the computer lab where she repaired the computer within that is able to create a virtual world they can link their consciousness to, and
Virtual
in a way,
world.
escape Monokuma's world.
Hey
She
guys,
points
look,
out she didn't
it's the
make this
Meta
machine,
Quest
and
2.
Monokuma springs out to
This
take the
game was ahead
credit.
of its time.
He reveals he used the template of a virtual
Everyone just has to
killing
log
game
into
to make the
Facebook.
world, but Miu insists she removed everything dangerous within it. Monokuma then mentions he hid a secret in the virtual world, which speaks to the secret of the outside world, and with that, the group reluctantly agrees to investigate the virtual world. Within, they find a mansion where chibi avatars of themselves can be controlled. While searching, they don't find anything, but instead hear a loud noise, and suddenly Miu's avatar freezes. Hurrying to log out, they are immediately shocked to discover Miu
The
in a
little like
chair,
chibi
dead.
MMO like world that they
Even
did here
worse, the
was
Monokuma file does not
surprisingly
reveal too
high
much
effort. They
outside
put
of the time of
such
death
effort
being
into the
modeled
different
inside
levels
the
of each of
simulation.
these
After they check
cases
the
here.
computer
I
logs
loved
and
it
code
because it's like a
changes, they
step
quickly reveal
further
the trial
than the
will
mini
be
games of
used.
what 2 did,
As the trial
while still
progresses,
keeping the
Kokichi
strong
gets annoyed
theming.
at Shuichi using deception to
I love
unveil
his
the truth
face
like he
becoming
does,
sort of
and
twisted.
resolves to end the trial by simply revealing everything, so no
I don't know how
detective
you
work
describe
can
it,
be
little
done.
goblin face.
He explains that he not only figured out Miu was planning on killing in the simulator, he also worked together with Monokuma to place a killing motive in the simulator as well, and finally exposes Gonta as the killer. The debate picks up from there, as the group is forced to contest belief and emotions against logic. As it turns out, the culprit messed up logging into the virtual world to begin with, switching the cables that would control their memory and consciousness, which ended up causing the culprit to forget everything that happened in the virtual world and interfere with their personality. Afterwards, Miu set up things to kill Kokichi in the virtual world and cover it up. She intentionally fed true and false information to everyone's side, but only the perpetual liar Kokichi saw through the lies and decided
You
to
see
use
Dragon
her
Quest? No,
plot
Dragon
against
Quest is
her
in there.
to plot her murder
It's not in the
instead and use
active
patsy to
one.
be the culprit.
Most series you're going to see
Miu
are
used the
behind what's
ultra-curricular
called
rules
soft
she made
lock.
for herself to split
So I'll
everyone
talk
from
about
a
soft
long
lock
time to
later,
out,
but for
and
now
when
it's
she
a
moved to
series that
point
I'm not going to
Kokichi, the
start
culprit
yet
appeared
until
behind
I
her to
finish
strangle
other
her.
series.
Since senses
I
are
also love how in
transferred
the
to the virtual
explanation
world, Shao
here,
killed Miu
they
in
use the little
real world
chibi
and
avatars.
tossed her body aside to cover
Again,
up
I
the scene
love
of
that
crime,
attention to the
so
aesthetic
Kokichi would get away
detail.
without dirtying his hands.
They did such a
The only
good
person
job with the
simple
theming
enough
in
to have
here.
been set up to take such a mighty fall was Gonta. Gonta is confused and upset because the
How
memory
huge
loss means
Gonta is,
he not only
Jesus.
does not remember committing the crime, he also does not know why he would have anyway with no defense for himself. Yet he does believe in the group when they do conclude it was him. The group tragically votes for Gonta.
I also
despite her
like
giant
how
group who never wished to love anyone
Danganronpa 2 did this
Monokuma
before
then pulls
V3,
up
but I
alter
like that
ego
both of them
Gonta
did
from
this.
the virtual world to
Everybody's
explain,
execution
since those
theme
memories never
was a
left the
slight
simulation.
variation.
And
Everyone got
Gonta
their own,
reveals
like,
he
I
wanted
guess
to
you could say
save
death
everyone.
theme.
Inside, Kokichi found the secret Monokuma plays that revealed a memory of the outside world and showed it to Gonta since he already knew what it was. Earlier, Kokichi learned the secret of the outside world, and then made a deal with Monokuma to use it as a killing motive inside the simulation. Once Gonta saw
Again, Kokichi playing that
rationalized the best way
40
Gonta
chess.
would save everyone was by mercy killing all of them, as it would be a better fate. Falling into despair, Gonta resolved to be the one to bear the burden of saving everyone.
And like
while they
Gundam,
still did
instead
no.
of killing to
Kokichi
free
then
everybody,
presents that everyone
he
is
was
wrong
trying
in
to
this case,
kill
wanting to pursue the truth
everyone
and
to
suffer longer
free
for what they
everyone.
believe, rather
I
than
think that
face
was a cool
despair and
twist.
endings quickly. As his punishment, Monokuma begins rapid-firing robotic wasps into a stalwart and bound Gonta, while Monophony suddenly gives birth to the monstrous insect that kills both her
Yeah,
and
there was a
Montaro,
side B plot where
kills
like
both
she
Gonta
became
and alter ego
impregnated
Gonta.
by like the other
Ending it,
mono
Monokuma
cub
finishes them all
sibling
off with a
and
stream of cleansing fire.
whatever.
Kokichi
They
then
all
howls
died,
with
who
laughter,
cares?
revealing he was lying about his intent to spare pain on everyone, as he is
You
the
didn't
ultimate
miss
supreme
anything with that
leader,
B plot.
and his malice and evil
They were
means
literally
that
set up
the
to
more
just
others
die in
suffer,
dramatic
the
ways.
more
I'll talk
he
about it
enjoys
later, but like the
Hence
only
why
way
he
they
wants to
introduced
end
these
keep
cubs
going,
was
and will
to
see
be
everyone to the
marketing
end
and then
as
just
his way
murder
of
them
life all the
for
way.
also marketing.
Also, Kaito's health looks visibly worse as he coughs up an alarming amount of blood.
He's got the black lung.
Finally, Kokichi reveals his intent to finally end the game, while also revealing he was the one to write down the mysterious message on a stone outside.
And then him just fucking with
The next
everyone
day,
like
a
that.
smaller
Just,
group tries to
oh,
put the events of
so
yesterday behind
good.
them, as Monokuma presents them two keys, the last real key and the real last key. With one, they uncover Kaito's research lab, where
I
they
like
find a
the
report
title
on the
there,
Nova
like the
project,
last real
in which
key
in
and the real
response to
last
meteorites
key.
falling,
I
humanity
love
placed
that
its
because
hopes on
both
boys and
of
girls with
those
exceptional
titles
talent.
are true.
Maki points out the name reminds her of Noah's Ark, as the Ark was built from gopher wood. The second goes to a lab that does not open, and as Monokuma points
You
out,
gonna
that's
lurk?
because
Hey,
the related
thanks. It's
student,
all good.
Taro, is dead.
Thanks for jumping in.
They also find the hangar where the exosols are stored, which also contains a hydraulic press and an advanced security system. Later, Kaito
The execution was
suggests
strange. It
Naoto
really
try to
kind of
find Monokuma
was,
directly,
being like
as the
shot
monocubs
with a bunch
and
of
the exosols
robotic
are all gone
wasps.
now. Everyone else
But
is
hey,
tired of the
he
killing
was an
game and agrees,
entomologist,
and they
so
set tonight as the night.
killing a
Kokichi
machine
crashes
version
the
of that is
party,
crazy.
claiming he was planning on ending the killing game tonight too, presenting anti-electronic, anti-machine weapons that can either fight Monokuma, defeat the exosols, or even clear the underground tunnel of its traps. Choosing to use the weapons he brought against the tunnel, they clear the death road and find the door outside before them. Rejoicing, they open the door to freedom and are
Just to
soon
get
shocked
slapped
to
in the
find a
face.
post-apocalyptic world undeniably before them.
I love
Kokichi now
that
laughs
the
at their
game
reactions, and begins
perpetually,
revealing that he found out earlier
consistently,
with Goto.
predictably
Some time ago,
slaps
the leaders of the
despair
world
in the
saw
face. Like,
extinction of the
just
human
when you
race
think
and
you
the
got a
meteorites
little bit of
carrying
hope,
deadly
it can
virus that were
always
coming,
get
and so made the
worse.
Gopher Project
I
to
love that they
salvage the human
keep bringing
race.
it back. Like, it can
60 boys and
always
girls were
get
chosen,
worse.
but all initially refused to leave their families and lives behind.
It's so
and chose to
bittersweet.
wipe their
They
memories out in
introduce that
order to hide
bittersweet
the
taste
Ultimates. At
so
the same
well here.
time, another cult organization who embraced the end of days learned of the Gopher Project and sought to sabotage it by searching out the 16 students in what was called the Ultimate Hunt. In response,
And I like
the
how
Gopher
they're
Project faked the
addressing
death of all
the
16 in order to
holes in the
protect them
previous
and contain the
world-building
project as
lore
they lured the
with
students
more
into an arc to escape
BS
death.
of
In
new
truth,
lore.
the Ultimate Academy
I
is
love
actually
that.
a giant spaceship colony.
It's like you thought this was a
Unfortunately, the
jail.
leader of the
Turns
cult
out we're actually a
organization
missing
trying to end the
space
Gopher
colony.
Project was one of the 16 students, and they prepared Monokuma on the ship to sabotage
Because
it
that could
into
just be a
landing back on the
plausible
ruined
ending,
Earth instead
you
of the
know?
new planet. The students
Again, the
weren't tired
layers.
asleep to wake up on the new planet, but instead wake up here on a dead Earth hundreds of years afterwards. Finally, he reveals the hidden mole the entire time to be himself. To prove this, he summons the Exosols to his sides, which were originally designed to protect the students from unknown threats. With this, he declares the killing game over, but beats down Kaito, stating someone so hot-blooded as him might be a problem. With that, everyone, even Shuichi, sinks into despair, not caring about living anymore. After a few days, Maki rouses them all to show them a
Gotta play the
flashback fight
classic theme.
presented in plain sight. Everyone is contemplating suicide at this point, but decide
It's an
to
oldie
use it
but
to
a
wrap
goodie.
up any loose ends. After more memories flood back, the way this all connects finally comes to light. Makoto, with the rest of Future Foundation, started the Gopher Project at Hope's Peak Academy.
All that previous
and
lore,
selected
throw it
the
away.
16
It was
students
BS.
from
Here's
within the
new
rebuilt
lore
school.
for you.
More to the point, they were the only ones left.
Making
after the
this
mysterious virus
recap,
brought
I
by the
hate
meteorites devastated
this.
the world, and because they were
Just like I
immune,
hate
that's why they were
other
selected.
stories that
Kokichi
sometimes
was
have
leading remnants of
flashbacks with
despair
unreliable
out to crush
narrators,
all hope of
because I
humanity,
have to
and that's why he
recap
modeled
the
the killing game
nonsense
after their
story
former leader,
in
Junko
order
Enoshima.
to later
Revitalized in their
deconstruct
purpose,
it
they
and
refused to give in to
explain why
despair
that
as
other
the symbol
person is
of hope.
explaining the new
Maki
revised
declares in
correct
charge of
story.
rescuing Kaito
And in this
from
case, they do it
Kokichi.
3 times, where they
Making preparations,
introduce the
they moved
BS
to the hangar
story,
where Kaito was being kept,
disassemble that
and
old
saw
BS story
the
with a new
horrors
BS
in
story,
Kaito's
and then you have to
jacket hanging out of a
disassemble
bloody
that BS
hydraulic
story for
press.
what they go with in the end.
Monokuma makes the announcement that a body has been discovered,
So,
and so the killing game
it's
continues.
necessary. I don't
Yet,
like it. It's
even
just more work for
Monokuma
me.
cannot
That's a minor
identify or
complaint.
confirm the identity of the body.
That's just
The
me complaining. That's a
investigation
me
continues,
problem.
and as they enter the class trial, it's unclear whether Kaito or Kokichi is the victim in the first place. In fact, during the trial, an Exosol presents itself at the trial as the suspect, but it's also unclear as to whether Kokichi or Kaito is within, as the person within switches between both personalities. As they work through what facts they know, this crime seems impossible to solve at first on purpose, as if
And I
to stop
love this
killing
because it's
Monokuma.
very much like a
It all
Schrodinger's
began when Kaito was
solution,
imprisoned in the Exosol
where
hangar
it's like,
after
I
Kokichi
don't
declared
know,
himself the
who's
mastermind.
alive and who's
People then
dead.
noticed Himiko smuggle a crossbow from Maki's lab over to
Can
the
you in
culprit.
fact punish
After some
when
time,
you
Maki made her
can't
way to
confirm the
lab,
crime
attempted to
or the
kill
person that
Kokichi to save
confirmed the
Kaito
crime?
herself, and took over an Exosol
I
in
love
order to
that
enter
he
the barrier
pulled
to
one
the
over
hangar.
so brilliantly on
The culprit
Monokuma.
then
That
fired
to me
at
was like
Kokichi's
very
arm to
smart.
disable him in a non-lethal
Again,
way,
like the
and while
level of
fighting, Maki
case
approached
writing in
an
this one I think
Exosol,
was really good.
exited, and fired into Kokichi's back with a poison-tipped
This
crossbow
is such a
bolt.
good case here.
Maki then prepared to fire again to kill Kokichi, but to her surprise, the culprit jumped in to shield Kokichi, taking the poison bolt.
Because
too.
he was so
Not
cool is
intending
that
to kill the
there
culprit,
was
Maki
somebody
ran
that
to finish
could
the
have
antidote,
died,
and while she
was
gone,
dying.
Kokichi devised a way to
So
defeat
here we have
Monokuma,
somebody who
since he was
killed
always
somebody,
intending
but
to
they
be the
didn't die
mastermind
yet,
this
and
whole
now we
time,
have somebody
and
who
started by
died but
locking
wasn't
Maki
killed by
out.
that person who was already
When Maki
dying.
returned, she gave the culprit the antidote, but Kokichi snatched it from him and pretended to drink it down. Defeated, she ran away, and Kokichi
Because
then
we have
proceeded
3
with her
different
plans.
people who are
He used an
potentially
electric
killing
bomb to
each
disable
other.
Monokuma's cameras and gave the
You know,
antidote
there's
to
a
the
person who's
culprit,
dead,
ensuring the culprit
but
would
how
not
and
aid in
why
his
is
plan.
so it's just
They
it's
staged
more
the culprit
complicated than
getting
that.
crushed
I
by
really
the
like
hydraulic
that.
press, when it was actually a clever camera work to swap out Kokichi and the culprit. Switching roles now, Kokichi was now the victim and was crushed by the press and killed by the culprit before Maki's poison got
And
to
then
him.
again, the whole
Thus,
switch of
aiming to win the
Kokichi
killing game,
switching the
even if he had to
concept
die to do
of
so.
the culprit and the
Sabotaging
victim.
the press
That
now ensured the
turnabout,
victim could
ooh,
not be
so
identified,
nice.
even by Monokuma, and hidden in Exosol where they remain even now. Clashing with his friends with honest bravado, the culprit is actually Kaito. The culprit refuses to exit the Exosol before the polling, pointing out that however the group votes, Monokuma cannot punish anyone if he gets it wrong. And
Yeah,
thus the
that's what
killing
I
will be
love.
defeated.
It's like he caught
Everyone,
Monokuma
even
in his
Monokuma,
own game.
chooses
He's
to
like,
have faith
you
in
can't
Shuichi's
punish somebody
production,
by the
and
games,
defeated,
by your own
Kaito now
rules.
exits the Exosol to end the game. Once the class
And
votes
I
for
and
Kaito,
then this
it
was
turns out
so
to be correct
satisfying
due to
too for the
Kaito's
player
confession.
at least, just to
When
give you a
asked
little bit of
why,
hope
Kaito
because
reveals Kokichi's
he's
plan
going
to
to be
pretend to be the
killed, but
mastermind
then he
and show
dies
them the
before his
outside world to
execution
spend
takes
time.
place,
That
so
way the
it
killing
doesn't
game will
count.
end,
Monaco was
but
like,
the true
damn it.
mastermind
So
still
again, you get
instigated
that
events as to
slap
where
that
Maki
just when
should
you
have
think
pointed
it could be
Dark, he didn't.
worse, it applies to
Thinking
both
back,
sides, so it's
Maki got
almost
the
the
motive
most fair.
after they used
So
the
nice.
flashback light, and thus it was
We're
likely
talking about
left
horrible
by the
things
true
happening to
mastermind.
people here, and
The
here we
scheme
are
then
just loving
started
it.
for
That's what it
Kaito
means to
kill
be a Danganronpa
Kokichi
fan, if
and then
anything.
pretend to be dead, so if the group voted for Maki or Kokichi, Kaito would reveal himself, thus invalidating the entire trial since he wasn't a victim.
Exactly.
Kokichi knew that
God,
Monokuma
so damn.
would not change the rules
Like,
suddenly to be unfair in a mistrial.
they
since
were
he knew this
capable
whole
of
game was being
mastermind level
watched,
plotting
and
here.
thus why the rules needed to be followed. He also admits his health has taken a turn for terminally
It's that
worse.
classic, the
The
rules
first
don't
days
exist to
listed the
bind
deadly
you, they
virus
exist
that
to let
afflicted
you
the
know
rest
your
of the population
freedoms.
before. He also points out that just because they didn't trick Monokuma after all, they still succeeded in rooting out the true mastermind. Coughing up more blood, Kaito knows the end is near, and Monokuma agrees, revealing a new set of Monokubs here, and pointing out it's useless to try and stop this killing game because they're all more replaceable than they know, which strikes Shuichi as awfully suspicious.
Awfully
Maki
suspicious.
confesses her love for Kaito as she is prepared to fight Monokuma even now, but the cheerful Kaito
See,
talks
some
her
people
down
will
and
say that
urges
I
them all to
inject
stay
awfully
positive,
suspicious, but the
even
truth is
without
I
him now.
say that in real life a lot.
In an
If you ever
oddly
talk to
familiar
me in
execution,
real life,
Kaito
I
was
say it a
strapped
lot.
inside a shuttle and shooting
I
off
love the
into
callback.
space. However,
Callback
Kaito's
to the
illness
very
claims
first
that
murder
right
we
as
ever
he
seen in the
realizes his
franchise.
dream
That's a
of
good
reaching
callback.
space as the ultimate astronaut and the execution
And
is
he
declared a
achieved
failure,
his
the group
dream
still
of going
receives
into
his dead body.
space.
Kibo is struck by some debris, and Monokuma is furious at the denial. Mentioning it means nothing since the killing game will keep
Monokuma
going
getting
on. He
cucked.
takes out another flashback light and uses it immediately, claiming this one has a special effect and there is only to spare from here. That night, the group gathers near Kaito's training spot to mourn their own way together, though elsewhere, Kibo is in his lab using the high-tech upgrades to overhaul himself into a deadly killing machine. Launching off, Kibo launches an all-out assault on the school, pausing to explain that destroying the academy is his solution for ending the killing games.
And then
Monokuma
I
comes
love
out, annoyed at
this
Kibo,
part right
points
here,
out his actions
where
would never end
Kibo
the killing game
believes
because it
he is
eternal.
going to become the
Thus,
ultimate
both
hope,
robots clash with each
and
other
they think
outside
that
while
hope,
everyone else flees from the battle
overcoming
inside.
despair, is the
Thinking of what to do
solution,
next, the idea
and
of
that's the
finding
entire
mastermind comes
point
up,
of why
as
it
is
can
what
never
Kaito and
be.
Kokichi
It's
died
like
to try and expose.
mind blown.
With Kibo distracting the Exosols,
Like, we're
they
getting
keep exploring places
good
they
writing,
haven't
and then
tried
we get
before to
more.
find hope
Oh
for
my god,
themselves
love
and the
this
lurking
ending.
remnant of despair. They find Kokichi's lab, though the battle has broken the door open, and within discover a book
Hey Lil, how
detailing
are
the
you?
history
I'm
of
doing well,
Forbidden
thank you.
Academy, namely the events from the first game, but Shuichi notes something within that contradicts all of their memories.
And then what? Everything we thought we knew was real? Hold on.
Light now triggers, and Shuichi now recalls a conversation with a child during the preparation of the Gopher project.
I didn't
They
show it
investigate
because
Kokichi's room now,
it reveals it
finding
too
clues
well,
on
and it's also
something
not part of the
bigger, and
overall
leaving
thing.
a trail
But
of clues
in
to
between
another
each
message
chapter,
like the one
you
Milwaukee
get
wrote.
people like that kid he was just
Suddenly, another
talking to,
memory
like
comes
checking
flooding
their
back to
phone
Shuichi,
and looking at
so
news
discussing being
updates
part of
and
the Gopher
talking about the
project.
episode of
Kibo now
what's
helps them
going
open
on.
Rantaro's lab,
So you're like,
wherein
who are
they
these
find a
people
mysterious
commenting on the
vault,
events
where they
that
use the
what's
clues
just
from Kokichi
happening?
to enter and learn he didn't write them originally, only modified them to make it seem like he did. Within, they find a video by Rantaro, but it's recorded in this room, but that's impossible since he died before they found this room. The video speaks of a previous killing game and reveals that because he won is why he earned the title Ultimate Survivor, and that he wanted this next killing game to happen. Another flashback hits Shuichi, detailing how he was encouraged
Because
to
yeah,
go
I had to
on
put
by
that
his
note in there
friends,
because
and again, when all 16 of them were
he
about to
got
enter
the
Cold Sea.
quote-unquote prize of
After
getting in the
searching
game
more, they
again, but
finally
it's still
confront the
unclear if
curator's
that's the
door
prize he won
library
because he
again.
won
After
or
Kibo
whatever
opens
not.
it,
Because
beyond,
just
they find a
because
ruined
you
for a remnant of despair,
got a
and
chance to
giant
play again
Monokuma
doesn't mean
head
you won.
claiming the killing game is as unkillable as despair itself. This head, calling itself Mother Kuma, is the source creating new Monokumas.
See, Mother Kuma. We should have
And
called
as
the
they
other one
check
King
the room,
Kuma.
they
You're
find
right.
evidence from the first trial and another monopad belonging to Rantaro as his prize for winning the last game, containing a map of the entire academy, as well as a clue from his past self on how to end the killing game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't find any major clues to the mastermind, and instead have another memory of when they woke from deep freeze, and Monokuma greeted them and wiped out their memories in order to create a new killing game. Later, when they search more
I hope
classrooms,
everyone
they
was able
find
to
one
follow
with a
this
curious
because I
behavior
realized
that
that
not only
this part I
manufacture
like because this
flashback
isn't
lights, but
exposition
also the memories
dumping.
within
This
them,
is
but from the optional
exposition
memories to
solving,
select, most
and
are
I love it. We're
contradictory.
detailing, we're
Hidden
unraveling the
Building reveals a hidden
whole
room in the bathroom,
net.
just like the first killing game, that leads back to the hidden library
And
room.
again, a lot of these are
With the clues in
callbacks to
place,
previous
Shuichi is
Danganronpa
confident
games
he'll
on
crack the
purpose.
mastermind mystery and ceases the fighting outside in order to call upon one
And this is the
last
part that I was
clutch trial.
talking about where
Monokuma
you have the
agrees
game
only
you're
on the terms
playing,
that if Shuichi fails
the
to
game
reach
you
his
think
truth,
you're
then
playing,
everyone will be
and then the game
punished.
that's actually being
Before they
played.
begin, they
I
bring along the
love that
strength by
multiple
Kokichi's
layer
device
stuff,
and
and this
use build that will need to suck
encapsulated it
up
so
tiny bugs.
well.
And as Kibo's enhanced vision reveals, it's full of tiny flying Monokumas
Like a
with
tiny
cameras,
little
collectively
Monokuma
calling
flying with little
themselves
cameras.
Nanokuma,
It's
the
just,
sixth
again, that
Monokuma.
level of absurdity is just there.
Before the class trial begins,
Nanomachine,
Koichiro
son.
announces this is to be a retrial for the murder of Rantaro, as they found new evidence relevant to the case.
Gameplay-wise, probably not the best.
If Monokuma's
Well, yeah, we'll
judgment
talk
was
about
wrong,
that,
then the
because
entire killing game can be
especially the
considered
minigames in
invalid, and
V3.
Monokuma accepts the challenge.
Yeah,
New evidence, they learned that when Kaede set up the trap to kill
it's one of those
Rantaro,
gameplay
he
versus
actually
story things we
failed.
talked about.
The mastermind, who was getting impatient at the
We'll
time
talk about
that no
that.
murders happened yet, was willing to give Kaede a hand and use their own shot put to kill Rantaro and plant it at the scene. They then took Rantaro's
And then
custom
this
mod
resolution,
pack
a
and left
lot
the
of
scene
people
for the
got
hidden
like
door to
ruffled
conceal
on.
the rest of the survivors to later twist the truth in the class trial.
I'm actually okay
The
with
only
it.
person who could hide in plain sight like that and be the true mastermind was Tsumugi. Tsumugi refutes it's not her, but Junko Enoshima, controlling
It's
things
always
from
Junko
outside again,
Enoshima.
just like all the other killing games. Not satisfying the group with that answer, Tsumugi then reveals herself to be Junko Enoshima, the 53rd, claiming to be a perfect reproduction of her. She also claims that
Because a lot of people like to read into this like, okay, well, she can't cosplay real people, therefore she can only cosplay fictional people, so it's fictional. But some people can counter, okay, well, Junko could have been that what she was cosplaying was a satirical version, a false version of Junko, so she could cosplay a false version of a real person, which would still count, right? See, so it gets confusing.
But Shuichi remembers Tsumugi can only cosplay as fictional characters, which leads him to the shocking revelation that everything Hope's Peak is actually fictional.
All a
Tsumugi
fiction?
confirms this,
People got
stating that the
so
great
tilted
tragedy,
over
Hope's
this.
Peak Academy, the
People
killing
are
games,
still tilted
everything
over
that
this.
took place was just in a fictional world called Danganronpa.
Surprise,
As
Danganronpa is
overwhelming
just
as
an
it
IP.
is,
In
Danganronpa
world, this is
just a
meta.
fictional setting in this world they were made to think was real, and they lived in it. The killings are real though, so in a way, it's all the ultimate real fiction. The real world outside is perfectly fine, and what they thought they saw was just an elaborate set piece. At this time,
Hey, who said
Monokuma
that the
revealed
fake
faces
can't
and social
outperform
media
the
of
original?
real world
I am the bone
outside,
of my
as
sword.
this killing game has simply been a show for people
I
to
bet those are all
watch.
developer picks
As
back
they are all
there.
shocked and confused, Tsumugi explains that because the outside world is so peaceful is why they need a killing game, as the bored populace craves such stimulating media.
And then yeah, this is the
killing game
part that
beloved
was
by the whole world
that was
over,
previewed across
as
the
very
entire
logo
game.
of this game was revealed to be the title for
And
the
I thought
53rd
this was
season.
so damn clever. I'm like,
Danganronpa started as a
V3
few
and the
video
V was a
games, but then
5
claimed
is
its own anime,
53.
and eventually
Damn.
became its own
Also, I
real
love all these
fiction,
logos
like what
being
they're in.
spoofs of
In a
actual
way, the
logos.
real mastermind is
Super
really
nice.
the outside world, as Tsumugi is
It was
part Team
all
Danganronpa,
reality
the
TV, just like
crew
the first one
producing the
kind of
show.
hinted at being when that
All
was
of
a
them are just
lie.
fictional
This
characters,
one
too,
is
within
just a
this
thing.
universe, as their names, personalities,
Everything was
backstories,
bullshit.
and even talents are all manufactured.
The fan base is
Their
bullshit.
talents are
I
loosely
love
matched
that
to
it
their real
slaps
identities, but it's mostly a
everybody
placebo
in the
effect.
face.
As further proof, she shows them their application videos, in which they were just normal high schoolers.
And see, even they're like, oh,
hardcore
dude,
fans
here's the way you
begging
can
to be
kill me.
selected
Here's the
for
way my
next season of the
execution's going to
show,
be.
for mainly
They're
selfish
literally
and vain
fan
reasons.
fiction trying to become
Everything they thought they
reality.
knew or felt, even
Where they
sacrificing
really,
love,
really want the
was all
headcanon to be
prescripted by
real
Tsumugi
canon.
herself.
It's so
In one fell
relevant.
swoop, the whole group is defeated, unable to deny the
And then
truth,
leveraging the
fight
might
for
of
the lie
social
they
media.
are and live in. Stepping up, Kiba points out that the audience doesn't just want
And
despair,
then
but
here's
hope
the
as
other
well.
part that I
And
love.
since they're part
Even though
real,
you
part
figure that
fiction,
out,
they can
they
still
want
fight for
hope
real
to beat
However, Tsumugi
despair,
points
but that
out
was the
Kiba has
point the
unique
entire
function
time.
of
That
being a
that's
surrogate
exactly
for
what
the audience,
perpetuates this
and whatever
cycle.
popular choice the audience makes
And
is
you
what
only
he does.
think you want
He's
that.
also
You're
the
just a
cameraman for the
surrogate.
game, allowing the audience to view things from his perspective.
And I love this part
and
where
his
it's like the
goal
only
is
reason
to take
why
the despair
we're only
present
viewing
in
this
the
as a
fictional
game is
world
because
and
Kibo's
bring it to the
broadcasting
real
this as a
world.
video game.
Refusing, Kiba points out that because the voice in his head tells him to believe in hope, then he will bring hope from this fictional world to the real world instead. Tsumugi then puts them up to a new vote, either herself or Kibo, to be punished and determine if hope or despair wins. If despair wins, the killing game ends because they know the truth and they can continue living their lives in this fictional world as their fictional characters.
And then the final choice
However, if hope
is
wins,
not
the
about
killing
right
game
versus wrong.
continues
It's about
and will end
choices and
only until the two
consequences,
students
which to
remain.
me, I like those type of
Kiba then
resolutions.
offers to
It's not about
sacrifice
right versus
himself,
wrong.
and Maki
It's
volunteers
not
as
black and
well,
white.
provided she gets
It's
to
not
kill
right
Tsumugi
versus,
herself.
it's not just like
Surprisingly,
as
Shuichi
simple
then
as that.
clashes with Kibo,
It's about
rejecting
actions
this
and
idea
consequences, about what
pointing
you can
out that
live with.
forcing hope to overcome despair in the end is exactly what the audience expects and wants.
And then
why
the
killing
solution
games
is to
continue.
deliver
He then
despair,
reveals
which
this
is
was
so
Rantaro's secret,
Danganronpa,
and
isn't
that
it?
something like this likely happened before. Rantaro sacrificed himself, and the punishment for him was participating in the next killing game. Tsumugi will just produce the next season, Kiba will continue as the cameraman, and if things play out, Maki will be the ultimate survivor next time. Even if they're fictional people, the pain and sadness they feel now is real. So he
Even if
opts
they're
to
real, my
reject the
feelings
world
make
and
it
its
real.
consumption of
Okay,
suffering
okay,
as
okay, back
entertainment,
off, back off.
meaning he
Getting a
abstains
little too
from
close
voting
here.
and rejects both the hope or despair endings the audience
Parasocial
craves.
relationships are not real.
Persuading Kibo to reject the hope the
They're
audience
real to
wants, he
me.
then asks Himiko and Maki to join him in abstaining and ruining the
My
ending for
feelings are real.
everyone, even though they're threatened with death for not voting. Monokuma then attempts to reject the
This
refusal
is
to
the part
vote
that I
and
thought
tries
the
to
mini
force the group
games,
to keep
being
playing the
as
truth
trite
mini-games
as many of
instead.
them
But
were,
Shuichi is
spot
steadfast
on
in
because
non-participating and ruining
I
the
didn't show it,
entertainment
but the
factor of
way
the
to
game.
beat this puzzle
The audience then
was
attempts to erase Kibo's personality in their
not
internet rioting,
participating. So
but
he
he attempts to
forces you
hold
into
on,
all the
telling the group to
classroom
fight on
solving mini
before
games
he's
that you play
erased.
along the way,
Believing
and
that fiction
the
can
way that
change
you
the
win
world,
is by
he
not
used Kibo as an outlet
playing
to
the
fight
game.
the internet
Like
and
they say,
overcome
the
the
only way to
rabid
win the game is to
fandom
not play,
demanding more
and that's
killing
exactly
games
what he
and
does.
convenient closure
Is
for
what's
existing
worse than a
plotlines.
bad ending?
Tsumugi
A
laughs, saying she'll
boring
also not
ending, and
vote,
he's exactly
even though they're
right.
giving their lives to end
You
the
can make
game, and
fun
she'll give
or
hers to
even
continue it.
like
Since
cringe
Kibo will be
enjoy
the
a
only one
bad
that
game,
votes,
but
hope
can
will
you
win
really
after
enjoy
all.
a boring one?
As the party
No.
begins and ends, it
Boring
turns
is
out
like
that
the
no
worst
side
fate.
voted
You'd
in the
rather
end,
be bad than
and Shuichi
boring.
explains this proves the outside world chose not to vote as well. And as the audience begins to leave, it's proof
This
that
is the most
fiction has
fictional part
changed
of the game.
reality.
Getting
In
social
this
media
game with
to
no
unanimously
survivors,
agree
they
on
can just
anything.
end
That's the
themselves on
most
their own
fictional part of
terms.
this.
And as a
If we
mass
want to go into
punishment,
theories,
Kibo
that's the part where
rearms
like, nah, this
himself
can't be
and
the
begins
real world.
blowing up the
Real
school
world
and
would never
everyone
work
in
like
it.
that.
As the ultimate cosplayer plays her role to the gruesome end and is crushed by the wreckage of her own
Blam!
creation.
Splattered.
Satisfied with this, Kibo then chooses to self-destruct as he flies into the walls of the academy, shattering it with his explosion and revealing the outside
Going
world.
out with a bang, literally.
As the game
And then the
ends,
credits
and after the credits
are
play out and the
just
audience
other
leaves,
people watching the
Shuichi,
credits.
Himiko, and Maki all emerge from the wreckage somehow still alive. And Shuichi
Somehow
believes
still
Kibo
alive.
spared them because this lie becoming truth.
I did
is
not
what
expect the
audience
magic
wanted
girl to
happen.
live. Gonna be
He also
real.
points out that even if they were fiction, Tsumugi mentioned they were all copies, so it's possible things like Hope's Peak, the Remnants of Despair, and Ultimates
And this
are
is the other
actually
part that
things the
throws in
outside
like
world
it was
should
all a
base them
lie,
off of.
but even though
Not
this
sure
was a
what's truth
lie,
or
there
fiction,
still could have
as
been
it doesn't
based
really matter
on
anymore.
truth.
They venture out into
And
the
that's the
real
part
world
that
to
I
see the
liked about
results
this
of
ending
their
is that
choice.
it doesn't matter.
Danganronpa
Whatever you
V3,
believe
Kingdom
doesn't
Harmony
matter.
has enjoyed
It's about the
success in selling
choices
almost
we
400,000
and the
copies
consequences
worldwide.
accept in the end. This was 2018. This was 4 years ago. 4 years ago we finished up Danganronpa. Time flies. Whew. The calling out of the fan base, I also like +1 point just for that. It reminds me of Pokemon Sword and Shield with Team Yell, where the whole theme is about being a toxic fan base. And I was like, oh man, Pokemon knew what they were doing. I just love that. You can totally imagine them just conjuring that just to take a shot at the fan base. I love that. Super good. Himiko? Yeah, I forgot her name, honestly. I'll be real. Like I said, I haven't played any of these games again since I only played them once when I made them, so my operating knowledge on a lot of their names are gonna be pretty bad. I'm probably just gonna refer to them by their ultimate role because I don't remember all of their names. I'm bad with names and faces in general. Just to, I'm bad with that in real life, but especially when it comes to video games, because here's how it is. You have to, from my perspective, you have to learn the conventions, the world lore, the character names, their roles, their importance, their relevance for a game that you have to quickly get through the story, cut it, publish it, and then you have to flush all of it because you can't have it blur into the next game where you have to learn a new set of terms, a new world, a new cast of characters, new relationships, and all that sort of stuff. Like that part of my head gets turned to spaghetti because of how much I have to unlearn names. Case in point, the recap series is actually mostly for me because I can't keep some of this stuff straight. It makes sense at the time that I write it, but sometimes that's part of the reason why I'm doing this. I need to watch a recap to remind myself what's going on. It's not that I wouldn't play these games again. It's just, hey, once I'm done with one, it's on to the next project. Twiggy knows. Twiggy saw my queue. I have a lot of stuff to do. All right. So, that actually took longer than I thought. Buckle in because now we're getting to the part that may not be the fun part for some of you, but it's the fun part to me. And that is the discussion. Let's pull up our good old friend that everybody loves to hate, Tearmaker. Ah, good old Tearmaker. Nothing gets the salt going like Tearmaker. Ah. I also feel like the Danganronpa games don't have good replay value. So here's the thing. It's kind of like the Ace Attorney games for me. I played all the Ace Attorney games, and I like them very much. And I haven't played them in such a while that I've forgotten the solutions to most of like all of the cases. So if I were to play them again, it'd be like playing them again for the first time. But you're right, the impact on some of these things and like the emotions you can get from it, those don't leave. And that does like I don't know if these are good for a second playthrough again. I feel the impact would be lessened because you know what happens, you know the twists. These twists are really good first impacts though. Then I noticed in Danganronpa 2 and V3 that the solution was actually to find a third option rather than sticking with the seemingly unwinnable choice presented before you. Yep, very true. So here's what I think we're at right now. I believe the five pillars so far, I think we're at is story slash theme, characters, gameplay, mastermind, and executions. I feel those are all very relevant to the Danganronpa core experience. This tier maker, by the way, is made by other people. We're not talking about Danganronpa S. We're not talking about the animes. We're not talking about the fan games. No disrespect to the fan games, but we're not talking about the fan games. Speaking of Pokemon, let's see. So, even though it seems like the biggest pill to talk about, I like to still lead with story. It seems like that would be the last thing we talk about, but settle in, everybody, get your snacks. This is what we're going to talk a lot. And we're talking with no loyalties here. It's okay if you really, really like one game versus another. It's okay if you really, really like one character over another, but this is evidence based discussion. We're going to be talking about stuff and supporting it with evidence inside the game. This isn't a top 10 review thing, which, by the way, feel free to submit any top 10 videos you want because I'm looking for material to do future watch alongs. And honestly, the stuff that riles me up the most are either top 10 lists or kind of hot take um, editorials, preferably stuff that's less than like 15, 20 minutes, to be honest with you. I'm taking suggestions. Go to my Discord and go to the suggestions, just drop a link and whatever looks the most interesting, we'll do. And hopefully stuff within the gaming sphere. You know, don't do politics and stuff like that. And when we do not the recap watch-alongs, but regular watch-alongs, oh baby, we're gonna shoot some opinions. Get that salt mine going. But anyway, starting from the first, Danganronpa 1. What is the condensed overall story? The overall story plot really is that it is a band of students in a killing game that are matching wits against a mastermind that is looking to drop them all into despair to kind of prove their social point. And the kids win. That's basically the story of the first one. If you really want to just condense it to one sentence, that's pretty much what happens. In this killing game, of course, they're they're motivated, they're taunted, teased to break those social barriers and kill each other and then try to get away with it. It's conducted in a pace manner of uh, daily life. You talk to these people, you build bonds and relationships with them, which is, interesting. You are actively spending your game time to invest and learn more about these people, what drives them, what motivates them, what you like, what you don't like, their opinions, all that. And there's gameplay reasons why you want to do that too. And then you go into the murder time where somebody dies and you got to go around, collect clues, get testimonies, all that, collect evidence. And then you go into the trial, in which case you are spearheading the investigation, solving the murder while at the same time shooting down the lies, contradictions, and weak logic threads or fallacies that other people present to you to eventually deduce who the killer is and presented to the mastermind who knows who it is in most cases, and if you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, then it's game over. And that's pretty much the pace in the story of Danganronpa 1, very simplified. How interesting, how well done was this concept? Let's start there. What's going on outside the school kind of matters too. Not for the majority of the first game. The majority of the first game, you are isolated. You are given hints that something's wrong with the outside world. You are clearly in a situation where you know your lack of access to the outside world, something's wrong. You're even given that evidence of like, your family's been possibly kidnapped or murdered. You're given a lot of that. Um, but at the same time, the outside events aren't necessarily critical to what you're doing in game. Like that's not what you, the main characters and the supporting cast, are primarily concerned about. You're mostly trying to get out. The whole reveal that the world outside is, ruined, for lack of a better word, that this great ultimate catastrophe happened because anime was shown at a college campus. That's not revealed until much later. That because that's adding context, but that's not really adding much to the story. And the theme itself, the prevalent theme that's across all four of the Danganronpa games is lies. Absolutely lies. The lie of the outside world is more relevant in Danganronpa 1. It's very relevant to what people think they're talking about, what they're fighting for, and all that. The truth isn't primarily what they're going for, though. A lot of people, especially after the very first motivational murder, where he kind of shows the people they care about in trouble, that's not primarily the main thing, though, that people care about. A lot of people, though, have lies. People are hiding parts of their past. People are hiding parts of their personality. People are hiding their insecurities. But even the identity of the mastermind is a lie because they fool one over on you thinking that they die in the very beginning. This sets up a very beginning, like I said, a good precedent for how the rest of the franchise kind of sets its bar. You start with the beginning. It's a shock situation. You wake up. You're drowsy. You don't know what's going on. You got that amnesia going. You're not sure who you are. Well, they know who they are, but you're not sure where you are, why you're there, and it starts off violent. They're presented the rules. People reject this situation. Somebody's set as an example for the situation, and everybody's kind of called into place. People are well-meaning. That theme of hope is there in the beginning, and hope is what people want to get along. They realize that, hey, we don't have to kill each other. We don't have to play along. We can just wait things out. Somebody will rescue us, and we now are going into where gradually that's breaking down. Relationships break down, even though you are doing your best to build them up. Bonds are broken, people die, distrust is sown, and then you have that despair. The introduction of despair, pit against hope, is probably the bigger theme of Danganronpa. It's the primary motivation for the antagonist. It's the primary method that people even turn against each other. It's the despair. I would say in this first one, everybody is initially motivated by hope. Everybody's initial motivation is hope. They are presented with the lie. They don't accept the lie. They want to believe in hope. At the end, they also are presented, the reality, in which, of course, the lie ended up being true. But even then, they still have the face of hope. Hope is very prevalent in this one. Very hopeful. A lot of the characters are hopeful. Even some of the deaths are based, or some of the murders and deaths are based on hope. I would say, hold on, I have to look up a character list real fast because again, I don't remember most of these characters' names. Um, Mondo, of course. I would say Mondo was motivated by hope to the very end. Trying to look out for Chihiro. Let's see. Kirigiri, of course, definitely motivated by hope. Obviously, Makoto motivated by hope. I would say Sakura was trying to disband the game based on hope. Hope was a big motive for at least two, I would say three of the cases. Because the case with Celeste, she was just a greedy bitch. She just was self motivated. She totally tricked the uh the otaku into just, simping for her and doing that. Byakuya, I wouldn't say was. I want to say he was hopeful, but I think pragmatic more describes him. Like, he felt in control of the situation. He didn't really lose composure that much. He got a little egotistical when he wanted to sabotage the case and like prove that he was smarter than Makoto, but at the same time, like he kind of got over a little bit. Let's see. What was Leon's motivation again? I know he struck first, but I'm trying to remember what his motivation was. Oh, that's right. Um, I forgot. He actually was killing in self defense. Because Sayaka was trying to kill him first because she wanted to go back to her girlfriends in real life and try to be cheerful and all that. So she literally would try to kill Leon first and was gonna frame uh Negi, and then Leon was just self defending himself and then ended up killing her. So that's like, that was completely unintentional. He was killing in self defense. Yeah, that's right. She was an idol, right? I believe Sayaka. She was an idol. Yeah, I believe that was the case. She was part of an idol group. But yeah, so Sayaka, Celeste, they were very, very selfish and definitely thwarted others. But those selfish ones aside, again, you could argue like they were still hopeful and trying to get back to the real world because Celeste just wanted the money to get her debt out, and then Sayaka just wanted to see her friends again. She just desired that so much. Um, a lot of the I think the Otaku guy was the only one who, in my opinion, like kind of got what he deserved for aiding and abetting a murder. Because every one of the other people who got killed was just kind of like, oh, it sucks. They all kind of felt a little tragic, to be honest with you. Yasuhiro, what was his motivation? Because he was just so laid back most of the time. It was just kind of like he's a fortune teller, but I don't know. I don't think he ever falls into despair at any point of the game. Like he's the most reactive one, but I really don't feel like he falls into despair. I kind of feel like he's surprisingly a rock. I would argue. So again, we have the hope versus despair. I would say hope versus despair was probably primarily the theme with the writing of many of these characters, but definitely the story more so than the lie. The lie was definitely there for the narrative purposes of the shock value, the twists, but not necessarily the characters themselves. The core story of escape room, well, not escape room, that's zero escape, but the whole thing of like murder mystery, class trial, social sim, that's pretty much the whole thing with Danganronpa. Build relationships, those relationships get broken, somebody dies, and then we have it. It's fairly simple. Did we enjoy this story of Danganronpa 1? The core story. I feel from other killing game medias, be that shows, movies, or even video games, it's kind of on the simplistic side. You get that dark twist in the end, but so many of these end up with a dark twist anyway. Like the killing game and the trauma it induces, it never ends at just the game. It hits them in real life too. What really is trying to differentiate it is that hope versus despair. That it ends up being like a subtle motif and ends up becoming like the overall theme and message, even with Makoto turning into the quote unquote ultimate hope, you know? So that's our bar right there. You have your core theme of lies, which ends up being kind of like a secondary thing. It's really more about hope. The first game's about hope. You got hope. You got a bunch of hopeful people. Most of them maintain that hope. Most of them are killed with that hope. And most of them are, I say, like that's the bounding part of it, I would say. And the story itself is just okay. Like it's really not that profound or interesting. The tweaks that they made to the characters and the trials themselves, that's what made it interesting. So that's Danganronpa 1, more or less. Ultra Despair Girls. If I were to say the theme of Ultra Despair Girls, I would say it's unity, because along the entire, like most of the entire game, you are partnered with Toko. Like you have this active like switch mechanic where you basically can like jump between Kamaru and Toko. And so that teamwork is there, even though it's not until late into the game where they actually have a sense of unity. They're just kind of working together through selfish means. In this one, almost everybody is selfishly driven. It's not about hope, it's not about despair, it's about getting yours in Ultra Despair Girls. Everybody has a selfish motivation. Everybody is working for themselves for that selfish motivation, and people are willing to crush anyone who gets in between them and what they actually want. And not everybody necessarily wants the same thing. Like, yeah, some people are like, I just don't want to die. Sure, it starts there, but that's not really the main thing. The unity and lack thereof is comes across so many times in the different quote unquote sides in this. Um, between Nagito, between the girls, between the kids, between the adults. Um, Unity is something that right there is the overall like story. The story itself is very plain. You play as Kamaru's sister. You're trying to get off an island. That's literally the entire story. The journey that you're there. You're just trying to get off the island that you're trapped on. You're trying to be rescued. Trying to reach the outside world to get rescued. Simple, but everybody's lack of working together is exactly what's colliding. Everybody's creating more obstacles for themselves. And it really does seem like if they tried working together, like the people in Danganronpa 1, a lot of this could have been, avoided or circumnavigated. Do we feel that the theme of Ultra Despair Girls versus the theme of Hope displayed in Danganronpa 1 was better encapsulated? Because I do have to point out that at least with the Ultra Despair Girls, the unity message does come through in the final battle, becomes the core part that binds Kamaru and Toko, and it's what's consistently shattered throughout the game for people who think there are bonds. The quote unquote executions really are just actually more for the um God, what's her name? Aoi, that's her name. Aoi's brother. And I think that was a stupid death. Out of all the deaths in the entire franchise, I think Aoi's brother's death was probably the most weakest and inconsequential. Like, who cares? By the way, I want to put on some music as we listen to this. Danganronpa is good music. Let's put on some music while we discuss. It's so silent here. Here we go. Best of Danganronpa OST. Let's listen to this. Let's see. That may be too low. Alright, that should be okay. A little bit, right? Subtle, right? So, damn, I talked a little bit. I can't believe that. Despair Girls. Okay, so I think the prevalent theme. I'm more interested in the prevalent theme of unity and the lack thereof versus hope of Danganronpa. Because hope versus despair is something that is repeated throughout the series, it's important. It's important. And I feel that with Ultra Despair Girls, I feel that is not as important. Yes, unity comes up often enough. Yes, you have people playing against each other, but like that, I don't know. I feel like that theme in Ultra Despair Girls combined with despair versus the hope versus despair, that sort of clash, I feel it's better realized in Danganronpa 1 versus Ultra Despair Girls. I also feel that the whole idea of being in the trial, just the trial games in general, are, to me, more interesting as a setup for the whole story loop of how they weave it in, how it's important even for the gameplay part, more than the action part of Ultra Despair Girls. Ultra Despair Girls' whole theme of, or at least not the theme, but the idea of being chased by despair, I didn't really get that sensation, to be honest with you. I felt things were actually kind of comfortably paced, you know? Good enough for background music? Good, thank you. You know how terrible I am at audio balancing, you gotta keep me on my toes. So, I feel the overall story of Ultra Despair Girls is simpler than regular Danganronpa, and I feel that the theme of Ultra Despair Girls is important for it. I feel it's more consistent than Danganronpa in it, but the Danganronpa theme set the precedent that is still echoed throughout the rest of the series. So in terms of series impact, I'm gonna rate Danganronpa 1 over Ultra Despair Girls for the story and theme part. Also, I think they misused King Monokuma, come on, man. Danganronpa 2. This one I have mixed feelings on. Because in Danganronpa 2, the whole lie element that's the theme more than hope versus despair. Nagito tries to make it about hope versus despair, but he's kind of the only one who's really there. In the beginning, you have echoes of that where Byakuya, slash imposter Byakuya, he tries to get everyone together, he tries to unify the team, Dai's trying to do so. You try to get God, I keep having lists. Please name lists. There's so many names here. Trying to think if anybody else was involved in that. Gundam, I would say, tried to keep everyone together too. He died for the sake of unity. He died trying to he tried to save everyone that way. And then Hajime. Hajime, I wouldn't say he became Hope per se, but I think his transformation of becoming Hope was weaker than Negi's. Like, I don't know if he really was like the ultimate hope that Nagito was trying to cultivate, trying to force into existence. I'm trying to look around. I don't think anyone else really encapsulated that. Like, I guess you could argue Chiaki. Chiaki throughout the entire thing was trying to, get everybody. She was like there to reform everyone, and that's not necessarily through unification. Like, she was part of the facade of we need to rehabilitate these people, but really like through positivity, good vibes, communicating, trying to evoke the goodness out of these people, trying to turn them and reverse them mentally from being despairs. That really just leads more to the whole theme of the facade, like the lie. The lie in Danganronpa 2 was more to the point. Everything in this game focused on the lie. The presentation of people's personalities being lies of what their selves, they were copies of what they almost were, but not quite, especially since the anime kind of shows that too. Like, originally, a lot of their personalities were kind of different from their virtual personalities, their virtual personas, their virtual avatars. Those weren't really quite that close to the original copies as the anime showed us, to be honest with you. Like, a lot of them were kind of messed up to begin with going into that. It's kind of no wonder they went into despair. This was the nicest version of them, and you can see that falsification of them trying to create these positive personas and just like positively brainwash, not with anime, but with VR, trying to kind of use brainwashing for the purpose of rehabilitation, is kind of twisted in a way. Again, it's an ends justify the means argument. But the whole thing is the lie. Everything's a game. Of course it's a game, because everything is a game to begin with. The gamification of the levels, the gamification of the trials, the gamification of the personalities, all of it's a lie. The lies upon lies, like the lies they're fed to believe, are being fed to people that they are themselves lies. It's interesting that they're trying to use a lie to replace the truth. They're not creating hope. They're artificially trying to reverse despair. And I almost argue that because everybody's based on a lie, and the motivations they have, a lot of them are also based on lies too. Versions of themselves they think they are, backstories they think are close enough to the truth where they intrinsically kind of believe it, but not really. Like, even some of their interpersonal relationships, you could argue, like Peko, to Fuyuhiko. Like, yeah, they had that relationship there, but when you yourself are not your real personality, like those aren't your real thoughts, your real feelings, you're creating feelings that feel real to you, but were you ever real to begin with? That sort of existentialism question comes up. I think is kind of a fascinating theme of itself. But all of it's based on that lie. Even the Junko they beat in the end is a lie. It's just this AI Junko. None of it's real. It kind of makes you wonder what was the point of it, because in Danganronpa 2, the whole story is these former elements, like these aspects of despair, these agents of chaos, were captured and they're being reprogrammed and they're living through a simulation as part of a rehabilitation program, and outside AI from the events of Ultra Despair Girls are trying to sabotage it by, again, and I think this is stupid as much as I'm complimenting it, but they're not trying to create despair. She's not trying to create despair in this game. AI Junko is trying to use the AI brainwashing program to create other Junkos. She's trying to map herself onto them to create Junko Land, which is so dumb. But I almost want to say, maybe this is me coping. Maybe that was a lie too. Maybe that's just a lie. It was absurd to force the decision. It was so absurd because she wanted to trap like Negi and Byakuya and all them. And God, what's her name? Kirigiri or Kyoko, which one? Into just being trapped in a simulation to try to force them. This was almost like AI Junko, not necessarily using them, but using them not just for Junko Land plot, like whatever. She was using it to basically get revenge on Negi and the others, on Future Foundation, really. I would be more compelled to believe that, especially since, again, it's not even really Junko. It's an AI Junko, so again, it's all a lie. I think AI Junko made a lie to trick Future Foundation. Kind of fell for it because they went in. Because that was a whole plot. She killed enough people to trigger that failsafe because they needed enough minimum votes for this system, which kind of is a weird artificial limitation. Like, why would you do that? Why don't you have admin powers better than that? But lies talking to lies to supplement lies to live a lie? It can get kind of confusing, don't you think? But man, isn't that a prevalent theme here? And I would say that the lie theme is not only well done and prevalent in Danganronpa 2, jumping the gun a bit, but it's done even better in 3. I'm going to tell you right now, the whole lying theme is done at a much more intellectual level in 3, especially since the motivations of everyone there make sense. Whether you believe fiction or not, that doesn't even matter. It's smartly done in that pass. So I would say 2 and 3 double down on the lie, and 3, talking of themes of lies, hopes, despairs, and you can even argue unity, V3 takes all of those themes and incorporates them very well throughout each of the levels. And the whole thing with V3's story, on one hand, you have it's a reality TV show that we're experiencing firsthand play out. We are playing the entrants who don't know they're in a virtual world, who don't know they're part of a reality TV show, are in a reality TV show. I think that's almost fundamentally more interesting. I know I'm talking about 2 and 3 at the same time, 2 and V3, I mean. I want to say the theming of lies is... I can't tell if it's better done in... Because I think the story of 2 is more interesting than the story of 1 in Ultra Despair Girls, but I think the theming of 2 is weaker than the hope theme in Trigger Happy Havoc. I'm kind of torn on that. Help me out, chat. What do you think? Do you feel that the story or the theme is more important? I want to say the theme is more important. Because the fundamental question of them being in a virtual situation, being rehabilitated, and then the whole thing is a lie. I love those parts. I love the writing that's in it. But man, the writing was just so much tighter with the cases and the personalities in this one more than 2. I'm kind of torn. Are we feeling 1 versus 2 on this? Because they're so close. This is what I talk about when it's like it's not easy. It's not easy to talk about both of them. I'm gonna say it's not strong. My heart goes to 2, but my brain says 1. I really do think 1 is stronger than 2 in this case. By a little bit. They're both very good. But what really separates the 2 is that the telling of the story and the theme together, for especially when you talk about the story, not just the story of like the overall story, but the cases themselves, which we're getting into gameplay a little bit, but the cases themselves in 1, like I said, the over-the-top nature of 2, I know it fits with the theme of the lie, I know it fits with the theme of the virtual situation. That doesn't change the fact that a lot of them, the logical string that is there for the purpose of a case, with the exception of Nagito's, most of those cases were not as tightly written as those in Danganronpa 1, just being real. And I'm gonna say right now, V3, best story. It's not even close. Whether you believe the fiction story or even the quote-unquote non-fiction story of them, of Danganronpa being just a fake IP in this world that they're, incorporating, or whether you want to believe that it's actually a fantasy based on reality that's actually still a fantasy, I think it's fine. I'm gonna say V3 did a better job than 1, who did a better job than 2, did a better job than Ultra Despair Girls. Tightness of the writing, the balancing of the themes, the strength of which those themes were incorporated into the twists, the cases, the characters, and even the fact that we can be debating this ending still today, that tells you the story writing in 3 was just so damn on point. Both in the beginning, the opening shocker, to the very end, from beginning and end, fantastic writing. So yeah, I'm gonna say story is 3, then 1, then 2, then Despair Girls. Let me write this down too. That's usually the hardest part to talk about, is sometimes the story, because you have to boil down the story to its core elements. Ignore a lot of the details. I know it seems tough, but you really gotta do that. Okay. This is gonna be the interesting part where I think people are going to disagree with my opinion very much. This is all my opinion, by the way. Characters. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't have loyalty to the OG crew. I don't like when they use the OG crew as like cameos to be like, let's get that nostalgia going, you know? I feel all of these have good characters. The focus on, I want to start with Ultra Despair Girls, which seems interesting. That one is because it has the fewest characters introduced in it. In fact, it's really just Negi's sister. It's really just Komaru. And of course the kids, but whatever. What defines these characters is not just their talent. It's how they leverage that as part of their personality, as part of the dark side of them, as part of their theming. Theming is an important part of not only the design of these characters, but the way they talk, the way they interact with each other. It really is a defining part of their personality, a part of their character. There's weight to the merit of each of these titles. They're almost like walking caricatures and stereotypes, and for the purpose of evaluating these characters, we kind of have to treat them as such. The assortment, why they were chosen, how relevant were they to the story, how relevant were they to each other. And we can use one as a foundation, but in two, or in Despair Girls, Komaru is not an ultimate anything, which is almost fascinating on its own. She's not an ultimate anything. She's surrounded by other ultimates. She's surrounded by the family of those ultimates. She's surrounded by a bunch of generic people. And the kindergartners are allegedly ultimates, but like ultimate homeroom, like whatever. Who cares about that? That's weak as shit. It was there just because they were like the budding possible talents of people that could become ultimates. They were trying to foster and research that talent at a young age. And really was more about the individual traumas of those children than their actual defined personalities, their hopes, and their talents that define them. And Ultra Despair Girls not having a talent and actually being written as a unique personality, that's what they lean on heavily. And the fact that their kids does put a context on that, where a lot of these situations are a lot more serious or perhaps a lot more tragic because they're happening to kids. You know, they're evoking that gut shot on you. That relies on how much you care about that. So the relevancy of their quote-unquote talents doesn't matter. It's not about the ultimates in this case. It's not even Ultra Despair, to be honest with you. It's really not that much of despair going on. I would say Monica, however, introduces a despair plan that's still better than Junko Land. Junko Land is the stupidest twist in the series for like what the alleged bad guy says they're gonna do. That's such a stupid twist. It being a reality TV show for a devastated future, or it being a conversation that tears fan bases apart, that's way more interesting. Danganronpa is like Junko Land. God, that's such a stupid point. I'm never gonna drop that. But the Monica plan of just let's kill adults, because if people are just gonna become horrible people, then why not just kill them? You know, get while the getting's good. Like if they become sour and there's no redemption, just kill them, and we'll die young too. There's that dark naivety to that I think is really important to the characters. All of them buy in on that story. And even Komaru believes that too, because she also wants to talk about like unifying and hoping, but the moment they drop even the suggestion that her parents are dead, she immediately flips her switch. She loses her cool. She immediately drops that pretense and is willing to just push the button and go nuclear, which I think is super interesting, because in the whole point up to that point she's kind of played very generically, and we're trying to figure out, just like Monica is, what's her trigger, what's her switch, how can we get her to despair. And it turns out it was pretty simple, and she volcanoes like any other person. She is not special, she is not ultimate, she is just as generically manipulated as every other person who's just a selfish adult who does not care about stomping on others to get what they want. Monica proves she was right. I mean, all of them are selfish bastards. Again, that's the whole point of Despair Girls. Everybody is a miserable, selfish person. Nobody's on the same side. She's even willing to throw away the friendship. Toko values their friendship almost more in that crisis situation. You could even say, like, Toko wants to believe. Connie, the thing they did to the pink hair girl, dude, I'm telling you, that one hit the hardest. Like, that one triggers me in real life. I hate that. I hate that so much. People who do that deserve to be shot. Not a hot take. You can quote me on that. If somebody who does that in real life is killed in prison, I think that's good. I think you should lower the sentence of anybody who did it. Not a hot take. Horrible. That is subhuman. There is no fixing that either. You can't rehabilitate that. Like, just put them down. They're bad. They're bad seeds. And one thing that's important too in Ultra Despair Girls as part of the context of these kids is that to a child, some of these instances, especially in the case of the girl, are real big issues. Monica being a selfish bitch is one thing. Ironically, she was the most mature adult out of all of them, which kind of proved the point as well of how adults can be. Adults can be horrible people, but adults aren't tied to an age, I think is another way of thinking about it. Monica was very mature and adult. It was terrible. But yeah. So I think it's important to bring that into characterization because even though it's a smaller cast, the quality of the character writing in Ultra Despair Girls, that is actually really strong. That's why I'm using it as a base, because I actually feel Despair Girls' character writing is strong. It's actually on the stronger end. Even Nagito trying to play and try to force Kamaru to be an ultimate because he's trying to create that artificially, forcing a point and failing, is an important point too. People don't really get what they want in Ultra Despair Girls, and I'm kind of okay with that. Even the very end, like, yes, they beat the big Monokuma and Monika's paralyzed, but nobody really gets a happy ending in this one. Like, sure, she's going to be rescued and taken off the island and they got past the crisis, but that, everyone now has to live with that situation. Like, there's consequences that we don't see. People really get. What was proven? What did we gain at the end of it? Nobody got a happy ending quite in Despair Girls, and I'm okay with that. I would actually say Nagito got what he wanted because he got the Monokuma heads to put AI Junko in. So if anything, I would say Nagito kind of ended up the best. Maybe you could say friendship was enough for Toko and Kamaru. Who knows? Even shooting the hope bullet at the very end, I think it was very anime. I think it was a little bit of a stretch. Oh, I need hoarse again. I need to drink some water. So that's the bar. That's the bar we're going on. So, now that we have the bar with Ultra Despair Girls, let's compare it to Danganronpa 1. What is the strength? Name some well-written characters in Danganronpa 1. That's my first litmus test to any of these situations. You got a big cast here. How many people you got? You have 15 students, 16 if you want to include Monokuma. Which I think we shouldn't. Well, we're not going to include Monokuma, so we have Mastermind down here. Technically 16 because Junko was played by her sister. So we have 16 people here, pretty much. Who's well written in this game? Let's go down the list. Yasuhiro? I wouldn't say he's that well written. He's kind of played one note. He's not really fundamental to just about any part of the story. He's kind of a character that just survives. Junko, obviously she's important, but can you argue she's well written in the context of this story? Her development story is the light novel, but take that out of the equation. That's not what we're talking about here. How is the writing of Junko here? It's almost non-existent because she's absent for pretty much the majority of the game. She operates from the shadows through Monokuma as the mastermind, but we don't really see any of her until the very end when she reveals herself. And then she's like, haha, I'm the mastermind, and this was my grand plot, and I'm the one behind it all. Like, she grandstands? But is that fundamentally interesting or unique? Like her whole, let's set the world on fire and watch it burn. That is certainly an interesting thing to watch alongside her, I'll give you that, but Junko herself? Kind of a shallow character in the first game, wouldn't you say? She's not well developed, there's no focus on her. She's only important because she's the antagonist. But if you took out Junko herself out of it, you almost could have almost anybody. The whole reveal of her not even being like, you couldn't guess that it was Junko to be the main villain because she wasn't even an option to pick, I think is a cheap shot. Like them pointing to what they thought was Junko, that was cool. Like, the dead person was faking being dead, even though we saw a body. like the fact that you couldn't guess Junko exactly, I don't know. I feel narratively it's a bit of a cheap shot. Junko is a very charismatic villain, but ultimately not a deeply written one. And they kind of put her on a pedestal for the entirety of the series. It's made fun of in V3, which I appreciate, where it's like, it's Junko Enoshima. It's always Junko Enoshima. It has to be Junko Enoshima. They're almost satirizing the part where we kind of force that it has to be Junko. But fundamentally, she doesn't really do all that much. And her character, if we do want to take the expanded media out, again, I didn't read the manga, but I did watch the anime. The fact that her plan only worked because she talked to the dude who has brainwashing anime. She couldn't even get her own plan to work on her own merits. Monica at least got her own plan to work on her own merits, but Junko couldn't get that going. Junko had to rely on brainwashing anime somebody else did. Even her ultimate analyst ability in the light novel gets her out of trouble, but she doesn't, other than making people feel bad and twisting people's emotions in the moment, her despair was only like fooling herself, even in the context of that story. In this story, what is she really doing? Besides grandstanding and gloating and taking credit, she really is kind of a weak character when you think about it. They got Celeste. Celeste is... Or Celestia. I kept calling her Celeste this entire time. Celestia. So Celestia is just greedy. She's selfish. She shows that way. She doesn't really contribute to pretty much any of the cases in a significant way. I understand she's very popular to cosplay as, so visually she's interesting. But like the ultimate gambler, when do you ever see that coming into play? How does she manifest that other than saying, oh man, this one time at like, you know, Monte Carlo, I did this cool thing. It's like, okay, whatever. And then, oh, my dream is to live in a mansion with a bunch of simps. Okay. Wow, who cares? So I'm not giving her a really poor that. Sakura. Sakura, I feel, was a better written character. She's one of the she's one of the better written characters. You get that from her sense of her combat ability, because she several times utilizes her combat ability. Her personality, her caringness, her empathy, her willing to self-sacrifice to be the mole. Her ability to do that, you see the conflict of her character played out in her actions. And the actions speak louder than words in this case. So I'm going to say Sakura was a good character in this case. Hifumi, the ultimate otaku, dude, get out of here with that shit. That was so fucking dumb. What a dumb moniker, the ultimate otaku or whatever. Am I making that up? Am I getting that correct? Is that what his title was? What was his title? Oh, okay, my bad. He's the ultimate fanfic creator, the ultimate doujin artist is what he's known as in Japan. That's even weaker. Jesus effing Christ. Yeah, no, get out of here with that. Sorry, but his manga didn't really do jack shit in this entire game. He was literally to be a simp to Celestia. Get out of here with that. Mondo is only interesting because of his relationship with Chihiro. Chihiro defines Mondo to be the better person, to be the stronger man. Like, other than that, he's like literally stereotypical biker man dude. He's just a walking stereotype. He's a walking JoJo joke. I like Mondo personally, just again, but I really have to admit that he's there to be the angry person. He's there to be the rebel. He's there to add the energy to the character dynamic. He's there to butt heads with Kiyotaka. He's there to shout at Byakuya. Actually, kind of think of it, his role is necessary. He adds to the social dynamic. He presents that social dynamic you kind of need in a crisis situation. Lynn, I feel vaguely offended as a lapsed fanfic creator. Hey, nothing personal. I'm not talking about you, Lynn. I'm talking about your friend. That's what I'm talking about. I'm just saying that he did not really use his ultimate ability in any way, shape, or form that mattered to the story. And it also didn't develop him as a character. But Mondo, now the more that I think about it, he added a social dynamic that was necessary. Like you kind of need that person who's the high energy type, who wants to take charge. He even tries to take action in the very beginning, but trying to just, f this little bear and tries to kill him and almost dies in the process. And his sort of deeper relationship built with the others, ending in the way that he died. I'm gonna give him a point. I say you get a point for Mondo. So far we're at 2 points. We got a point for Sakura and we got a point for Mondo. Chihiro. Chihiro is important to the story because he does the tech stuff. In terms of people actually utilizing their abilities, yeah, I would say Chihiro kind of does that. Like, Ultimate Programmer, like, their AI literally saves a lot of people. But his whole insecurity about the gender identity thing, I think that there are some people that could probably relate to this, probably even more now than 2010. But the fact that he's willing to reform himself, he actually wants to be more masculine, wants to be perceived as such, is trying to do that. I feel there was the potential, but was cut off too quick before we saw any fruits of that. Again, I feel Chihiro was necessary for the story to move along because that ends up being a MacGuffin that saves everybody in the end. But you kind of could have had anybody with tech savvy do that. Like, they're only there to do the tech thing, and they did the tech thing, and that's it. They were there to also add depth to Mondo's character, but were they themselves? Like, do we really get a better sense of that character through their programming or through their internal crisis? I know Chihiro's popular, but I'm not thinking I want to give them a point for that. They also, you can clearly tell the fanbase likes Chihiro because they throw Chihiro's dad in Despair Girls as like, oh, remember this character that everybody likes? And then the AI Chihiro's used in 2 and I think V3. Definitely 2. So we keep seeing the ghost of Chihiro everywhere, but I can't help but feel that the fanbase really likes that character more than the game actually cared about that character. I'll give it a point. I think it's a weak point, but I'll give it a point. Served a purpose, utilized the talent, and regardless was still prevalent through the rest of the game. So clearly left an impact. Call it a mascot point, if anything. Kiyotaka is even after his quote-unquote transformation after Mondo's death, he's one of those guys that you know from the very beginning is going to die. I hate to say it, but if there's anybody at the beginning who was like, that guy's going to die, is 100% Kiyotaka. Those guys, he was a walk-in stereotype, and he died literally, like, and I was not surprised. He was probably the most unsurprising death in this first game. If you were like, this person's gonna die first, it's Kiyotaka. I think we put a poll out there, pick any one of these dudes to die first. I think Kiyotaka would win, or at least I would expect that. What does Kiyotaka add to this game? What is Kiyotaka's ultimate ability? Let's see. Kiyotaka's ultimate ability is Ultimate Moral Compass. I hate ambiguous shit like that. That is so dumb. I like the revised version. I actually like the fan translated version. Ultimate Disciplinarian. That at least is something tangible, measurable, observable. Ultimate Moral Compass? Excuse me? No. No, I don't. Even the whole thing where he goes, like, he becomes a dude bro to honor Mondo? No. No. Especially since, like, that means he abandons his ultimate role, which adds to that level of how fluid these titles are. What if you're an ultimate, you just don't want to do your ultimate thing anymore? What if he doesn't want to be the ultimate moral compass? What if he comes across a... Here's how you could have made him more interesting. He's ultimate moral compass, but we have so many morally gray situations and solutions that you can't necessarily use a moral compass in. How do you cope with those situations? Discuss those scenarios. How can you really, quote unquote, he wants to be like the leader. He wants to be a stickler for the rules, but he also doesn't abide by his own internal, like, morals and rules. So really, isn't he denying himself? We could really talk about that. Like he's a I understand him being a disciplinarian where he cares about other people following rules, but he seems to care less about him following rules, especially when he decides to become a rebel. We could have an interesting thing with that, but they don't explore that. So I can't give a point for Kisaka. Sorry. Most killable face. Byakuya, fine, I'll give Byakuya. Byakuya was absolutely written to be the opposite secondary main protagonist who gets the ball rolling. He's the smart guy, he gets shit done. He's the ultimate scion, but here's the thing, the dude is... He's a man on a mission and he gets stuff done. He's smart, he's competent. He's the guy that you kind of wish you were. And I like that no-nonsense attitude about Byakuya. And even Byakuya actually gets small arcs in this, because the whole point where he tries to throw Makoto under the bus and that doesn't work and he gets outplayed, where he's like, oh, I know who the murderer is. I'm just going to conceal it to make myself look smarter. And even that just kind of blowing up. Like, he ate some humble pie. But he's still focused on the mission. He still helped. He still saw the bigger picture. And even in the bad endings, he's kind of a Chad. So he's kind of like the Chad of this game. So Byakuya absolutely gets a point. Toko actually gets a point right off the bat, because right the moment they introduce her, and the moment they introduce her as like being this meek girl, where it's like, okay, she could be a victim. You think she's going to be the first person to die. She seems like the weakling. Everyone even says, like, I don't see how she's going to live. And then her having a personality of Genocide Jack introduces a lot of interesting social situations. What do you have with this person who's actually a killer? Not just a killing game. All of us are students. She's somebody who's actually killed people. What do we do with this person who's actually a killer? And they do explore that in one of the cases where it's like, yo, there's a killer right here. Don't you think that kind of puts them on the ultimate suspect list if we're talking about ultimates? And we have to talk around that point. And I think that's a good discussion point. And the whole point of her trying to get past that split thing, where sometimes Jack is necessary, but sometimes Jack is a problem. And yeah, it's goofy, like, haha, I sneeze, I turn into the ultimate personality. But they actually do talk about it in a good way that actually, in my opinion, elevates Toko. And even Toko just trying to fall in love and appeal to Byakuya, and even trying to, like, control that side of her to become a better person for that motivation. That adds some depth. So, Toko gets a point. Connie, I like what you said. I was going to get to that too, where Leon was like that. Leon actually has personality because he's so misunderstood. He's misunderstood in a more interesting way that Chihiro was explored, because he is really good at baseball. He didn't want to do it though. And he talked about that. He didn't want to kill somebody. He was a man who was a smart person who meant well, who's put in a bad situation. He loved baseball, but he wanted to become a musician. It's like, what do you do with that? The biggest crime with Leon dying is that they started writing him in an interesting way, and he died so quick. And they even kill him in a baseball way. It's like, what a dick way to die. It's like, that sucks. Again, they're just teabagging him. And again, like, he found the opportunity. Like, he's a man who just presents an opportunity. Like, yes, he killed Sayaka, but then he did try to get away with that murder because he found an opportunity. He's like, oh shit, well, I guess I'm in this. Let me just do the best with the cards I'm dealt. And he did try to do something, but go figure, the thing that pointed him out the most was literally his own talent, because everyone's like, the only person who could probably make that pitch over there is probably the ace pitcher over there. And he was like, shit, you're right. So it's actually so funny that the talent he hates the most is literally the reason he got caught and killed, and he's killed by that talent that he hates. That is so bittersweetly appropriate for Danganronpa. So I'm absolutely going to give a point to Leon. How many points do we get so far? We got Sakura. I gave one to Mondo, right? Yeah. So we got Sakura, Mondo, Byakuya, Toko, Leon. So that's 5 people so far. Keep score here though. I forgot to keep score. I'm gonna go back to Ultra Spirit Girls, but keep score of like the points we have, because I think the characters, we have to validate these characters first. It's not about whether or not you like them. It's about whether or not they are used effectively in their story. Because if you have a useless character, I don't care if it's your favorite character, that character's useless. Let's be real. Alright, next is Sayaka. I'm literally reading off a character list right here off the wiki. So, Sayaka's whole thing, she is initially presented as romantic interest for Negi. She's introduced as she's gonna be like his partner, help him get out of the situation, you know, maybe even be his girlfriend. Like, she's set up with these expectations, and she is 100% written to be the red herring. The problem with her is that once she's the red herring, there is nothing interesting past her. She pretends to be a nice girl, cool. She used to be an idol, but she actually has a nasty personality. Okay. It's like, that's kind of it. It's like, what can you really talk about her, honestly? Even her whole thing of being like the ultimate idol or whatever. I don't know. I'm not big into idol culture, so I don't really know how spot on that is. All I can say is that other than literally appealing to Negi and possibly the audience, she's got nothing going for her. So I'm not giving a point to Sayaka. She's literally there to be a red herring. And she, you know, worked. I feel like as an essential character, like she was important for that. Should we give a point to the misdirect though? Even though she as a character wasn't there, her role as a misdirect was important for setting precedent. Yeah, she wasn't interesting or well written, but she was important. Do we give a point for Sayaka? Was she that impactful as a red herring? Being the first red herring is good. It did set a precedent, but was that because of Sayaka? Couldn't somebody else have been the red herring? Interesting to think about. Maybe... Connor, you think she deserves a point saying a precedent was important? I'm kind of leaning that way. Even though I don't like her, even though she's not well written, being the red herring was important. We did need to have that in the story. So fine. She gets that for impact points. Negi, we're not even going to talk about it. Obviously, he's important. Obviously, he goes through a lot of the story. Obviously, he gets a point. He's essential and important. Fine, 1 point there. Same thing for Kirigiri. She was actually developed surprisingly throughout this entire series. She's good as her role. Her role is important. Her backstory motivation for doing so. She even has a sob story for herself. And the relationship she builds with the others is important. So, 1, 2, 3, those points get it. I don't know if Aoi is actually an important character. Besides being the eye candy that seems to be in like each of these Danganronpa games. Like, she's a fan favorite. And she's in all of it. But she's kind of like the puppy dog of this. Where it's like, oh no, I hope they don't kill her. And even they play with that in the anime 3 where they fake out kill her and everyone's like, how dare you kill her? But man, I don't give a point for just being a waifu. That's not enough in my book. What did she do in this game? She birthed a lot of babies in one of the bad endings, which I thought was hilarious. She's kind of like moral support. And like she feels really bad with Sakura's thing. Is her biggest point in this entire game was trying to sabotage the trial. But let's be for real, Aoi's basically just an airhead. And her whole thing about being the ultimate swimmer, like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, she's the one who happens to live, but they could have picked anybody for that. You don't get credit for being the one who lived. That's not impressive. I kind of don't want to give a point to Aoi. She did something interesting in one of the trials, but other than that, if you don't have Aoi in any situation, no situation changed. She literally didn't matter. She was there to be friends with Sakura, who did more important stuff for the entire story, and then she died and Aoi felt sad and wanted to sabotage the trial. Like, she was interesting for one arc and whatever. So yeah. And then Monokuma. All right, so how many points was that? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. I think that's 8 points. I don't think I gave a point to Chihiro. Because Chihiro was plot device. Yes, that's important as the to the story, but anybody could have been a plot device there. Anybody could have done that, in my opinion. Like, for example, I feel like Byakuya or Kiryu could have been like, oh, in my super smartness, I could have created this AI to sabotage Monokuma from the inside. Like, yes, it made sense to have the ultimate programmer do it, but that's literally the only point of them is to be a plot device? No. Nah. There were other smart people here. You being smart and good with computers, other smart people could have been good with computers too. They could have written that in. Alright, so we're giving the first one an 8. Let's remember that. First one gets an 8. In terms of... Let's just be quick, because I spent a lot of time on that, but we do have to speed this along. I don't know how interested you guys are being for like a 5-hour stream of me talking about Danganronpa. Alright, so in Ultra Despair Girls, Makoto's good, Toko's good. The only one who I think wasn't interesting as a character was the artist kid. The whole artist kid being like, I was bullied because I was too pretty. Wow, sucks, huh? Artist suffering. Tough deal. If that kid literally lived to be a preteen, and then all the girls are chasing him, I don't think he would see that as such a demerit. I find that it's just like, he's not even that twisted. Like, he's just a kid who took bullying the wrong way, but he would have grown out of it. The other kids, though, ooh, no, that's shit real. So I'm gonna give Ultra Despair Girls a 6, because everybody except for the kid is pretty on point. They're all well written. So Ultra Despair Girls gets a 6. Because remember, it's not just quantity, it's quality. And even though Ultra Despair Girls has lower people to work with, they still have quality. Like, almost everybody for the main cast and main supporting cast were on point. Alright, let's roll into Danganronpa 2. This is going to be quite numerical, actually. I bet if you thought when we were discussing characters, we wouldn't be enumerating them such a plain way, but I think it's a fair way to. Is let's discuss about them, their relevancy and their importance. So Danganronpa 2, one of the things right off the bat that I can say is that almost nobody's talents come into play in terms of what they're going on with. Like, Chiaki being the ultimate gamer is ironic because we're on a game. And she, ironically, is trying to beat this game. But her ability as a gamer, as somebody just like, I'm a gamer girl, whatever. Big Nips, hey, long time no see, man. How's it going? Ben, love your videos. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. You're catching me on my very long-winded rants stream / comparison / making fan bases cry stream. So stick around at your own peril. We're talking about Danganronpa today. Other franchises we'll get to. Don't worry, I got plenty of salt here for everyone. To me, the characterization in Danganronpa 2 was more the situations that they put themselves in, not because of their ultimate talents. Like, the whole thing about being the ultimate talent with Hajime is the ultimate point of all this is, hey, he's the ultimate talent, he's the reason we got all this. Everyone else just feels like henchmen. They just feel like goons. And a lot of them have interesting personalities. But again, that's hit or miss. That's hit or miss on whether or not you enjoyed somebody's personality. That's not a measurable point. Like, is Peko an interesting character? Not really. She's just there to be the cool, like, operating hand of Fuyuhiko. But she herself is just there, and her, even though the way that she died was so appropriate, if anything, she helped make Fuyuhiko better. Fuyuhiko, I'm gonna go ahead and give a point to. He did a good job of realizing his role, even though I don't think he was the ultimate like gang leader or whatever the hell his thing was. He was smart. He leveraged that position to try to gain advantage multiple times, and ended up becoming one of the people that I feel like personal stakes. Like he made the cases personal. He with the death of his sister and all that, like his pursuit of the truth and justice, and then even the sacrifices he was willing to make because he believed in his principles, whether they were his original or not, those were good character development. So I wouldn't say Peko herself was all that interesting. However, she did lend strength to Fuyuhiko. Imposter Man. I kind of want to give a point to Imposter Man because Imposter Man was the red herring in this case. And not only was he a red herring, he was a red herring that worked because we don't get his red herringness until way later, where everyone's like, "What the hell?" Because in the beginning, you're constantly wondering if you don't know who he is, then he's just like, a well-meaning person who's trying to get past it and fails. But if he was a literal shot to the fan base in such a smart way, the moment everybody looked at Byakuya, why is Byakuya so fat? Even right now, if you go to my Danganronpa 2 video, scroll down the comments, you will see so many people confused. I'm like, did I miss something? Why is Byakuya fat? And that's the whole thing, is like, yes, why is he fat? That is the question. Because even he's so good at being an imposter, even something as ridiculous as that, he can persuade even the real life audience to think he's real. That's good. He's so good, he fools the actual reality, like real people. Like, man, that's so funny. It's so funny how simple it is. It's like what they say, just be confident. And you can almost persuade people just on that pure confidence. And Imposter Man, actually, I also love that they never reveal Imposter Man's name. He's just Imposter. They never reveal it. He's that good. He also had a big role in Danganronpa 3 as well, in the prologue. But yeah, Imposter absolutely gets a point. Akane, which, by the way, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to feel and cringe every time we watch Zero Escape when we do this in 2 weeks, and I have to listen to myself say Akane in the first one. I know I was wrong. That is the sin I must bear. Trust me, I feel just as bad about it as you probably do, because I have to live with it. But yeah, Akane, what the hell? How embarrassing. Fake weeb. What's her deal? Cool. Like, what does she do? She doesn't do anything. She's a throwaway character. She's there to maybe enhance Nekamaru, which I appreciate them naming Nekamaru later, but throwaway character. Teru. I think this man's just an idiot. He's just he has probably like one of the, he's there to be literally a sacrificial lamb. He's that guy who, in my opinion, is the Kiyotake. He look at his face, he's like, that guy's gonna die. There's no way. They don't develop his personality because he dies. But even in the time that we know him, he doesn't do much. He's like, I'm the cook. I also hit on everything. I'm literally a skirt chaser. And that's it. Like, he's there to be comedy relief, and then he dies. And even the way his murder was executed was stupid, in my opinion. His design is hilarious. That is true. I like his design. I like his little chef getup. I like that his hair is shrimp. I think that's hilarious. So I like his design, but as a character and the relevance, nah, he's fodder. He's literally fodder. Nagito gets a point. He's way too relevant to the overall story. He's also a very major player in this game. Easy point. Sonya. Sonya does jack shit in this game. She's a throwaway character. What does it even mean to be the ultimate princess? But yeah, she doesn't do anything. Even her like whole thing of like she's just there to be ogled by the mechanic dude. What is his name? Soda. Yeah, he's just there to be, or she's just there to be ogled by Soda. Like, he serves no point. And that's the other thing too. Soda is there. Soda is more important than Sonya because Soda is there to be, again, he's like Mondo. He is the emotional anchor of this game. He reacts to everything. He's the butt of jokes. He overreacts. He gets put in ridiculous situations, but he is the center of many points of conversation during the inter-murder investigations. He is necessary for the social dynamic of this game because no one else fulfills that role other than him. He is the main social link. Is Soda. Soda is a necessary element of this ecosystem. You have to have a Soda. So Soda gets a point. He's an essential character. Oh, we got another bot here. Hold on, everyone. Oh, this one's persistent. Oh, actually, it looks like I can see the bot, but you guys can't, I think. Anybody tell me if you see the bot? Because I can see the bot, but it looks like it got killed. Oh, actually, here you go. Lynn already sniped it. Thank you, Lynn. You sniped it before I could see it. Appreciate it. Kill confirmed. High five. Ace shooting as always. You were quick on that one. Much appreciated. Alright. Where were we? Let's see. Chiaki. We have to give Chiaki a point. She's relevant to the overall universe of the Danganronpa series. Even though I feel in this one she was very weak. Like they played her as like the nice girl, the assistant character, the person that you want to care about, and the one that you feel sad about when she dies. The one you feel sad about pointing your finger to, especially since she was done dirty by Nagito. But the point is she's an important part. She gets an honorable point. Photographer girl. Pass. Completely, she's fodder. Dancer girl, fodder. She's just there to help complicate the double murder. Hajime, absolutely essential. Mikan, who is my personal favorite. I don't know. She was just there to be the research purposes girl. But she was just there to be the running joke. I think for the absurdity of Danganronpa, we kind of do need a running joke character. She's also the one who gives us foreshadowing into the mastermind of the real world. She's more important in the anime because she, I think, is like the first major victim besides I think the teacher who's brainwashed. No, she's not the first one, but I don't know. She becomes like one of the first of the Despicable Group, I feel, besides the teacher. But yeah, no. She's kind of a lesser. Like, she's a nice to have. You found the fix, you can see it again? Nice. Aces. Chat, do we care about Mikan? Does Mikan deserve a point? Was she enhancing the story? She did try to use her ultimate talent as a nurse, though, for every time everybody got, injured or during the disease part, and that did play into that case. Was Mikan an essential character? Was she a strong character? How do we feel? I liked Mikan, but I hated her case. I agree. Oh shit. I forgot to hit record at the very beginning of the stream. Okay, well I'm gonna have to download the stream separately then. I forgot to hit record at the very beginning. So I'm gonna have to download this before I delete it and upload it on the second channel. God, amateur move. Like I said, I'm such a professional after all these years. Let's see. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna have to make a hard choice. Like, Mikon was my personal favorite. I liked her a lot. I think Cricket's kind of bullshit. I think she was that essential. I think that forced the whole hospital. Like, I think the whole despair disease was a stupid thing. Ibuki, absolutely fodder character. Kind of bummed that she died, but she was a fodder character. Like, she was just there to be, like, the energetic girl, but she didn't really contribute pretty much anything. She was just there to be, like, an extra social link, I felt like. She really didn't do much. Nekomaru, same thing. And then Gundam. Gundam was the most well-meaning, but let's be for real. Like, he used his talents really well. It helped accomplish his. But man, they really didn't matter to the overall story. They really contribute all that much. They weren't really major players. I could argue actually Gundam was the more level-headed one in a lot of the cases that came out. But Gundam is basically like the Sakura of this game, where he's like the tragic, well-meaning death. He's like the oddball with a heart of gold. But he's not as well done as Sakura was. Sakura was better done than Gundam. I don't want to give Gundam points for being like the gold-hearted sacrifice. Because you know they did it again in V3 with Gonda. Gonda was the gold-hearted sacrifice, but Gonda was such a non-character up until that point. Gonda was just played as a chump, and then we felt bad for him because he felt versus finding out the reality, it's better to have mercy and kill everyone. Like, that's fundamental, and the same thing, like, Gundam was like, they tried to break the game by, at least not break the game, but he tried to just, like, instead of everybody dying from starvation, it's better that one person dies and everybody dies. Like, you can have that character. It's important for the Danganronpa situation, I guess. I guess. I'm gonna give a begrudging point to Gundam. Only because that's an essential part of the Danganronpa dynamic, to have the self-sacrifice character. You have to have that as part of the crew. I don't like it, but I'm giving you one. Alright, so how many people was that? That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 people in Danganronpa 2. That's actually more than I thought. Alright, last but not least, V3. V3? Let's see where we're going here. Where am I on this? Here we go. Here we go. Alright, first and foremost, of course, I'm going based on this picture. I'm gonna do this kind of quick. So the funny thing about V3 is that everybody's technically irrelevant until the very, very end. Because everybody's a fucking lie. But how well do you incorporate that theming of the lie with the despair and the punishments included? I think we can go pretty far. Because each one of them involved really good designs around the murders themselves. What makes V3 kind of well done is that the characters and the murders they were tied to were well themed. Like, I think one of my favorite levels was the one with the technology girl going into that little Avatar MMO sort of thing. Like, that was such a cool experience, and then trying to cool murder, try to solve that. That was so cool. Rentaro's twist. Maki, of course. Samugi, of course, being like the twist there. Uh, what is it? Kibo's whole thing, where for the most part he's completely useless until the very, very end, where he's absolutely in. Kokichi, of course, who's the MVP. Actually, it's almost easier to just kind of check off who doesn't really matter that much. So I'm gonna say it was uh who was his face? Korekio. Korekio didn't matter. Kurumi kind of didn't matter either. Although I think her death was a really good death scene. Uh, let's see. Tenko definitely didn't. Tenko was just obnoxious, to be honest with you. When she died, I was glad she died. She was one of those people where it's like, I don't like this lady. I'm kind of glad she died the way she did. No offense. But Tenko was just unlikable to me. Like, I was like, I'm the Aikido or whatever, the something that she made up her own martial arts and was the master of it. I'm like, that's so weak. I'm the master of Mi Fu. Like, okay, sure. Tennis guy, I think it's hilarious the way they voiced him to be a super deep guy who talks like with a 1,000-yard stare. Like I've seen some shit, man. And he is also a heart of gold guy who's like, just kill me and get out of this. I did not like Magician Girl Himiko. I think Himiko. I'm surprised she lived. I don't know why. I don't feel she was useful in the entire game. There was no point where it's like, oh, thank God we got Magician Girl here, or oh, Magician Girl's case was like, her case of her getting accused was more interesting than her. Kaede gets a free in because she's the red herring, and what a red herring she was. Damn, that was a good red herring. Actually, you know what? I think we are going to give a point to Miu, Technology Girl, because she was the social dynamic character, I think, of this group. You could argue maybe Angie, but nah, Angie just got really annoying with her cult shit later. Um, Kaito was also a personality too. Kaito was a very vocal one, but we also got Miu. Miu also was a really strong one in terms of that. Not only for the case she was in, which was a really good case, but she had input in all of the cases. Being that personality, she had more of the personality of the aggravating type, the angry type, the type who's very confrontational. She talks shit a lot, and I thought that was kind of funny. Her dynamic and bouncing off the others was just as important as Kaito trying to bounce off the others. She was like the negative Nancy, which, believe it or not, we don't get that many such just straight up pessimists. Like in this hope versus despair situation, we don't get that many pessimists. We got realists, we got pragmatists, but pessimists, like we don't really get that many. And Mia was a straight up like a pessimist in the situation through and through, and I think that was actually a very refreshing take because she didn't give a shit about your hope or your despair. She just knew a bad situation and called a spade a spade. And she also, I think, was just funny with the way that she was all over Kibo, just being just technology obsessed. And again, she was the smart one, who we need to have her for all the smart things. All right, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. 16 characters. It's always 16 characters, isn't it? Yeah, 16 people, but of those 16, I am docking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. I'm docking 7 people, so that leaves 9. Well, that ended up being more straightforward than I thought. You may disagree with me, chat. You may disagree with me. But according to what I am what I presented for over the last hour for talking about the characters, the strength, the relevance, the theming, the tying, the significance, the impact, where we use for precedence for the rest of the series. How important, how relevant were these characters? How well done were they, regardless of how you felt about them? Danganronpa V3 gets 9 characters. Then Danganronpa 1 with 8. Then Danganronpa 2 with 7, and then 6 with Ultra Despair Girls. Although, I mentioned Ultra Despair Girls, you had the fewest cast, but man, you had really relevant characters. Your characters were very well done. More impactful than some of the individual, on a case-by-case basis than some of these. So you just didn't have the sheer amount some of these did, because a lot of these had quantity and quality. You had a lot of quality for your quantity. Just want to give that shout out there. So there we go. Characters. 3, then 1, then 2, then... Shit, that was the same exact order as the last one. Damn. I didn't expect that to happen. Okay. Next is gameplay. This one is not going to take that long, because 3 of these games play very similarly. And this is straight up how well who wore it best. So here's the thing. Danganronpa 1 is very much like your Ace Attorney type games, you know? Collect evidence, collect testimonies, and then you literally are loading your bullets with the arguments of logic to shoot against the key. You're basically matching keywords against each other in the courtroom case. You find the discrepancy, you shoot the relevant keyword, you move on. The gameplay gimmicks really started with 2 and then 3 for the trials. Even though it was a game, I'm going to tell you right now, I thought a lot of the minigames in 2 were just kind of stupid. I did not like the snowboarding ones. I did not like the car driving. I think the pick a letter, like the hangman one, was okay. I just wasn't feeling some of these minigames, I'm telling you, man. And even though they fit the theme of the murders, what I thought was better in Danganronpa 2 for the gameplay was actually the mini games you got to do in between each of the missions, in between the courtroom stuff. The logic stuff was just whatever. Like, I didn't like the slashing of the logic slashing. I didn't think that was super interesting, although I liked it thematically. One thing that I think they did better, because I think they brought back the mini games in 2 and 3, but the cool thing in 3, the thing that I think was really good in 3, so in 2, the cool thing in the courtroom dynamic they added was the ability to cut down other people's arguments. You know, because some people would present their own logical arguments and you had to strategically cut them down. In 3, there were 2 things they did that were actually really good, that were good improvements. Number 1 was the scrum debate. The scrum debate is when you have a division of the entire present class, and you have to not convince one person, you have to convince every other person on the other side to persuade them quickly with your line of thinking. So you had to basically quickly tackle multiple counter arguments and then tie them all together in a massive persuasive closing statement. I thought that was really good. The disarmament one was kind of a okay too, because that one was just about collecting again the correct words and then using them against each other. But what I think was super cool about in 3 that they did was you could actually kind of like panic people. You can get them to like almost lose turns. It was actually kind of nice. I think the courtroom dynamic in 3 was very well done. Easily the best of the 3. The problem with this series is that it got better over time. So when it comes to the core courtroom, like, it really did get better. Like, 2 was more engaging than 1, 3 was more engaging than 2. But that's not the part of the gameplay in the Danganronpa loop. You also have the social aspects. Not gonna lie, they're practically the same. You go around, you find some collectibles, you buy gifts, you give the gifts to people. 3 did this what if situation, which was kind of interesting. Like you could, what am I thinking of? Um, or like you invite him to like his bedroom. That sounds more suggestive than what I'm saying. But the rebuttals that were introduced in 2 were brought back in 3. Like pretty much everything 2 did was brought in 3. Like all the good stuff. Now, Ultra Despair Girls, if you play it on a modern console, I understand it's better. The over-the-shoulder action is actually surprisingly like well responsive. Like in terms of how the third-person combat goes, it's well responsive. It's very simple. The quick swapping of ammo is actually pretty well done. It represents its themes and its gameplay consistently throughout the entire game. I don't think there was ever a point in Ultra Despair Girls where I felt the controls were any of the problems I was having. I actually felt the experience was pretty smooth, simplistic to be honest with you. I feel the challenge was fair, and I feel the set piece battles were actually pretty good. The ones against the kids themselves, of course, like Big Ben Monokuma, the very end. Uh, the level designs on each of those, you go to different. That's something that's important too. And two is that 2 and 3 also had like 8 mini games, the level designs. You got to see a variety of environments in these 3. And 1, they're all kind of the same. You're in this junky, abandoned like school, and all the environments are pretty much the same. In 2, they set up the island idea, so each island has a different theme, and that was fun. And in V3, they do not as well as 2, but they do have that thing where each like every person's like room is uniquely themed, and the campus is wide enough where even though it's a little bit more boring than 1, I would see that they added a little bit more variety in terms of theming some of these separate rooms, these different biomes in a way. In terms of like raw environments, I would say this is the order I would put them in. In terms of raw gameplay, it would be like this. But the last part is the social linking. Which do we feel is better for the social linking? God, they're also just. When it comes to gameplay, I think we also have to consider the side stuff. Because in the side stuff, let me look this up because they blur together. What's the side stuff you can do in 1 besides like the basically the social? Yeah, the island mode, because all of it is like a school life. So the only, 1 only had the island mode. 2 had which was the one that had the light novel? Which is the one that had Danganronpa 0 with it? Was that 2? Was that bundled in? I'm trying to remember. Oh, okay. So 2 also had Danganronpa If. I forgot about that. So it did a whole short story with it too. That's important. Alright, so 2 had the extra short story. As well as island mode. I don't know if Despair Girls had an alternate rules. I don't think it did. Yeah, I'm not seeing much after that. Let's see. Oh, it had the little dungeon mode in V3. I forgot about that. I didn't really play that. Yeah, they had the death road, the harder mode, they had the island mode. In terms of extra gameplay stuff, quite frankly, 3 just did so much. It really comes down to which one had Danganronpa 0? Danganronpa 0. Where was it bundled? It was bundled with one of the games, and I can't remember which one it was. Maybe it was. Maybe I'm just imagining things. So I'm looking up online and people saying that it wasn't in the game. It was something that was bundled. Okay, so maybe it wasn't. So if was bundled with 2, and then we had 3 that had all the ultimate modes, which were honestly pretty good. By virtue of being the first game, it kind of had the least amount of content. Sucks to suck. It's really 2 and 3 that we're talking about here. I'm gonna have to give 3. 3 did the trials more, and that's really what Danganronpa, core Danganronpa is about. Plus, the extra modes were important. The extra if mode is cool, but I don't think it's canon. So, I feel so far already. Yeah, we're already talking about this. Yeah, 3. 3's taking it. So for gameplay, can you really say otherwise? Like when you're enjoying the core gameplay, I would really say 3 is just so well polished. The trials are so well polished. The gameplay for them is so well polished. It's really not a point where I feel, especially when you're going through those, the logical connections you have in 3 and 1 are probably like the strongest. If we're talking about the pure written like flow of the trials, I think 2 is kind of weaker. But man, like the revelations you got from those were very good, very impactful. The way that you came across the solutions and the alternate solutions and coming across the lies were very well done. So we're just going to go ahead and say, we're going to call it on gameplay there. I think you're going to have a better time in 3 than 2, in my opinion, even though I think you're getting for a good time in all of them. Mastermind. This is going to be very simple. Basically, how was both Mastermind utilized and Monokumas and breeds of Monokumas. How were they utilized? First one, Junko Nishima, not like she played the class, sure, but she took advantage of a situation where they were already in. Samugi absolutely mindfucked everybody, and she played them to the very end. And Monokuma getting played in one of the trials, that never happens. Like, yes, in the other ones, people try to sabotage the murder, but he still knew. Like, Monokuma still knew. Monokuma was kind of non-essential characters, basically a plot point in Ultra Despair Girls. But Monica, I would say, was better, um, a better mastermind than Juko Onishima, because her plan, even though it was kind of short-sighted, she kind of accomplished it in a small degree. She also is the reason why Junko Nishima could even accomplish some of this stuff with the usage of the Monokumas. If Junko didn't have the Monokumas, Junko couldn't do most of this shit. Again, Junko's given credit for a lot of shit. Like, yeah, she mindfucked with some people, but Junko couldn't get past with Monica's Monokumas, and if she didn't have anime boys anime, she couldn't do the brainwashing. Like, you could say, but she manipulated those people to be the way they were, and that's true. She is a talker. But I would say she's a manipulator more than a mastermind, even though her mastermind was trying to manipulate. And what really was her plan? Yeah, she induced a mass suicide, and she induced a cult that really was kind of for her, and a lot of this escalated to a lot of other things. So Junko, I think her actions absolutely cascaded in a big way. I think the Junko, I'm gonna go ahead and say right now, Junko Land is last place. That was so epic. It was more like the Junko AI was probably the weakest part of the entire franchise. Core Junko had a better legacy that was talked about in 2, but Core Junko still had a legacy, even if her actual actions were not that impactful. Like, she manipulated the right people for sure, but there's so many ways that she could have just been nerfed or neutered in the very beginning. And things just in the beginning, like, that's one thing I actually didn't like about Danganronpa 0, is Junko just, like, if she didn't have her sister right there, that's another thing. Junko succeeded in the beginning because of her sister. If her sister didn't play along, like, hero worshipping her and getting rid of those people, like the old council dudes, and getting rid of obstacles, the people that were actually out to it, Junko would have been snipped like that. She got lucky. We want to talk ultimate luck? Junko has some ultimate ass luck. Jesus Christ. I don't give her credit for that. I don't like it when so much of like why you're successful can be attributed to this other person being good at their job. Like, you're taking credit, and you feel like a bad boss where it's like, oh yes, I put this team together. I deserve the credit. I'm the mastermind. Yeah, you get points for putting together this team of all-stars that got shit done, but you didn't get the shit done. We didn't even follow your plan. I don't know. I don't put Junko on a pedestal for that. I really don't. And the only thing worse than Junko was AI Junko. So to me, the real question is, who did it best? Samugi or Monica? I'm gonna say Monica did better than Samugi, to be real. Samugi was just a constant crew. She was just playing a part. Yeah, she got called out and she made a bad bet. She bet against social media and got canceled for it, literally. But let's be for real. Samugi herself was just there to get the show going, and kind of like, she was kind of playing with cards where she's like, oh, I'm gonna induce a hope versus despair debate and hope will win and the ratings are gonna go up. Like, she literally was just that. She was just the show producer trying to get ratings. But then the show got canceled, so you could argue Samugi didn't win. Like, people got so bored that she killed the franchise. She like, getting a show that went for 53 seasons canceled is such a colossal L. So I almost would say Monica actually was the better mastermind. She utilized the Monokumas and her plan was actually just better. Even though, again, it's a very naive, simplistic plan, she also was a much better manipulator because Monica was very competent, but Monica also manipulated the adults and the children. And even the protagonist. Monica manipulated everybody. She didn't hide behind stupid bullshit lies per se. Yeah, she was faking her injury, and she was absolutely emotionally toying with people, but she played everyone like a fiddle. And Monica was a little better fleshed out too. Yeah, Monica was the best mastermind of the franchise. And again, she was the one who manipulated others to that success, and she's the one who empowered Junko. So if anything, she gets double credit for that. Where a lot of success from the Monokumas are directly attributed to Monica. Junko couldn't have done any of that on her own. So she helped facilitate the success of a lot of these other things, was Monica. Monica is the OG. And it's funny that her resolution in the anime is she just becomes a lazy shut-in. It just kind of like goes on her own way. Like, literally nothing bad happens to her. She's just like, oh, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna chill out in this van, eat snacks, and veg out on some Netflix. See ya. So I'm like, okay. So the question is, I'm gonna say Samugi was weaker than base Junko. Because base Junko, first of all, was pretty based. And she did still, create a really large following that did way more destruction in her. Okay, chat, are we back? I didn't say anything because we had a weird interrupt there. I'm sorry. You may have to refresh things. Yeah, sorry about that, chat. I didn't know, it just kind of died for a second there, but recovered. But don't worry, you didn't miss anything. When I saw that when I saw the bitrate suddenly die, I was like, oh shit, reconnect real fast, please, and it did. But yeah, no, when it comes to masterminds, it's easy. Monica takes the cake. Monica, low key, easy, easy clap. And that's what really helps create the experience of Danganronpa, is having an effective mastermind who utilizes the tools around her. So we're gonna go Ultra Despair, 1, 2, and then 3. How terrible that they got worse over time. I think that's also part of the joke of 3, is that it has to be Junko. It's always Junko, but like that's such a weak thing that I'm glad they played it as a joke. That it's like, it's really kind of dumb that we keep attributing everything to Junko. Junko being like the Dracula of the series, just coming back just to get bodied. It's like, come on. At least Monica was original. So here's the thing, I'm still not convinced executions is a big part of the Danganronpa ecosphere, but at the same time, I'd be hard to argue that it's not. When people want to be engrossed in Danganronpa, there are entire videos comparing, imagining, submitting, and watching the people get murdered in this. How do you judge executions? God, that's actually a hard one. I think we need to determine how we're going to dissect this. It can't be based on what do you think is the coolest, because that's completely per taste. That's completely per taste. Uh-oh, we got one. We got a live one. Bam, got that. Sniped. Beat me to it. Yeah, this time. But it's good that we were both on. I was just like slightly faster. But okay. Can we agree, chat, that when it comes to the masterminds, not masterminds, when it comes to the executions, what determines a good execution in Danganronpa? Let's chew on that for a second. I propose this. I think the nature of the execution needs to be not only, because just saying it's outlandish is not good enough. They're all outlandish. There's not a single normal somebody just puts a bullet in some. I think Junko's death is probably the most boring one. They just crush her. That's it. Yeah, they try the other ones that for some reason don't work, but they just crush her. And even the way they killed like Junko in the second one, AI Monami comes out of nowhere and then crushes the big AI Junko. That is whatever. Like, the final bosses all have pretty shit ways of going out. Like, those aren't even executed. Monica isn't even executed. She lives. She just gets paralyzed. Like, she gets a comeuppance. What is satisfying? I believe that part of the satisfaction of a good execution stems from the manner with which they were killed in terms of how much it negatively hurts. It can't just do the physical damage. You have to do the emotional damage. Not to the player, like, because again, that's our attachment to the person if somebody dies, to the person getting executed. How much emotional damage did that do to you? How personal was that execution? Like, for example, to take Leon getting executed by the exact device that caused him to get caught, which is symbolic of the talent that he doesn't want to have, is pretty damn ironic and bittersweet. Like, it's not even bittersweet, it's just straight up ironic. It's straight up disrespect. How much bad, actually that's good, how BM were some of these executions? I think the most BM ones are probably the most appropriate ones. The ones that are just like, oh, what a terrible way to go. Like, not only just terrible way to go, but like, oh my god. Like, that hurts on an emotional level. Tyrone, thank you for the content. It's thorough and insanely immersive. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Tyrone. Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming and saying that. I'm glad you enjoyed. Hope you enjoy more than one series, though. Please. Kurumi was the most cruel. She had to suffer so much and it was partially self-inflicted. Kurumi was the maid, right? In V3? I believe so, right? Because if that is the case, then I agree with you. Kurumi. Yeah, Kurumi, that was. Yeah, Kurumi's death. Oh, dude, the V3 deaths right off the bat, I'm going to propose as a very strong contender because the way Kurumi died and the way that even Korekio died, both of them died in manners that were personal to those people. Like, Monokuma straight up slapped his balls in their face as they died, where it's like, they're hurting, they're suffering, they're dying, and the moment they think they have the sweet release of death or the slight chance of getting out alive, possibly beating it out, it is immediately like their hope is dashed against the rocks. It is so savage. The savagery of it, the personal savagery, is just so brutal. Persona 2 Innocent Sin / Eternal Punishment were some of my favorites to get to. Oh, dude, I'm glad you enjoyed those. Those were a pleasure to cover. I can't wait to do more of the Persona ones. I have to finish up a few more of these series that are very close to being done, but I'm glad you enjoyed. Also, sorry, chat. Looks like we had a weird flux again.